It showed up on the fourth day of me screaming for it. Not out loud. I wasn't that far gone yet. I'd been sitting cross-legged on a stone slab in a stone box in a world that was not the one I died in, sorting through a dead stranger's memories. And somewhere between "Congratulations, you are a cultivator" and "Congratulations, you are a cultivator who weeds a rice paddy for a living," I started calling for my cheat code. In my head, over and over, like a man mashing the buttons on a vending machine that has already eaten his coin. Then the inside of my skull went soft at the edges, and a scroll unrolled in the dark behind my eyes. Chronicle of Ages. I opened it the way you open a letter from a lawyer, very slowly and expecting the worst. Consume 1 month of your lifespan, it said, and gain 1 year's worth of cultivation insight in a single skill. I sat there and did the arithmetic twice because it seemed like the kind of thing a person should double-check before getting excited. 1 month out, 12 months in. That is not a trade. That is a printing press with my own life used as paper. Here's what I had to work with. Good news, I'd transmigrated into a world where every major breakthrough hands you decades of extra life, so lifespan was a currency I could theoretically earn back. Bad news, the body I'd woken up in had a low-grade water spiritual root, which in this world is the polite way of saying gifted at nothing, and after years of honest effort, it had crawled all the way to the second level of chi refining. Worse news, this was a world where the strong eat the weak in broad daylight and nobody writes it down. Rogue cultivators camped the roads. Every year, a few spirit farmers just failed to come home. I checked my assets. 1 spirit stone, singular. A hut with worse insulation than my old apartment. A knife, a basket, and a pair of beast hide gloves. Cool. Very cool. Love that for me. The panel told me my age was 25 and my remaining lifespan was 95 years. And I looked at that number the way a man looks at a bank balance he intends to spend. The plan came together fast because it had to. I couldn't fight, I couldn't run, and I definitely couldn't afford to be interesting to anybody. What I could do was get out of the murder district. There's a trading area in Ziyun Market where they rent out cave dwellings behind a real defensive formation with patrols and enough ambient spirit energy that a person might actually improve. The worst of those caves costs 1 spirit stone a month. I had exactly 1 spirit stone and no income, so that math worked out to me living there for 30 days and then dying in the street. There are 3 ways a loose cultivator makes money in this world. You farm and hand over 70%, and after a year of back-breaking labor, you have enough to buy a nice hat. You go raid a secret realm or take up armed robbery, both of which pay beautifully right up until the day they don't. Or you learn a craft. Alchemy, artifact refining, formations, talismans. Craftsmen live like human beings. Craft legacies start at several hundred spirit stones. So there I was, 1 stone to my name, holding the greatest learning device in the world, and absolutely no way to feed it. It's like being handed a furnace that turns coal into gold, and then being informed that coal is sold by the mountain. And then I remembered old Zhang. Old Zheng lived in the stone house next to mine, farmed the plot next to mine, and had, some years back, spent good money on a talisman paper legacy. Not talismans themselves, the paper you draw talismans on, which sounds like a joke until you learn that 10 sheets of the stuff sell for a full spirit stone. He'd practiced for years, burned through a small fortune in beast hide, and never once produced a single usable sheet. He'd been trying to unload that legacy on the previous owner of my body for 3 stones, and the previous owner of my body, being a careful and sensible man, had said, "No thank you." The previous owner of my body did not have a magic scroll in his head. Before I did anything else, I spent a month of my life on the water arrow technique. It was the only attack spell the body knew, and it knew it the way I know French. The scroll ate the month, dumped a year of practice into me, and the panel calmly informed me I now had 94 years and 11 months left and a perfected water arrow. I pointed at the dirt floor, and 3 translucent arrows went out of my fingertip with no wind-up at all, and left 3 neat holes 10 feet deep in the ground. Let me explain why that matters, because at the time I didn't fully appreciate it either. In this world, a spell takes a breath or 2 to build. That's why everybody who can afford one fights with talismans and artifacts instead, because those go off instantly, and a breath is a very long time when somebody is trying to remove your head. At perfection, a spell fires the moment you think about it. I had just turned the cheapest attack in my inventory into something that came out faster than a professional's weapon, hit harder than its own rank should allow, and could be fired 6 times before I ran dry. I was still a rice farmer, But I was now a rice farmer with a hidden pistol. The knock came before dawn. Cheng Sheng, fellow Taoist, time to get to work. Old Zhang at the door, with an unlit pipe in his teeth and the face of a man who has watched the sun come up over that same field for more years than he cares to count. I grabbed the basket, and we walked out to the paddies together with everybody else, and I found out what my new career actually involved: thorngrass. The seeds blow in on the wind and go from nothing to full grown in half a day, and they drink everything the rice needs. The roots go down like they've got a grudge. Even with a cultivator's body, clearing one single acre takes over an hour of pure, ugly labor, and then you do it again tomorrow. After that, you cast the little cloud and rain technique to irrigate, which takes a full breath to build and drains most of what you've got. And the rain brings up the green-tooth worm larvae, so then you squat in the mud with an iron skewer, listening for them, stabbing them one at a time. I pulled the last thorn out around noon, with sweat running into my eyes, and made myself a promise, out loud, to nobody. After this harvest, if I ever farm again, I'll eat my own hat. The thing that really got me wasn't the work. It was that I'd died and come back and gotten a second life. And here I was doing seasonal labor for somebody else's 70%. If you transmigrate and end up working for a landlord, you have wasted a perfectly good reincarnation. I went over to old Zhang's rest spot with my water gourd and asked, very casually, whether that talisman paper legacy of his might come down in price. His whole face changed. He'd been trying to unload the thing for years. He explained, in the tone of a man doing me an enormous favor, that Jubao Tower sells it for 5 stones, and he was letting me have it for 3. And with the 2 I saved, I could buy 2 beast hides to practice on, and maybe, who knows, I had a talent for it. I told him 3 was steep for a man of my means. I asked why he wouldn't just drop to 1 or 2 and sell a dozen copies to the whole field. He shook his head at me like I was a child. Selling 1 or 2 cheap to cut his losses, fine, nobody cares. Undercutting the market price on a legacy that Jubao Tower stocks, in a market where Jubao Tower is owned by the Ziyun sect, gets you killed by the next morning. He said it plainly, the way you'd warn somebody about a step. I made a thoughtful face and stalled, which was pure theater because I'd have paid 5. And old Zhang, watching me hesitate, panicked and threw in half a beast hide for free. Half a hide is worth half a stone. It cuts into 50 sheets. I have never felt so guilty about winning a negotiation. Harvest Day was the day I learned who ran the world. I cut my acre in less time than it takes to drink a cup of tea and threshed out 130 caddies of pearl-round grain. A good year for a young farmer. 70% went straight to the market, which left me 39 caddies. Old Zhang pulled 290 off his 2 acres and was grinning about it. Then we walked up toward the platform. There was a raised platform at the edge of the field with a bed on it, an actual bed. And on the bed, half reclining in silk with maids feeding him, was a soft, round man named Liu San, whom every farmer in that valley called Liu the Skin Flayer when they were sure he couldn't hear. He managed the spirit fields. Everything you grew went through his hands, both the 70% you owed and the 30% you were allowed to sell. His sister was a concubine of the man who ran Ziyun Market, who was himself a senior figure in the Ziyun sect, and that connection was the entire reason a man like that had a job like that. He was also, personally, at the 6th level of Qi refining, and he traveled with a wall of gray-clad servants who stood around the platform watching the fields so nobody hid a bag of rice. The farmers ahead of us weren't selling. You could see it from a distance, the way the line wasn't moving. Whatever price he'd named, they'd decided they'd rather stand there, so he stood up. This year's price for spirit rice is 13 caddies to the stone. You'll sell whether you want to or not. Last year it was 12, and then, because apparently that wasn't enough entertainment for one morning, he let his aura off the leash. I want to describe this properly. It isn't wind, and it isn't sound. It's a weight that arrives inside your chest, like somebody swinging a sledgehammer at your ribs from the inside, and it does not care what you think about it. 6th level of Qi refining, poured out over a field of farmers who were mostly 2nd and 3rd. Men who'd been standing there with their arms folded a second ago were suddenly very interested in the ground. Sell it, or there's no field for you next year. The line started moving. I was at the 2nd level. I got it worse than anybody near me, and I would have gone down if old Zhang hadn't shifted half a step and taken part of it on his own back. He didn't make a thing of it. He just moved, the way you'd move to block a draft off somebody. Then he cursed Liu the Skin Flayer with real venom by voice transmission so that nobody could possibly hear, and finished with a bold declaration that if he ever got the chance, he'd kill that man. He only ever cursed by voice transmission. That told me everything about the odds. We got in line. We handed over the 70% and we sold our 30 at 13 caddies to the stone, and I walked away with 3 spirit stones and change for a year of somebody's life. And while I stood in that line, with my chest still ringing, I opened the Chronicle of Ages in my head, turned to a blank page, and started writing. At 25 years old, in the spirit fields of Ziyun Market, a man called Liu San, known as Liu Ba-Pi, crushed me with the pressure of the 6th level of qi refining. He had already decided my life was worth nothing. After I establish my foundation, I will find the time to kill this man and plant him in the fields of Ziyun Market as fertilizer. I read it back once. Then I turned to the next page, because a ledger that only records debts is a very ugly kind of ledger, and wrote one more line. Old Zhong is a good man. He took part of that weight for me. When it costs me nothing dangerous, I will pay him back. That was the first entry on that second page. It stayed the only entry on it for a very long time. The trade closed that evening in my stone house. 3 spirit stones went into his hand, and a 2-finger-wide white jade slip and half a black beast hide came into mine. The slip goes against your forehead and pours knowledge into your skull. It's a flash drive with a mystical branding problem. It costs about a stone by itself, and it wasn't part of the deal, so after 3 breaths of information, I handed it straight back. Old Zhong bowed, said he imagined I was eager to study, and left me alone with it. He was in a very good mood. He'd finally recouped some of the worst investment of his life. The knowledge was 2 steps. Step 1 is tempering. You cut the hide to size and burn every impurity out of it with your own magic until nothing is left but the spiritual essence. If your control slips even slightly, you burn the essence out too, and now you own a piece of expensive trash. Step 2 is spirit awakening, which is harder, where you take all that loose, scattered essence and weave it into the natural grain of the hide until it locks into place and stays there. Old Zhong had spent years and more than a dozen spirit stones worth of hide on this, and had never once gotten past step 2. I spent 1 month of my life. The scroll ate it. A year of somebody else's patient practice unfolded in my head, and the panel updated to 94 years and 9 months, and my talisman paper legacy read, Major Achievement, not Perfection. I stopped it deliberately at Major Achievement, and I want that on the record, because it's the single decision that kept me alive for the next 3 years. Perfection grade paper comes out at a quality that no beginner should be able to make. Major Achievement gives me a 50% success rate, which is excellent and completely unremarkable, and nobody looks twice at unremarkable. Something as precious as lifespan should be spent on the blade, not the handle. I cut the half hide into 50 rectangles 2 inches by 5, picked one up, dark and blood-stained and stiff, ran the tempering technique. 10 breaths later, the thing in my hand was as white and clean as a fresh sheet of paper. Then, spirit awakening. 30 breaths of the most delicate work I have ever done, coaxing all that loose brightness along the grain until it settled, and a pattern of clouds came up through the white like frost on a window, and the whole sheet went translucent like a slice of jade. That's what a finished one looks like. I had it on the first try. I sat there grinning at a piece of leather like an idiot for a while. Half my magic power was gone from that single sheet, which was information I filed away for later. Then I put it aside, and I did not make a second one, because the spirit farmers had just been paid, and there is no better week in the whole year to rob a spirit farmer. Some of the men doing the robbing were spirit farmers, so I sat with my magic full, in a house with a door made of hope, and waited for morning. The road from the fields to the trading area is about a cup of tea's walk. More farmers die on that road every year than die in their homes. I put on a loose black robe and a bamboo hat with a black veil, which is standard dress for anybody in that market who doesn't want to be looked at. And I went. Halfway along, walking fast, I felt it. Killing intent is a real sensation, and it feels exactly like being stared at by something that has already decided. I stopped, faced the bushes about 30 meters off, and called out in the most frightened voice I could manage. "Come out! I've found you!" He came out of the brush like he'd been waiting all morning for the fun part. Black robe, 3rd level of qi refining, and a laugh he'd clearly practiced. Your senses are sharp. Your brain isn't. When you meet a rogue cultivator, you're supposed to turn around and run. Then he closed to 10 meters, because 10 meters is where low-level spells and talismans actually land, and reached for a fireball talisman. He was completely right about the rules. He just met the one man on that road who was playing a different game. Water arrow. 3 of them, instantly, no wind-up, while my face was still doing frightened. He couldn't finish the fireball, so he burned his fire shield talisman instead, and a wall of flame came up in front of him. That shield should have stopped 3 low-grade spells. Mine went through the first interception and left it thin as glass. The second shattered it. The third one took his head off. He went over backwards into the dirt, and the whole thing had taken less time than it takes to say it. I stood there for a second with my heart slamming, because that was a person, and then I put on my beast-hide gloves and looted him, because it was also 7 spirit stones, 16 fragments, 2 fireball talismans, and a bottle of pills. 7 stones. I had spent a year of hard labor for 3. I understand why people become rogue cultivators. I do. Getting rich in 9 seconds is an experience with real emotional impact. I stood on that road doing the arithmetic, and then I put the gloves away, took my water shield talisman in my left hand and my right hand ready, and walked the rest of the way with my back straight and my eyes moving. Not because I was brave, because I had just personally demonstrated how easy that road was to work. The trading area of Ziyun Market sits inside a wall of white fog, and the fog is a formation. At its lowest setting, it's a privacy screen. At full power, with a chi refining perfection expert sitting at its heart, they say it can hold off a Foundation establishment cultivator for a long while. That fog is the entire reason the market exists. I stepped through it, and the world changed shape. 3 buildings that could have swallowed my whole village. Jubao Tower, which the Ziyun sect owns. Sihai Pavilion, which somebody else's Foundation establishment cultivator owns, which is why it's allowed to stand across the street from Jubao Tower and not be a smoking hole. And Changlei Mansion, where the women lean on the second-floor railing in white gauze and laugh at nothing, and where a night costs 10 spirit stones. I watched a grown man check his pocket, grit his teeth, and walk in. I watched another one check his pocket, look at the ground, and walk away, turning back every few steps. I had almost 8 stones on me, and every single one was spoken for, so I did the arithmetic and kept walking, which is the least fun thing arithmetic has ever made me do. The market office is at the end of the street. Behind the counter, a middle-aged man was asleep sitting up, with his face propped on his hand. I asked for a cave dwelling, yellow grade, 1 month, and put my 1 original spirit stone on the wood. Name? Li He, I said, and that was the first alias I ever owned. It cost nothing, and it was worth more than the cave. He wrote it on an iron plate and threw it to me. Yellow grade, number 89. Feed it magic, and it opens for you. I fed it magic, and a little light came up off the metal and formed an arrow, pointing, and I followed my own key to my own front door like a man being walked home by a very patient dog. Number 89 was a wall of pale mist. I put my hand on it, and it was a wall, all right. Then I channeled the token, and the light wrapped around me, and I stepped through into a courtyard about 50 paces across. A stone table and benches in the middle. A stone house behind it with a bedroom, a kitchen, and empty rooms for storing things I did not own. From inside, I could see the street perfectly. From the street, you saw fog. I sat down on the bed and started my cultivation technique, and the spirit energy came in so hard I actually gasped out loud. Great, great, this is a wonderful cave. I want to be clear that I said that to an empty room, sitting on a rock, about the airflow. In the field, a whole night of effort had moved the needle by nothing. Here, a cup of tea's worth of breathing put me back to full. That difference is the difference between being stuck at second level for 8 years and not. Then I went shopping, and this is where I want you to watch the machines start turning over. There was a stall on the street with 24 white jade slips on a gray cloth, and a board listing what was in them. 2 of the names on that board were Disguise Technique and Divine Speed Technique. The man wanted a stone for both, with 10% off if I took the pair. I pointed out that spells copy for free, so his cost on the second sale is 0. I offered 20% off, said this was all the broken stone I had, and stood up like I was leaving. He sighed the sigh of a man who has heard that speech before and sold me both. Then the Chen family general store, where a young woman behind the counter asked what I wanted, and I asked for something that changed my life more than either spell. a Ziyun sect beginner's manual, the introductory handbook they hand new disciples, with pictures of every common pill, every common talisman, the effects of the standard spells, and a section on spirit plants. Hers was 3 years out of date and cost 2 stones. She apologized for the age. I told her basic knowledge doesn't rot, understand my situation. I had just looted a bottle of pills off a corpse, and I did not know what they were. I was carrying medicine I couldn't identify in a world where poison is a business strategy. And then, while I was there, I asked the price of the pearl spirit rice, 8 caddies to the stone. I had sold my own rice that same week at 13 caddies to the stone. Liu Ba bought at 13, and the shop sold at 8. Every farmer in that valley grew the food, ate boiled millet, and had never once tasted the thing they spent their lives on. The previous owner of this body farmed that rice for years and died not knowing what it tasted like. I put 4 stones on the counter and asked for 16 caddies. The jade slip of the manual went against my forehead, and 30 breaths of information went in, and she warned me my head would ache for a few days, which it did. Back in Cave 89, there's a bronze mirror as tall as a man, and I stood in front of it and looked at a face I'd been walking around in for a week and hadn't really examined. Sharp brows, good eyes. Genuinely a handsome kid. Shame. Going to have to put that away for a while. 1 month of my life bought me disguise technique at perfection. My right hand came up glowing and swept across my face, and the young man in the mirror became a middle-aged man with a face you would forget while looking at it. Not a mask, not an illusion you could see the seams on. Seamless. The catch is, it only changes the face. The body underneath is the same body, and a man who knows how you walk will still know you. Old Zong knew how I walked. So I made a note to buy loose robes, since the previous owner wore his clothes tight for field work, and to get my hands on the shape-shifting technique when I could afford it, because that one changes the frame. Face and frame together, and I can be anybody, forever, at will. Another month bought divine speed at perfection, twice as fast, twice as agile, and instant. I went from the bedroom to the courtyard in a blink and threaded every obstacle in it without thinking, and then I stood there, laughing at the sky. I now had 1 spell to hide with, 1 to kill with, and 1 to run with. That is a complete set. Everything after that was luxury. Then I steamed the rice. I had put it on before all of this and forgotten it, and the smell finally reached the bedroom and pulled me into the kitchen like a hand. I picked up 1 grain with the chopsticks and ate it, and my eyes came open. Boiled. Just boiled, in water, with nothing. And it was better than anything I ate in my entire previous life. I want you to understand I did not savor it. I put half a pound of rice into my face in the time it takes to count to 50, and then I sat there with my hand on my stomach making a noise. Then the spirit energy in it hit my belly, and my low-grade root proceeded to waste most of it, because that's what a low-grade root does. It absorbs like a paper towel with a hole in it. So a 3rd month of my life went into the water element cultivation method at perfection, which multiplied my refining speed by 5 and got me up to about half the rate of a proper medium-grade root. And that was the difference. The gentle, warm energy that would have drifted out of me unused went into my dantian instead, and something clicked over. 2nd level to 3rd level. The body I was wearing had been stuck 1 step below that line for years. It hadn't been stupid, and it hadn't been lazy. It had been poor. Good cave, good rice, good technique, all 3 at once, and the wall it had spent years against just wasn't there anymore. 3rd level doubled my magic. 6 water arrows became 12. The talisman paper business taught me my first real limit, and it wasn't magic. I'd make a sheet, sit down, refill, make another. After 10, my head started swimming, and my control went sloppy. And sloppy control is how you turn a beast hide into garbage. It wasn't the magic running out. It was the part of me doing the aiming, mental energy, and there was no cave dwelling and no rice that topped that up. You just had to sleep. 10 sheets a day, half of them good. 5 stones a month per 100 sheets. Call it 15 stones of income a month against 3 of cost. A month of this was worth 4 or 5 years in the field. That is the entire difference between having a skill and not having one. And it took me 2 days to learn a craft that old Zhang gave a decade to and never got. I took my corpse loot down to a stall with the word recycling written on it. 70% for talismans, half for pills, which was about what I expected. The owner put a beam of green light over everything, and I recognized it from the manual immediately. Detection technique. It tells you whether a thing is poisoned. I had been carrying that stuff in gloves for days because old Jong once told me that vicious rogues coat their belongings on the theory that if you're touching their things, they've already lost. This man did it with a flick of 2 fingers. I bought detection technique before I bought anything else fun. Also the water shield technique, purely to have it in the drawer, because the whole point of my scroll is that a spell I already own can go from useless to perfect in 1 month whenever I actually need it. Every spell I bought and never learned was a loaded weapon sitting in a safe. Then I bought 2 beast hides and went to work. 4 months. 4 months of paper, rice, breathing, and not being interesting. 40+ spirit stones saved, and my magic ground all the way up to the peak of the 3rd level. What I wanted was 30 stones worth of realm-breaking pill, because the step from the 3rd level to the 4th is the step from the early stage to the middle stage, and for a low-grade route that isn't a wall, it's a canyon. I went to Sihai Pavilion instead of Jubao Tower, and I want to be honest about why. Both sell the pill, both have centuries of reputation. Jubao Tower is owned by the Ziyun sect, and the Ziyun sect is where Liu Bapi's family connections live, and I would rather walk an extra street than put a single stone in that man's ecosystem. 7 stories. 2 rows of beautiful attendants at the door. A woman in red came over smiling and introduced herself as Hongyu and offered to help me find anything, and I clocked her aura on the way past. 4th level of chi refining. The greeter. 30 stones bought the realm-breaking pill. 5 more bought a pill to restore magic. And while she went to fetch them, I put my hands behind my back and walked the rows of black jade pillars with their jade bottles under little shields of light, comparing everything to the manual in my head, feeling extremely sophisticated. And then I stopped in front of a pillar with a description I'd never seen. Everspring pill. Taken by a cultivator in the chi refining realm, it increases lifespan by 3 years. 1,000 spirit stones. I stood there and my hands went cold. Here is what I had been quietly not thinking about for 4 months. Every single thing I owned had been bought with pieces of my own life, and I had been spending like a man with an inheritance. 4 months, and I'd burned 10. It works out beautifully, as long as you never look at the bottom of the bucket. And this pillar was telling me the bucket had a tap. Hongyu came back with 2 jade bottles, and I asked her about it as casually as I could manage. She explained. 1st dose, 3 years. 2nd, 2. 3rd, 1. After that, it does nothing for you. It only works inside the chi refining realm, because the stronger realms have their own longevity pills that give far more. And there are 2 or 3 kinds at this stage that she knows of, though she only knows this one by name. I thanked her and paid, and I walked out into the street with my face perfectly normal. 6 years from 1 line of pills, and 2 more kinds she'd never seen, and every realm above me has its own. I'd been treating my lifespan as a resource that only goes one direction. It doesn't. It's a currency. It has a market. It has a supply. That night, I sat at my stone table with my chin on my hand and rewrote my entire life plan. Buying those pills at 1,000 apiece is idiot money. Collecting the formulas and making them myself is the play, and making them myself means alchemy, and alchemy means more legacies, and more legacies means more stones. Everything pointed the same way. Get rich, get strong, and stop being stingy with the one thing I could eventually get back. Then I put both pills on a bamboo plate and hit them with detection technique before swallowing either. Sihai Pavilion swears every pill they sell comes straight out of the furnace and has never been in anybody else's hands. I believe them. I checked anyway. I have exactly 1 body, and its warranty is non-transferable. Green light. No change. Down the hatch. The realm-breaking pill went off inside me like somebody poured molten metal into my meridians. My magic went sharp. The wall between the 3rd level and the 4th had been sitting there for months like a locked door in my chest, and this thing walked up to it and put a shoulder through. 4th level of chi refining. Middle stage. 3rd level doubled my magic. 4th level tripled it. 36 water arrows, instant, every one of them, at a power grade above their rank. There are 4th level cultivators walking around with a defensive artifact who would simply cease to exist in front of that, because a defensive artifact has a budget and 36 is not in it. 5 months since I woke up in that stone box. 10 months of lifespan spent. And on the panel where it said what I was, it now said 4th level of chi refining, water element method at perfection, disguise at perfection, divine speed at perfection, water arrow at perfection, and 94 years and 2 months left on the clock. I looked at that last number, and for the first time, I didn't flinch at it. I knew where to buy more. Fourth level came with a bonus I hadn't expected. My head got bigger, not literally. Mental energy improved along with everything else, and my daily paper output went from 10 sheets to 14, which meant 7 good ones, which meant 21 stones a month. It's a small thing that compounds, and by then I had learned to love small things that compound. I went shopping for the ability to run away. There's a specific kind of unease that comes from having exactly one attack and one movement trick, and I'd been carrying it for months. A single bad matchup, and I'd be a man with a very fast pistol and nowhere to stand. The stall had what I wanted on the board: 5 elements escape technique, 5 stones. Shape-shifting technique, 3. I asked the man if he thought I looked like a tourist. I told him what we both knew. His cost on these was 0. His only real expense was the fee for the square of dirt he was sitting on. Then I put 5 stones on the cloth and said I'd take both of them at that price. And he was also going to throw in the water gun technique. He made a noise like a punctured water skin. He called my bargaining ruthless. He asked for 1 more stone as a matter of principle. I told him I had 5 stones, and that was the entire contents of my life, and if he said no, I'd walk to the next stall. Which was a lie, but a well-delivered one. He sighed and handed me 3 jade slips and said that if I ever needed spells again, I should remember his stall, which honestly was gracious of a man I had just robbed with grammar. A month of my life turned the 5 elements escape technique to perfection, and I want to describe what that actually felt like. I was sitting on my stone bed. I thought about Earth. The bed was gone, the floor was gone, and I came up out of the dirt in the middle of my own courtyard like a weed. I stood there with my hands on my hips and laughed at the sky for a solid minute. You might reasonably ask how a man with a water root uses an earth escape. Everybody has all 5 elements in them. Your root just tells you which one is actually any good. And for a low-grade root like mine, the other 4 are so far below usable that they don't get graded at all. Which normally means you can't cast them, normally. There's one weakness, and I found it the same day, because I found it by accident. When I dove through the floor, something dragged at me, the cave's own little formation, resisting. It was a weak formation, and I could feel that I'd punch straight through it if I put my back into it, but the lesson was already delivered. Escape techniques do not beat formations. A market-scale formation would hold me like a jar, so the next month went into the shape-shifting technique, and at perfection, I stood in front of that bronze mirror and made myself 3 times as tall and 3 times as broad, and looked at a total stranger built like a door. Face from one spell, frame from the other. Old Zhang could have walked into me on the street and apologized to a man he'd never met. I paid a month's income for a new cave, Earth Grade, number 88, and I registered it under a new name. Zhang San, which is roughly the local equivalent of John Smith, and exactly as memorable as I wanted it to be. And that day I stopped wearing the black veiled hat everywhere. I'd been under that thing so long I'd started to feel like a rat with a schedule. I walked down a public street with an unremarkable middle-aged face and my head up, and the scenery was noticeably improved. 1 month later, I was sitting by a window on the 2nd floor of the Song Tao Tea House, drinking tea and reading the newspaper. That is genuinely what it is. Song Tao Tea House sells information, and they will tell you flatly that if you have the stones, you can buy anything. I did have questions. Where does one find a longevity pill formula? Is there any way in this world to upgrade a low-grade spiritual root? I also knew perfectly well that the answers to those questions cost more than my entire net worth, so I was there for the cheap seats. 1 spirit stone buys a pot of ordinary tea and a white jade book, and the white jade book is the year's news of the West Continent. I learned that Yan State has 3 provinces, that the West Continent has 7 foundation establishment powers in it, and that the Ziyun sect is one of the strong ones, which made me pity the He Shui sect for living next door. I learned, in the local celebrity section, that Liu Ba-pi had advanced to the 7th level of qi refining. 4th level, reading about a 7th level, with a page in my head that had his name on it. I was not remotely discouraged. He was going to take decades on that ladder. I was going to take it with a printing press. And then I turned the page and my whole plan changed. There was a young lord of the Shao family, an affiliated clan of the Ziyun sect. Since childhood, he'd been engaged to a young lady of the Lan family, another affiliated clan. Shao Yan and Lan Yan. They were to marry when they came of age. Then, just before that, Lan Yan ate something rare in a secret realm and awakened an acquired wood spirit body, which took her from an ordinary low-grade root to a woman with a real chance at foundation establishment. The Ziyun sect took her in immediately as a closed-door disciple of one of their foundation establishment cultivators. So she went to the Xiao family and broke the engagement in person. And Xiaoyan, humiliated in his own house, shouted the line. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, never look down on a young man because he is poor today. Then he set a 3-year appointment. In 3 years, he would come to the Ziyun sect and challenge her. By the standard version of this story, he trains for 3 years and comes back and slaps her across the face in front of everyone. The Xiao family was exterminated that night. Officially, it was rogue cultivators, and the Ziyun sect even put out warrants on a few famous ones. Songtao Tea House's information pointed at Baiyun Daoren, a qi refining perfection expert, a personal disciple of the same foundation establishment cultivator, and the man who had escorted Lan Yan to that engagement breaking. I read that twice and my blood went cold. Because think about what the man in that room actually heard. Outsiders hear a rejected boy making noise, but he was standing right there, and he could tell the difference between a tantrum and a promise. And a low-grade root at the 4th level of qi refining who genuinely believes he can catch a wood spirit body in 3 years is not a boy with hurt feelings. He is a boy sitting on something enormous. Having a great opportunity and not having the strength to hold it is the same as walking around with your throat out. That's the whole rule of this world in one sentence. And the Xiao family learned it in one night. Only Xiaoyan got out. And here's where I put the T down. His surname is Xiao. He got publicly dumped by a woman who walked into his house to do it. His entire clan was wiped out that same night, and he alone survived. In my previous life, I had read this book. I had read it several times, under several titles. I would have bet everything I owned that there was an old man living in that boy's ring. You can't get out of a body death in this world. Foundation establishment and core formation cultivators die with the flesh. Only the truly ancient things can shed a body and keep going. And if one of those was riding along in that ring, it was almost certainly crippled, because otherwise it would have simply killed everybody in that courtyard instead of watching a clan get erased. But a crippled monster's knowledge is still that monster's knowledge. And in Yan state, where the strongest thing anybody has ever seen is a core formation ancestor, that knowledge is not an advantage. It's a cheat code with a different logo. Songtao Tea House concluded that in a few decades, Xiaoyan might grow into a real threat to the Ziyun sect. Decades. Sure. I gave it 3 years, because he'd said 3 years, and men like that keep appointments. So I sat there with my tea going cold and worked out what that meant for a rice farmer with a paper business. When the Ziyun sect dies, Ziyun market has no owner. When a market has no owner, every law-abiding shopkeeper in it turns back into what he was before there were laws. Even a qi refining perfection expert can get swarmed by a mob that smells free treasure. There is no version of that week where a 4th-level talisman papermaker with a full storage pouch is anything except food. I decided to be gone in 2.5 years, 6 months of margin, because protagonists are unreliable narrators about their own timelines. 2.5 years was enough to save for the talisman legacy I'd wanted since the first week, and to prepare properly for the road to Heishui Market, which is 1,000 miles away through country where the rogue cultivators actually live. On my way downstairs, the owner caught me with a smile and an invitation. In 3 months, 3rd floor, a trade fair. They'd be auctioning a batch of Xiao family goods. The family that was just wiped out, I said. Exactly, he said cheerfully. Baiyun Daoren was incompetent. He let the young lord escape with the opportunity, so he's in solitary confinement, and since it's not appropriate for the Ziyun sect to handle Xiao family property openly, they've asked us to handle it for them. I want to make sure you caught that. He wasn't punished for exterminating an allied family. Everybody understood why you'd do that. He was punished for doing it badly and letting the prize walk. I said I'd come by if I had time. 3 months later, I had 40-some stones and a bamboo hat, and I went up to the 3rd floor, where every single person was in a black robe with their face covered, because spending big in public is how you become next month's news. The few who weren't hiding were connected people who wanted you to know it. The tea house owner ran the auction himself, called himself the Wooden Taoist for the occasion, and threw numbered plaques into the crowd with unnecessary flair. I caught number 69 and made no comment. First lot was a purple fire furnace, a top-grade pill furnace that raises your success rate by 1/10. Opened at 100. It went to 350 in about 20 seconds, and every serious person in that room was in on it, which told me everything about who was there. Then a flying sword, then artifacts, then medium-grade things, then low-grade things, and the room thinned out as the rich people got what they came for and left. Lot 90, a rank 1 talisman legacy. Starting price, 50 spirit stones. I had 40. I couldn't even open the bidding on the single thing I had wanted since the first month of my life in this world. I stood there in my black robe with my plaque at my side and let it go past me, and I said to myself, well, that was a wasted trip, and I meant it. Lot 100, last of the day. A puppet inheritance. Starting price, 30. Nobody moved. The silence went on long enough to get uncomfortable. Puppetry is a joke discipline in this world, and there are good reasons for it. The legacy is only the entry fee. Every puppet costs real materials. Every puppet you lose in a fight has to be rebuilt, and puppets are only frightening in numbers, which means the discipline eats money forever and gives you nothing back for your own cultivation. Buy artifacts and talismans instead. Everybody knows that. Everybody was right, for everybody. I raised my plaque. 31 spirit stones, sold to fellow Taoist number 69, in a room where not one other person wanted it. Sea Pavilion sells that same legacy for 80. Now, let me explain why I did that, because from the outside, it looks like I panicked and bought the leftovers. I had a permanent problem. My root was garbage, and it was always going to be garbage, which meant my personal realm would always climb slower than the people around me. So what I needed wasn't a better sword. What I needed was a way to fight above my own level, reliably, forever. There are only 3 things in this world that do that. Formations, which are magnificent and cannot travel because a formation wants ground you own. Beast taming, which is wonderful if you have a family behind you strong enough to go catch you a monster. And puppets, which depend on nothing but the skill of the man making them and fold up into a bag. For a man with a scroll that turns lifespan into craft mastery, that third one wasn't the leftovers. It was the only door in the room with my name on it. I went home and tried to learn it immediately, and the scroll told me no materials on hand. I sat with that for a second, and then everything clicked. The first time I'd used it on a craft, the talisman paper legacy, I'd happened to have half a beast hide sitting right there. In the memories it dumped into me, I had practiced with that hide, over and over. The scroll doesn't hand you knowledge from nowhere. It runs you through a year of real practice, and practice needs something in your hands, which meant that from that day on, every craft I ever wanted to learn had a shopping list attached to it before I could even start. The shopping list came to more than I had. A puppet needs a core carved out of a wood heart and a body built from spirit wood, and I couldn't carry a 2-meter log home in my arms, so first I needed a storage pouch. Pouches are priced by volume. 1 cubic meter, 10 stones. 10 cubic meters, 20. 20 cubic meters, 30. I bought 10 cubic meters for 20 stones, 4 meters of spirit wood for 4, and 2 wood hearts for 4. Then I stood in my cave with 2 spirit stones to my name, comfortable to broke in one afternoon on a discipline the entire market considers a punchline. 2 months of my life turned puppet inheritance to major achievement and then to perfection, and that told me something useful in itself. Craft legacies cost double what spell legacies cost. Fine, I was no longer being stingy. Carving a puppet core is the delicate part. You take a wood heart and you look at it. Really look until you know every line of grain in it, because the runes have to be cut along the grain and merge with it. Fight the grain and the core dies and you've thrown away 2 stones. Get it right and it comes out looking like a gemstone with a light on inside. Get it wrong and it looks like a piece of rotten wood, and there's no arguing with which one you've got. Mine came out like a gemstone because in my head I had already carved that exact piece 1,000 times. The body's the easy half. I ground the shavings into powder and worked them back into the frame so the body and the core would bind properly, seated the core, and stood up. There was a spider on my bedroom floor about 1/2 meter across, and it was mine. A rank 1 low-grade puppet inheritance is supposed to top out at a puppet on par with the peak of the 3rd level. Mine came out at the threshold of the 4th, because I understood the runes better than the legacy expected anybody to. I sent it into the courtyard to see how fast it was, and then I chased it, and I could not catch it. I had to turn on divine speed to lay a hand on the thing. Then I shot it to see what it could take. water arrows into the legs, which it batted away, 8 legs being a very generous number of shields. I walked it down to the point where I knew exactly where its limits were, without ever actually cracking the core, because the core is where the 2 stones live. Then I built the wolf. Thick hide, slow, and my water arrows scraped off it like a spoon on a frozen roast. I put more than 10 arrows into a single spot before it punched through. Fast one and hard one. And then I read the rest of the legacy, which was the part that actually mattered. The thread-pulling art is how you drive them, and it runs on mental energy, and it scales. At beginner, you drive one puppet 10 meters away from you. At perfection, you drive 12, hundreds of meters out. Puppets in formation amplify each other. 3 of them, 10%, 6 of them, 30, 9 of them, 50, 12 of them, and the whole group hits twice as hard as its parts. 12 puppets, 4 stones each. 48 stones plus spares, so call it 60, which was half a year of everything I earned. 60 spirit stones to let a 4th level cultivator gang up on a 6th level cultivator and win. I sat on my bed doing that arithmetic with a spider standing patiently in the corner of the room, and I understood that I had just quietly stopped being a man with a fast pistol. The next morning I made my 14 sheets of paper, which was my ceiling, and then noticed my head didn't hurt. That had never happened. 14 was the number where the fog rolls in, and my hands stopped being trustworthy. I sat there prodding at my own skull like a man checking whether a tooth still aches. So I made a 15th. It came out fine. I kept going, in a state of increasing bewilderment, until at 28 sheets the old familiar swimming feeling finally showed up. 28. Double. I actually said the words out loud in an empty room. I'm rich. It took me a minute to work out why, and when I did, I laughed at myself, because it had been sitting in front of me all day. The thread-pulling art runs on mental energy. Learning it to perfection didn't just teach me to drive puppets, it enlarged the muscle that does the driving, and that same muscle is what draws the runes. 14 good sheets a day, 420 a month, 42 stones of income, and after materials and rent and rice, 27.5 in the bank every month. And that changed my planning horizon completely, because at 27 a month, a 300-stone Tier 1 medium puppet inheritance stops being a fantasy and becomes a year. A Tier 1 medium legacy makes puppets at the 7th level threshold. 12 of those in formation could gang up on an actual 7th level cultivator, and 7th level cultivators are the people who run markets. So I spent a year making paper. That's the whole year. I made paper. I ate rice. I broke through to the 5th level of chi refining, which doubled my magic and got me 72 water arrows and did absolutely nothing for my mental energy. Every 2 months, I went to the tea house and read the paper to make sure Xiao Yan hadn't decided to be early. 300 stones. Shihai Pavilion. A green-clad attendant at the 6th level named Livzhu, who blinked exactly once when I asked for the puppet legacy and then recovered beautifully, because nobody buys it and she was too professional to say so. 300 spirit stones, a year of my life's income, handed over like it was pocket change. On the outside, I looked bored. On the inside, I was in mourning. 2 months of lifespan took it to perfection, and it cost me 1 month less than I'd budgeted, because my mental energy had grown, and a bigger head learns faster. The machine was starting to feed itself. Same wolves, same spiders, just better, and now each of them carried 3 javelins that could hit anything within 500 meters. Then I put 2 of them on the floor, looked at them, and realized I had made a serious mistake. A 7th level cultivator can ride an artifact through the air. My puppets could not fly. So the fight I had spent a year of income preparing for was a fight where the other guy simply goes up 40 meters and eats his lunch, while my army stands in a field waving javelins at him. The obvious fix was the Tier 1 high-grade legacy, which makes flying puppets, and costs 800 stones I did not have. The other fix was to build the wings myself. Understand that this is not in the book. The legacy has designs and you follow them. But at perfection, you don't just have the designs. You have the reasons behind the designs. And once you have the reasons, you can argue with the author. So I bought 6 stones of extra wood, went home, and bolted wings onto both of them. They flew. Up to 500 meters, which is exactly as far as my thread pulling could reach anyway, so the ceiling didn't cost me anything. The wings are a weakness. They're the obvious thing to break, and any competent opponent will break them. My answer to that was not elegance. My answer was that a man can only break so many wings at once, and I intended to bring more wings than he had patience. 19 stones per flying medium puppet. My new thread-pulling ceiling was 24 of them. 456 spirit stones for the army. And the moment I finished the second one, my paper output doubled again to 56 sheets a day, which is 28 good ones, which is 84 stones a month. That's the loop, and I want you to see the shape of it clearly, because it's the whole reason a man with the worst spiritual root in the market ended up where he ended up. Every craft I mastered enlarged my mind. A bigger mind made more product. More product bought the next craft. It isn't a power fantasy. It's compound interest with a scroll attached. 13 months later, I stood in my cave holding a 30 cubic meter storage pouch with 24 winged puppets inside it, and it was time to go. 2.5 years since the Shao family died. I'd made 795 stones in that stretch, spent 456 on the army and 50 on the bigger pouch and 5 on tea, and had 284 left to outfit myself for the road. 100 of it went, at last, on the rank 1 talisman legacy. I want to note that I bought it in Ziyun Market, on my way out the door, on purpose. If I'd waited and bought it in Heishui Market, then a new talisman master would appear in Heishui Market a couple of weeks after somebody bought a talisman legacy in Heishui Market. And people in this world are not stupid. Buy it in the town you're leaving, arrive in the new town already able to do the thing, and let everyone assume you've been doing it for years. 70 went on a defensive artifact. Sea High Pavilion had 3 good ones, and I took the purple turtle shell at 80 because it was the only one with an automatic defense, and I would rather pay 10 extra stones than rely on my own reflexes at the worst moment of my life. 10 went on a top-grade defensive talisman. The rest went on pills for the road, antidotes and healing, and the kind that keep you fed for 3 days. Then 2 more months of my life. Water lily technique to perfection, which wraps me in a layer of protection that goes up the instant I think about it. Faster than the shell I'd just paid 80 for. And breath concealment to perfection, which is the one I'd come to love the most, because at perfection it doesn't just hide you, it lets you choose a number. I could walk down a road advertising the 4th level of chi refining while carrying the 5th, plus a shield, plus a water lily, plus 24 flying puppets in a bag. I turned my aura down to 4th level and left it there. Before I left Ziyun Market for good, I went back to the fields. I had 2 obsolete puppets in my pouch, the very first 2, the ones at the 4th level threshold that were useless to me now. For a man at the 3rd level of chi refining who farms for a living, those 2 things would have been the difference between a bad night and a funeral. I also intended to tell him plainly that this market was going to burn inside a year, and he should be somewhere else when it did. I asked around the stone houses. Old Zhong had left after a harvest some time back and never come back. I stood there in the middle of the field area with a bag full of war machines and got the arithmetic from a neighbor, delivered the way you'd mention the weather. Somewhere between 1 and 2 in every 10 spirit farmers doesn't come back after harvest. Some of them get out. Some of them get a better offer. Some of them are on the road when they shouldn't be. Nobody keeps track of which. I hope old Zhong got out. I told myself he probably went to a mortal city and started a family, because that's what the older ones do once they accept how the story ends for people like us, and because it is a better thing to carry around than the alternative. He sold me the legacy that made everything else possible. He gave me half a hide for free because he was afraid I'd change my mind. He took part of a 6th level pressure wave on his own spine for a kid he barely knew. And the one page in that scroll with a favor written on it stayed exactly as long as it was. I put my hat on and walked out the south gate. Several kilometers down the road, in a very leafy tree, a man in a black robe was watching that gate through a long tube. Boss, big fat sheep. His boss asked, what kind of fat sheep? He walked out with no pack, which means he's got a storage pouch. That is genuinely excellent tradecraft, and I want to give credit where it's due. A pouch costs at least 10 stones. A man with a pouch has money by definition. Their leader was at the 6th level of chi refining, and figured that as long as this sheep wasn't a 7th level, and 7th levels fly instead of walking, he could eat the whole thing. They looped ahead of me to set up, and about 40 miles out, I felt somebody's technique brush across me from a long way back, the way you feel a fly land on your arm in the dark. That, right there, is what a year of enlarged mental energy buys you. Not one extra water arrow. It bought me the 15 minutes between being probed and being ambushed. I did not change my pace. I did not check over my shoulder. I walked another 10 miles, being extremely relaxed, with my hand near nothing at all. Then 2 black ghost head blades came out of the woods at me as beams of dark light, and they were medium-grade artifacts, and they were fast. A cheap trick, I thought, and put on the turtle shell and emptied the bag. 12 puppets. 6 formed a ring around me and went straight up at the incoming blades, and this is the part the 2 men in the trees had not budgeted for. It didn't take 6 puppets to bring down 1 artifact. It took 1 puppet per artifact. Both blades were pinned and dragged out of the sky by a single machine each, which meant that every one of the 12 things in that field was individually stronger than either man in the woods. The other 6 went into the trees. They knew immediately. Both of them had defensive artifacts, and both got them up, and both had a diamond talisman on top of that, so by the time my 3 spiders arrived, they were wearing 2 layers of shield each. Rogues who have survived a while are good at exactly one thing, which is not dying in the first 2 seconds. The leader also reached for a Fire Flood Dragon Talisman, top grade, the kind that ends a fight. It takes 1 breath to activate. 1 breath is a very long time. The spiders came in with those long legs and shattered the diamond shields. Then the wolves arrived and dragged the artifact shields down, and the leader realized his talisman was never going to light and put it away and punched my wolf in the face. He was a body refiner, twice refined, which cost him at least 1,000 stones, and which meant his bare fist could hurt a middle-stage cultivator. He was, in the technical sense, a hard man. He lasted 3 exchanges with a puppet. His partner turned to run the instant his shield went and got a spider leg through him mid-turn, because you cannot outrun a spider, that being the entire point of a spider. I stood in the road the whole time and never took a step, watching the woods through my puppet's eyes. That's the thing about fighting this way. If I'd had to go into that tree line myself, I wouldn't have. Woods are where you get killed by the trap you didn't see. Puppets don't care about traps. Puppets go first, and the worst outcome is that I need to buy more wood. They collected the loot for me and brought it out, which is the other thing nobody mentions about puppets. Excellent employees. 130 spirit stones, 4 medium-grade artifacts, an unfired Fire Flood Dragon Talisman, 2 storage pouches, and a jade slip containing a body refining method called the 5 Elements Immortal Body. 600 stones total, and I was disappointed. That's the truth, and it says something ugly about how fast a person adjusts. 2 of them at the 5th and 6th levels of chi refining, working full-time as highway robbers, and their combined life savings was less than 1/5 of what I'd spent on puppets. The trouble with robbery as a career is that you spend everything you steal on staying alive long enough to steal again. Dusk came, and at night in this world the beasts come out and sensible people stop moving. I sent puppets out to survey, found an empty dry cave with no beast smell in it, and then did something that made me love those things more than any weapon I ever bought. I put 4 wolves to work digging. They extended that cave by tens of meters, turned it into a winding tunnel, and then hollowed out a chamber 50 meters long, 5 meters underground. The whole job took less than 100 breaths. These things are not only good at killing people, they are absolute monsters at infrastructure. Then I left 2 wolves standing at the top of the stairs as an alarm, and walked down into a private underground apartment in the middle of hostile wilderness to open my presence. I would have liked a proper defensive formation over the entrance. A decent fixed formation costs hundreds of stones, and putting one on a portable plate multiplies that by 3 or 4. I couldn't afford it yet. I wrote it on the list. The jade slip was the interesting part of the haul, once I'd read it. Body refining is the other road in this world, and it is a road paved entirely with money. The method itself costs 100 stones, against 1 or 2 for an ordinary breathing technique. Getting your body up to the first tier, which makes you the physical equal of an early-stage cultivator, costs 300 in pills. The second tier costs 1,000. The third, 3,000. The fourth, 10,000. And none of it, not one tier of it, adds a single day to your lifespan, which is why only 2 kinds of people do it: rich kids and desperate men who have decided they're never getting old anyway. I read that and thought about the man who had lasted 3 rounds with a wolf and then died anyway, and I put the slip in my pouch and decided I'd take up body refining later, when I could afford it. I had one glaring weakness, and I already knew what it was. My entire style is a man standing in a field while machines do the work. If somebody gets past the machines, they find a rice farmer. more. The next morning, I found a valley full of white mist, which meant a market, which meant a chance to turn 4 dead men's belongings into something useful. Between Ziyun Market and Heishui Market, there's a little settlement every 100 or 200 miles. 3 cultivation families put up the money. A couple of 7th-level cultivators keep order. There's a low-grade formation over the top, and passing travelers can restock. The stock is worse than a real market, and the security is a lot worse. They are also, functionally, fences. That's most of the revenue, and everybody knows it. I strolled the square, which was selling nothing I wanted, and went into the biggest building, where a very cheerful woman asked what I was after. Top-grade wood hearts and top-grade spirit wood. She perked up so fast I thought she'd hurt her neck. 30 stones per wood heart, 10 stones a meter for the wood. 6 wood hearts and 18 meters, I said. Do you have that much? She did. She very much did. Here's what I was doing, and it's the same trick as the wings. My legacy was medium grade. My understanding of that legacy was perfect. If I built medium grade puppets out of top grade materials, the extra quality had nowhere to go but into the finished thing, and I was confident I could push them from the threshold of the 7th level up to a genuine 7th level. 360 stones for 6 of them, which is why I hadn't done it before. I emptied the dead men's loot onto her counter. 200 stones worth, she said, and she was fair about it. That still left me 160 short, so I wiped a dead man's mark off one of the storage pouches and slid it over, with 130 spirit stones still inside. She smiled and said we were square. Then she watched me walk out and thought about it for a while, and it was a very close thing. A man showing 4th level chi refining, walking in alone, dumping that much material in one transaction. Somebody ought to follow him and take it back. Then she talked herself out of it, and her exact reasoning is why I got to keep breathing. Nobody at the 4th level handles that kind of volume, so he's a runner, which means the actual dangerous people are somewhere behind him, and if we grab the runner and fail, this market's reputation is finished. I got out of that valley alive on a technicality, and the technicality was that she assumed I was somebody's employee. That night, in a fresh hole in the ground, I carved a top-grade wood heart. Watched the grain for a full cup of tea before I made the first cut, because good material punishes arrogance. An incense stick's worth of carving for the core, another for the shell and the wings. Then I let 1 new wolf fight 3 of the old ones, all at once. It won. I laughed so hard I had to sit down. 1 genuine 7th level machine against 3 at the 7th level threshold, and it was not a close fight, and I finally understood the lesson properly. Volume wins fights. Volume plus a few genuinely superior pieces wins fights without losses. Every puppet I don't lose is 19 stones I don't spend. I built 6 of them and slept very well. 200 miles from Heishui Market, on a completely ordinary afternoon, I looked up and watched a murder in progress. 2 men in the sky. The one in front was in white, bleeding badly, flying like a man whose engine is failing. The one behind was in black and closing. The white one faltered, and a bolt of dark light went through him, and he came down out of the air and hit the ground about 100 meters ahead of me. I released 6 puppets, turned on the turtle shell, and did the only sensible thing available. Senior, I'm just passing through. I read him on the way down, 7th level, which, with 6 real 7th level machines and 18 more at the threshold in my pocket, was a fight I could take. But I have one rule that I have never broken, and I want it on the record because everything else about me looks worse without it. I don't start it. If somebody else starts it, I finish it. He laughed at me. You're unlucky to have met me. Better luck with your family next life. And he threw a bone sword at my head. Fine. 2 puppets up to catch the sword. 2 more up to go at him. The spider and wolf beside me stayed home to babysit. And then I opened the bag and let 18 more out. And they came off the ground with their wings spread and surrounded him in the air. You could watch the arithmetic happen on his face. He'd read me at 4th level, which is a man you kill on your way past. Then he touched the first machine and understood what he'd actually walked into. 2 of them genuine 7ths, the rest at the threshold, all of them flying, all of them numerous. He got a top-grade defensive artifact up and it held for the moment, and he made me an offer. Fellow Taoist, my fault entirely. I'll pay 1,000 spirit stones in compensation. I want you to sit with how funny that is. I said no, obviously, and then I explained why. Because a man about to die is entitled to know why he's being turned down. First, I told him, you're a 7th level cultivator and I caught you flat-footed, and that will never happen twice. If I let you go, you spend the rest of your life looking for me, and I live out here. Second, and I said this part with genuine affection, you're confused about whose stones those are. After I kill you, everything on you is mine. You just offered to buy your life back with my money. Did somebody shut a door on your head? He screamed at me. He genuinely lost his composure and started trying to destroy his own storage pouch out of spite so I wouldn't get it, and couldn't spare the attention because there were 24 machines chewing on his shield. 100 breaths. The top-grade artifact broke and he had no time to raise another. He died regretting a decision he'd made about a stranger on a road. I have thought about that man more than any of the others, not with guilt, with something closer to professional interest. He had every advantage in that encounter. He had the realm, the artifacts, the experience, the altitude. And he lost, entirely, in the instant he decided a 4th-level cultivator was scenery. The loot was the largest single amount of money I had ever touched. The white-robed man had been running, which meant his combat artifacts were gone, suppressed somewhere in that chase before I ever saw him. What was left was still a green leaf-flying artifact worth about 200, top-grade boots, a top-grade robe with blood on it, 2,500 stones of a man who died with his gear in the wrong pockets. And then I ran detection on the black-robed man's things, and the green light came back dark green, several items coated in poison. I sat there in the dirt for a second and thought about old Zhang, sitting on a bucket in a rice field, telling a kid he barely knew that the nasty ones poison their gear because anyone touching it has already killed them. He was right. He was right 200 miles and 2 years later, and it saved my life anyway. 5 poisoned items. 4 were junk. The 5th was a jade book, and jade books hold information, and I was curious what a man like that wrote down. It was a diary. I actually laughed out loud in an empty field. Who keeps a diary? Who keeps people for a living all day and then comes home and journals about it? Then I read it, because I laugh at things, and I still read them. And about halfway through, this man, this professional murderer with a poison habit and a feelings journal, had carefully recorded the complete formula for a Foundation establishment pill. Total for the pair, counting everything, was somewhere north of 7,000 spirit stones. 10 years of market income, on a road, in an afternoon. I sat in my hole that night with more money than I had ever imagined owning, and I seriously considered becoming a rogue cultivator. I want to be honest about that. The math is spectacular. But the man I just killed had also done that math, and he'd been right about it for years, right up to the 10 seconds when he wasn't. Walk by the river long enough and you go in. My whole thing was a machine that got stronger every month I stayed alive, and the correct move for a man with a machine like that is to protect the machine and be boring. Boring for long enough is the same as invincible. 10 days after leaving Ziyun Market, I stood in front of a marker stone with the words He Shui Market carved into it, and I took my own face back. Not because I'd gotten sentimental, because my strength had gone up, which meant my odds of eventually standing in a room with a Foundation establishment cultivator had gone up, and a disguise that fools a divine sense for 10 minutes will not fool one for 10 hours. Better to be genuinely who I say I am, keep a false identity in reserve, and use the false one only for the jobs that need it. Also, nobody in He Shui Market had ever heard of a rice farmer named Li Changsheng, and if anyone ever did dig up that I'd been a nobody in Ziyun Market a few years back, so what? This world runs on opportunity. People eat something strange in a cave and come out with a spirit body. People fall off a cliff and land on a dead immortal. A spirit farmer who came up in 3 years and can make talismans is not a miracle. He's Tuesday. The layout was identical. Poor veins on the outside for spirit fields and minor clans, dead ground in between, then the white fog and the real market. Same 3 buildings, same names, Sihai Pavilion, Jubao Tower, Changlei Mansion. Except here, Sihai Pavilion had the best corner, because here, Sihai belongs to the He Shui sect, and Jubao is the Ziyun sect's outpost. The two of them had been quietly opening shops in each other's cities for years, like a pair of neighbors building fences an inch onto the other's lawn. Earth-grade cave, number 36, 10 stones a month. I paid 120 for the year up front, gave the old man at the desk my real name, and took a silver token with my own name on it. Then I bought 10 beast hides and 100 caddies of top-grade spirit rice, at 1 full spirit stone per single caddy, which is 8 times what I used to pay for the cheap stuff. In Ziyun Market, I'd have called that insane. But I was about to be a talisman master, so I bought good rice and did not feel bad about it for 1 second. 1 month of my life turned the talisman legacy to major achievement. Making a talisman is not making paper. Paper is craft. Talismans are nerve. You take a wolf hair brush and let it drink the essence blood of a beast, and you draw the outer runes onto a blank sheet, and that part is fiddly, but it's just work. The whole thing lives or dies on the last stroke. In the middle of every talisman, there's a core, and the core is where you either have a finished product worth 5 stones or a piece of ruined leather. There's a saying among talisman masters about it: strength depends entirely on courage, which is a poetic way of saying that if your hand shakes on the last stroke, you have wasted your morning. 100 breaths on that core. I lifted the brush. A blue rune lit up in the center. Then the light ran outward and woke every other rune on the sheet and chained them all back to the middle, and the whole talisman burned blue for a few breaths and settled down to a faint, drifting glow. I turned it over in my fingers and grinned like an idiot for the second time in my life over a piece of leather. Not just a talisman, a small, exquisite one, which is the local term for a talisman that came out better than its grade, 30% stronger than it has any right to be, and worth 5 stones instead of 1, 10 of them in an afternoon, 11 stones, 300 a month, 4 times what paper had ever paid me, off materials I could make myself. Within 10 days of arriving, I was a talisman great master with a reputation, and the tea house owner personally invited me up to the 3rd floor, where the tea costs more, and the newspaper is a genuinely different newspaper. The 2nd floor tells you what happened. The 3rd floor tells you what it meant, and who did it, and what they're going to do next. I'd spent my whole life in this world on the 2nd floor. I waited 20 days before I went to buy the top-grade Puppet Legacy, and the 20 days were the point. Talisman Master Lee had just arrived in town, and everybody knew his face. If Talisman Master Lee walked into Sea Pavilion in week 1 and dropped 800 stones on the least popular discipline in the world, that is a story, and stories travel. 20 days later, with hundreds of cultivators moving through that market every day, a man in a black robe buying an unfashionable legacy is nothing. 800 for the legacy. 840 for 12 sets of top-grade materials. 2,500 stones down to about 800 in one afternoon. 2 months of my life took it to perfection, and my thread pulling jumped again. 36 puppets. Control range of full kilometer. And my mental energy went up with it, which meant I could now produce 40 finished talismans a day. I sold 20. Let me explain that number because it is the most important decision in this entire stretch of my life. A middle-stage talisman master produces 5 or 6 finished talismans a day. With expensive pills that boost mental energy, the very best of them touch 10. 10 is the ceiling of the profession at my apparent realm, and everybody in that market knows it because everybody in that market has a rough sense of what everybody else can do. If I sold 40, I would not be a rich man. I would be a man with a secret that doubles the earnings of every alchemist, every artifact refiner, every formation master, and every talisman master alive. There is no version of that where I keep it, not at the 5th level, not at chi refining perfection, not ever, until I'm strong enough to make the question stop being asked. So I sold 20 and complained about my workload in public like everybody else. Then I built my first genuine chi refining perfection puppet out of the new legacy, and I stood there with my hands on my hips, laughing about how I was going to rule the chi refining realm. Then I tried to drive it and nearly gave myself a headache that would have lasted a week. 1 puppet, that was it. That single machine ate every scrap of mental energy I had. I could not have moved a second one to save my life, never mind 36. A puppeteer can drive things above his own realm, usually by a step or two, and the reason I'd been getting away with murder for years was that my thread-pulling art was perfected and my mind was oversized. But I was at the 5th level, and a chi-refining perfection puppet is 2 full stages up, and there is a wall. Alas, I laughed too soon. So I made the other 11 at the 9th level instead, which I could drive comfortably, and I put the 1 expensive show-off in the bag and waited for my head to grow into it. Azure water pills, 8 stones each, 240 for a bottle of 30. 1 a day, and a man who has just entered the 5th level walks into the 6th inside a month. I got there in 3 days because I only needed the last little bit. Then the 3rd floor taught me the price. Pills leave toxicity. Every one you swallow leaves a residue, and the residue accumulates, and eventually it sits in the way of everything you want to do later. Take 1 or 2 a month, and your body clears it. Take 1 a day for a year, and you have quietly mortgaged your own future. The cure is spirit food. There's a discipline for it, spirit chefs, and they're rarer than alchemists because it takes actual talent. Their cooking works like medicine, without the residue. It has exactly 2 flaws. You have to eat it within 1 incense stick of it coming off the fire, and there are almost no spirit chefs. I put it on the list, not for the flavor, because a man who intends to eat pills every day for a decade needs a way to take out the trash. And then, on the 3rd floor, over tea, I finally learned what foundation establishment actually costs. Reaching chi refining perfection is only the qualification. After that, there are 3 gates. The first is the blood gate. When you break through, your body has to be full of vigorous blood and free of hidden injuries. And the reason there's an age limit on all of this is right here. A chi refining cultivator lives about 120 years. Before 60, your blood is still strong. After 60, it thins, and men who found their foundation after 60 are so rare people use them as a figure of speech. The second is the mana gate. Your magic has to be abundant and pure enough that it condenses into liquid at the moment of the breakthrough. If it won't liquefy, you fail. The third is the divine sense gate, and this is the one that kills people. Your mental energy has to transform into divine sense, not grow, transform. A chi refining cultivator's mind can look inward and read jade slips. A foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense sweeps 100 meters in every direction and shows him the world like a painting held in his palm. It is the single biggest reason those people are terrifying. Roughly 9 in 10 who try die at that gate. And failure at any of the 3, in general, does not mean a bruise. It means death, with a small chance of surviving as a cripple with your realm knocked out from under you. Which is what a foundation establishment pill is for. It adds about 30% at all 3 gates, and more importantly, if the breakthrough fails anyway, it saves your life and your foundation. They come up at auction across the West Continent for tens of thousands of stones, and nobody who has ever won one has made it out of the street outside without fighting for it. The main ingredient is the demon core of a 2nd-tier beast. 2nd tier means a monster on the same footing as a foundation establishment cultivator. So the pill that lets you survive becoming a foundation establishment cultivator requires you to first kill something as strong as a foundation establishment cultivator. I read that, and I thought about a bag full of machines, and I thought, well, that's not actually a chicken and egg problem for everybody. 300 stones bought a breakthrough pill, which is what carries a low-grade route from the middle stage into the 7th level, and that's the 2nd real chasm on the ladder. I swallowed it, and my magic went up like water in a pipe and put a hole clean through the wall. 7th level of chi refining, which in the West Continent means you can be a steward for a foundation establishment power, an elder in a cultivation clan, or a warlord in your own right if you're a loose cultivator. It tripled my magic and doubled my mental energy. And I went back to my cave, took out the expensive show-off puppet, and drove it around the courtyard with room to spare, and then took the other 11 out and flew all 12 at once, and stood in my own yard laughing at the ceiling like a lunatic. 2 months earlier, that one machine had been more than my whole mind could carry. Then I spent 200 stones on a rank 1 formation legacy and put a month into it, which looked like a strange purchase at the time. It wasn't. I had 4,000 stones of stolen goods to sell, and only one kind of place buys that. Black markets look like little settlements with a third-rate formation over them. Underneath, they all have a proper first-tier formation, and if the owners decide to turn it on while you're standing inside, then it does not matter how many puppets you have. Unless you understand formations. A man who understands formations can find the seams from the inside. I bought that legacy specifically so that no one would ever be able to close a lid on me. Then I took the green leaf artifact off the carca pile and used it for the first time. Ziyun Market to Heishui Market, 1,000 miles, 10 days of careful walking, half a day in the air. I put a wolf puppet on the ground outside a black market 200 miles out and rode into the square on its back, because a puppet gives off no aura, and a man riding one gives away nothing. Walked into the Lee family's shop, wiped my mark off a pouch and pushed it across. The middle-aged woman behind the counter emptied it out and had a very brief internal event that she covered beautifully. 4,200 spirit stones. I'd estimated 5, and I'd kept a few things back. So I nodded, took the money, and backed the wolf slowly out of that shop without turning my back on her once, and rode out of the market at a walking pace. Then I got into the air and flew home at exactly the speed of a slightly nervous 7th level cultivator, which is to say, slowly. Behind me, the moment I cleared the fog, the pleasant woman's face changed. A 7th level rogue with a decent puppet does not get to walk out of here with that much money. Elder Mo, take 2 men, kill him, bring it back. 100 breaths later, I felt 3 people closing from behind at a speed I could not have matched. Someone's actually looking to die today. I stopped flying and turned around. And I want to be clear about why I stopped. Not bravado. If I'd run, they'd have caught me anyway. And more importantly, if I'd run well enough to lose them, I'd never have learned that this shop double-crosses its customers, and I'd have come back next month and done it again. Getting robbed once is information. Getting robbed twice is a personality flaw. They pulled up at a kilometer, which is the working range for their level, and got their defensive artifacts up and their attack artifacts pointed, which was professional. A black-haired elder at the 9th level and 2 at the 8th. If I had been what I looked like, all 3 of them together would have been the end of me. I looked at the butterfly sitting on the old man's shoulder and laughed. So that's how you found me. A phoenix tail butterfly. Then I asked him a question, with my hands behind my back, in the most conversational tone I could manage. Gentlemen, before we do this, would one of you mind explaining how I picked up moonlight flower pollen? The old man's stomach dropped, and I watched it happen. He'd been doing this work for the Lee family for a very long time, and every man he had ever chased had spent the encounter trying to grow wings. This one had stopped, turned around, and was asking him a technical question. One of the 2 behind him actually sent a voice transmission suggesting they leave. The old man's answer to that is the most human thing in this entire story. He said the Lee family pays us a great deal of money precisely so that we work hard. He said, "How exactly are you going to explain this to your master when we get back?" And then he said the part that was actually true, which was, "And besides, if this man really is stronger than us, do you think we can leave?" Then he shouted at them to fight to the death and threw a flying sword at me. He was right about everything, and it didn't help at all. 11 perfection threshold puppets. 5 stayed with me. 6 went out, and I gave the 9th level elder 4 of them on his own, because 4 of those together could give a genuine she-refining perfection a hard afternoon. It took less than a breath, butterfly included. The 2 at the 8th level lasted 1 breath longer, out of respect. Then I opened their pouches, and my face fell. About 1,200 stones between the 3 of them, spare artifacts, a few pills, nothing else. Men who do wet work for a family know they might get killed in the reply, so they carry nothing. I had just killed a chi-refining 9th level expert and 2 8th levels and come away with less than a mid-tier road bandit, enough to tip a beggar with. I thought seriously about going back and robbing the whole market. Then I remembered who was actually behind it, which was the Heishui sect, which is a foundation establishment power, and I put that thought down carefully, like a hot plate. Instead, I opened the scroll and turned to the page. At 28 years old, having sold goods at a black market, I was double-crossed by people sent by the head of the Lee family. She has already earned her death. When my foundation is established, I will find the time to wipe out that black market. And the Heishui sect, which stands behind that black market and is the reason I can't collect today, has also earned its death. When my foundation is unshakable, the Heishui sect ends. I read that last line back, and I want to be honest with you about how it sounded to me at the time. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. A 7th level talisman maker writing a death sentence for a foundation establishment sect in his own diary. I wrote it down anyway, because that page had been right about Liu Bapi for 3 years and counting, and a list has never hurt anybody who kept it quietly. Then I went home and spent 4 hours figuring out how they'd tracked me, because that part actually mattered. I'd been careful. I hadn't touched anything in that shop. Spirit stones can't be tampered with. Nobody had come within arm's reach of me, but the wolf had walked across their floor. Moonlight flower pollen is transparent. You scatter a little on the ground, and everybody who walks in carries some out on their boots, and the butterfly that loves that flower will follow it across 100 miles. I flipped my own puppet over on its back, like a dog at the vet, and there it was, all over the pads of its paws. That is a genuinely clever trick, and I said so out loud, alone, in my courtyard, to a spider. I'm still young. My road experience is lacking. Next time I go into a black market, I wrap myself in magic first, and the puppet with me. 2,500 spirit stones bought me all 3 grades of the Spirit Chef inheritance. low grade 200, medium 800, high 1500, and no, you cannot skip to the top. These disciplines are stacked like arithmetic. You learn 1 plus 1 before you learn equations, and you learn equations before anything else, and the vendor will happily sell you the calculus and let you find out on your own. 4 months of my life for the set. That is a real number, and I want it stated plainly, because by then I had gotten comfortable spending myself, and comfort is how a man with a printing press ends up printing his own obituary. Then I bought meat. 100 caddies of snake demon at 20 stones, 100 caddies of medium-grade beef at 200, 100 caddies of top-grade tiger at 500, and I cooked. You don't wash ingredients with water. You put your left hand over the meat, and a wash of white light strips the blood and impurities out of it while leaving everything that matters. Then you keep patting it, and runes come up out of your palm and sink in with every pat, and the meat begins to change, going pale and dense and jade-like until cloud patterns crawl across the surface of it. Then you take a bamboo plate in one hand and call spirit fire in the other, and hold the flame against it for 3 breaths, and it glows. Not a metaphor. The finished dish puts out a soft white light like somebody left a bulb on inside the plate. I put a piece in my mouth and squinted at nothing and made a sound. Countless times better than boiled spirit rice, and I want you to remember that boiled spirit rice made me forget how to use chopsticks 2 years earlier. I ate a full pound of snake demon in about a minute. The low-grade dish, made at my skill level, works roughly like a medium-grade pill. For a man newly transmigrated at the 2nd level, it would have been a breakthrough in one meal. For a 7th level cultivator, it was, at best, an excellent lunch. The top-grade meat was different. Cooked properly, top-grade spirit food touches the effect of a top-tier pill, with no residue to clean up afterward. I could eat medicine 3 times a day forever now. I also started body refining off the Dead Bandits manual, and I did it the hard way on purpose. The 5 elements immortal body is a common technique, nothing special. The advantage of common techniques is that a low-grade root can actually run them, whereas the impressive ones demand a medium or high root and will not even start for a man like me. I could have burned a month of lifespan to master it instantly. I didn't. I read it myself, took the pills, and did the work. A month of lifespan is still a month of lifespan. Wasting it is shameful. I want that on the record, because in about 5 minutes I'm going to start spending years at a time, and I'd like you to know I did have a rule once. Then, on a perfectly ordinary afternoon on the 3rd floor of the tea house, the owner came up the stairs with news. An incense stick ago, the young lord of the Shao family, whose clan the Ziyun sect had exterminated 3 years earlier, had attacked the Ziyun sect and wiped it out. The whole floor went silent for a full breath. Then everybody stood up at once and started shouting. 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators, a 2nd-tier peak-quality mountain formation. That combination is supposed to hold off a core formation ancestor for years. And I stood up and made a shocked noise along with everyone else. Because I had been sitting in that chair on that specific day, deliberately, for exactly this. 3 years to the day. He'd said 3 years. I threw 100 spirit stones at the owner for the full account, and he handed me a white jade book and told me not to share it, and then sold the same story to half the room, because these are men who can afford to be curious. Xiaoyan was at early stage Foundation establishment. That's it. That should not have been enough to scratch that formation. He was carrying a core formation external core. It's a treasure built from the inner core of a 3rd-tier beast, and what it does is let a Foundation establishment cultivator fight with early-stage core formation power without spoiling his own future path. It is a spectacularly rare thing to be holding. And he understood formations, not had studied formations. Every strike he made went into a weak point of a 2nd-tier, peak-quality mountain array like he had the blueprints. He broke it in 1 hour. After that, the 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators were 3 men standing in a field against something 2 whole realms above them, and it went how that goes. Then he took 2 of their markets, killed both market lords, and vanished. The knowledge of a nascent soul monster really is a cheat code in a country this small. Everybody else in that room believed the boy had been handed a heaven-defying opportunity that made him a formation grandmaster overnight. I was the only one who thought there was an old man in the ring doing the homework. Then somebody at the next table said the thing everybody was thinking. This man has core formation power. Yan State is about to have a second core formation faction. That was when I put my cup down and disagreed with an entire room. Look at what he's demonstrated, I said. He is not staying here. Yan State is a poor little corner of the world. He'll cross the Hengduan Mountains and go to the Yuan Kingdom, where the real people are. I had two reasons, and I only said one of them out loud. The polite one is that a man with that ceiling doesn't spend 40 years farming a backwater. The one I kept behind my teeth is that the thing riding along inside him did not appear out of nowhere. Something at its own level put it in that state. And whether it wants revenge or a new body, it cannot get either in a province where the tallest man alive is a core formation ancestor with a bad cough. The room argued with me. Reasonably, too. Yan State has good things in it. Spend a few decades building a core formation faction and you eat well, versus dying young in a country full of nascent souls. Then shopkeeper Chen came back up the stairs with the latest report. After destroying the Zuyun sect, Zhao Yan flew for the Hengduan Mountains. He's already inside them. Fellow Taoist Li's guess, he said, was obviously correct. I nodded with what I would describe as unbearable smugness, and thought about how happy I was to be 2,000 miles away from that young man for the rest of my natural life. Then I asked the only question I actually cared about. How's Zuyun Market doing? He didn't even charge me for that one. He just lowered his voice. Chaos. Total chaos. The sect was gone. The market lord was dead. The formation over the market was broken, which meant every shop in Ziyun Market, including Sihai Pavilion and Jubao Tower and Changlei Mansion, had been stripped by cultivators who had been perfectly law-abiding shopkeepers the previous week. A qi refining perfection expert had tried to stop it and had been swarmed and killed in his own street. Only the Songtao Tea House got out clean. They ran early. Of course they did. They're an information business. Here's the part that stayed with me. Those weren't bandits. Those were the neighbors. Every cultivator in a market looks like a law-abiding citizen right up until the day the owner dies, and then it turns out they were never citizens. They were just people who had correctly assessed the odds. A qi refining perfection expert can beat any one of them. He cannot beat all of them at once, because everybody in this world has one hidden card, and if 200 people play their one card in the same minute, it doesn't matter who you are. That is the exact reason I did not go back for Liu Ba Pi that year. I had 18 puppets. I could have gotten to him. And then I would have been one man with a bag standing in a city where 200 desperate people were playing every card they had. So I sat in Heishui Market, drinking good tea, reading about the burning of the only home I'd ever had in that world, and being quietly, enormously relieved. I'd left with 6 months to spare. I'd have taken 6 days. A month after Ziyun fell, the vultures started fighting over the corpse, and that is when the war reached me personally. 6 Foundation establishment powers wanted Ziyun sect's territory. Heishui and Qian teamed up to take the whole thing and keep everybody else out. To free up hands, they carved off one market and handed it to the Gujian sect, whose only job was to sit on the Feiyan sect so it couldn't join in. That left Heishui and Qian fighting Tianfeng and Jingguang over a second-tier spirit vein, 2 first-tier veins, and several spirit stone and copper mines. Which is real money, which is why nobody was going to be reasonable about it. I read all this on the 3rd floor with my tea, feeling detached and analytical. And then I got up to leave, and shopkeeper Chen stopped me at the stairs, because the patrol captain of Heishui Market had something to announce. Wang An. Deep voice, no expression. From today, until the fighting at the Ziyun front is over, every craftsman in Heishui Market, alchemists and refiners and formation masters and talisman masters alike, will produce a sufficient quantity every single day, and will sell it to Sihai Pavilion and nowhere else. I asked what sufficient meant. He looked directly at me and told me my own sales figures. Since your breakthrough several months ago, he said, you have averaged 20 low-grade talismans a day, so you will deliver 600 talismans a month. An alchemist asked, with a very stiff face, how the price was being calculated. 30% of market, said Wang An, calmly. 30% doesn't leave a craftsman poor. It leaves him with rent and food, not good food. And then, because a man in that position always adds one more sentence, He told us not to think about complying in name only, because the sect leader would be furious and heads would roll. Then he turned around and bowed, warmly and respectfully, to the tea house owner, thanked him for the use of the space, said they should have tea together sometime. The third floor was completely silent, and I sat there in a room full of the wealthiest craftsmen in the city, and what I saw was a fat man on a raised platform in a rice field, announcing that this year the price was 13 caddies to the stone, and would we like to hear the alternative? I had climbed 4 realms. I had crossed 1,000 miles. I had a new name, a new craft, a new city, and a bag with 18 war machines in it. And a man had just walked into my life and told me the price of my own work. And I had said nothing. Exactly like before. Craftsmen live comfortably. That's the whole promise of the trade, and it's true. But comfortable is a permission that somebody grants you, and permissions get revoked. I went home and opened the scroll and wrote it down. At 28 years old, the master of Heishui Market sent a man to threaten me and demanded that I make talismans for him at a price he chose or die. He has earned his death, and so has the Heishui sect behind him. 2 lines on a page that was getting crowded. I am a genuinely petty man. I have never claimed otherwise. But I have never once collected a debt before I could afford to, and that patience is the only reason I lived long enough to collect any of them. The next day, I put on a stranger's face and spent 3,000 spirit stones on the Tier 1 peak grade puppet inheritance and 800 more on 2 sets of materials for it. Nobody was watching me. That's the thing about a forced quota. Heishui Market didn't post a single guard on any of us because they'd done the math, and the math was flawless. Every Foundation establishment power on the continent was doing this to their own craftsmen at the same time, some of them worse than here. Outside the walls, it was open war and roving armies. A craftsman who ran would be exchanging 6 months of poor pay for a 50% chance of dying in a ditch. They didn't need to watch us. They'd already built the cage out of geography. 2 months of my life took the peak legacy to perfection, and I sat there with the finished knowledge in my head and let out a long breath, because I had just paid a great deal for a disappointment. I could not make a Foundation establishment threshold puppet, not at peak grade, not with perfect understanding. The gap between chi refining and Foundation establishment is not a step, it's a category change. Inside chi refining, you can punch above your weight all day. An early stage cultivator can kill a middle stage one with the right tools. A 7th level can gang up on a perfection expert. But even the strongest chi refining perfection, without a serious formation under his feet, does not beat Foundation establishment. Ever. And a puppet is built by a puppeteer, and I was still a chi refining man. What I got instead was still absurd. A peak grade puppet at my level of understanding came out at twice the strength of an ordinary chi refining perfection cultivator. One of those machines equals 2 of the strongest people in this market. It equals 8 of my old threshold puppets. I made 2. Then I sat down on my bed and thought about the failure instead of the success, which is a habit I recommend. Because the interesting thing was that I already had 5 separate first-tier disciplines sitting in my head. Puppetry at peak perfection, formations at perfection, talismans at major achievement, spirit cooking at perfection across 3 grades, artifact refining, not yet, but coming. And every single one of them was built out of runes. Different disciplines, same alphabet. When I make talisman paper, I'm using runes. When I set a formation, I'm using runes. When I cook a piece of meat until it glows, I am sorry to say, using runes. So maybe the wall in front of me wasn't a wall about puppets at all. Maybe it was a wall about how much of that alphabet I could read. I wrote down a theory that afternoon, and it turned out to be the most valuable thing I have ever written down. If I take every first-tier discipline to perfection, my understanding of runes goes somewhere no ordinary craftsman ever goes, and at that point, the Foundation establishment threshold stops being a locked door and starts being a design problem. I had no evidence for that whatsoever. I just went and did it. 6 months later, the 3rd floor was so loud I heard it from the street. Tianfeng and Jingguang had pulled out. The war was over. A formation master was howling that we were free, we were finally free, and a room full of grown professionals was carrying on like a school letting out. I went up 2 at a time and read the ending, which was uglier than the shouting suggested. Heishui and Xi'an had hired 2 loose Foundation establishment cultivators out of the neighboring Jiang continent, paid them in a spirit stone mine, and used them to ambush the other side's Foundation establishment cultivators. Both were badly wounded and had to run home to heal. Without their top pieces, Tianfeng and Jingguang folded and left, which sounds like a clean win, except that the 7 powers of the West Continent had spent generations quietly agreeing to keep Jiang Continent out of West Continent business, and Heishui and Qian had just torn that agreement up for money. Song Tao's analysis was that Feiyan and Gujian were now extremely unhappy, and that once Tianfeng and Jingguang healed, they could invite Jiang Continent cultivators of their own, and then everyone would find out what a real war looks like. Unless, of course, Heishui and Qian cut Feiyan and Gujian in on a slice of the corpse to buy their loyalty. Some newly arrived alchemist said the obvious thing. If you're going to ally with them anyway, why not ally at the start and skip the mercenaries? And I answered him, and my answer is the closest thing to a philosophy I have. Because it's not the same alliance. Ally at the start and you split the estate 4 ways. Win first, then hand over a slice. And you keep the estate and buy the loyalty with the trimmings. Same allies, completely different price. Everything in this world runs on who is holding the thing when the negotiation starts. Then shopkeeper Chen came over with a message from Wang An, and the quota was cancelled, and we were free to trade, and the whole 3rd floor started laughing again. I laughed too. Then I went home and worked out that at the 7th level, with peak grade thread pulling to widen my head, I could now personally produce 80 finished talismans a day. 80. 2,400 a month. I still only sold 20 a day in public. The rest went into a bag. Then I spent 500 stones on the blood escape technique and a month of my life on it, and it is the strangest thing I own. It has no rank. Any cultivator, from the 1st level to whatever is above all this, can learn it. It's a growth spell. The stronger you are, the faster it goes. And every single person who has it is terrified to use it, because to hit top speed, it burns most of your life essence. The lucky ones survive, crippled, cultivation knocked down several levels, needing years of rest to be a person again. The unlucky ones get away clean and then die of it. So they carry it, and they use it exactly once, on the day they'd otherwise be dead anyway. At perfection, it consumes 1/10, and it runs at twice the speed everyone else gets. 1/10 of my blood essence, replaceable with good food, in exchange for outrunning a foundation establishment cultivator. The 5 elements escape technique I'd been so proud of will save a chi refining man from other chi refining men. If a foundation establishment cultivator is chasing you and you dive into the earth, all you've done is choose the depth of your own grave. The blood escape was the first thing I ever bought that I hoped never to use. Then I made my first genuinely stupid business decision. I had 5,400 talismans in a bag. I went out and sold them across a couple of black markets, feeling extremely clever, and came home with 3,700 spirit stones and a bad taste in my mouth. Black markets buy talismans at 70%. Because talismans are common, everybody makes them. They're the cheapest craft to learn and the easiest to succeed at, which is exactly why I picked the trade in the first place. I had spent 3 months hoarding and then given away almost 2,000 stones for the privilege of being sneaky. There's a saying about the 4 arts here. Talismans make you rich, alchemy ruins your family, and whoever tells a man to go learn formations should be struck by lightning. The first 2 are about cost. Talismans risk 1 blank sheet per failure. Alchemy and refining need real fire, either the true fire of a foundation establishment cultivator, or earth fire from a vein, or at minimum a top-grade beast's flame, plus a furnace or a refining table, plus materials that die with every failed attempt. That's why nearly every alchemist and refiner in this world lives inside a sect. The third one is about talent. Formations cost almost nothing to study. You can lay one out with pebbles, but it is pure comprehension, like mathematics, and you either see it or you never will, which is why high-rank formation masters are the rarest of the 4, and why formation goods are permanently in short supply and permanently overpriced. I sat with my 3,700 stones and my wounded pride, and did the arithmetic properly for the first time. A blank formation plate plus 10 blank flags is 100 stones of materials. A finished medium-grade mobile formation plate sells for 600, and the black markets pay above market for them because the men who need them are out in secret realms where a bad night kills you. An ordinary formation master needs 5 days to burn one. I needed 3. 10 a month. 6,000 gross. 5,000 net. I bought the medium and high formation legacies, 880 and 2,000, and put 2 months of my life into them, and then I made my first mobile plate. A little maze array. It hides you, confuses anything hunting you, warns you when something crosses the perimeter, and holds a wall up while you decide what to do about it. Anybody who spends nights outside a market will pay stupid money for that. And then I deliberately made it worse. Not the array, the grade. I had the high grade legacy at perfection, and when a man with perfect understanding builds something below his ceiling, he cannot help leaving fingerprints. Build a top grade plate and it comes out brushing peak grade, and any knowledgeable person who handles it will know that the man who made it has a perfected high grade formation legacy. There are maybe a handful of people in the West Continent who can honestly say that. Foundation establishment powers collect people like that. And if they can't recruit you, they make very sure nobody else gets you either. So I made medium grade plates, and I sat on the high grade knowledge and suppressed my own signature by hand, every single time on every single plate. That is the most expensive habit I have ever kept, and it has never once failed to be worth it. The plates took most of my time, so I kept drawing 20 talismans a day on the side, purely to keep my public identity intact. Talisman Master Lee, working hard, doing about what you'd expect, and I ate. During the 6 months of the quota, I'd run out of beast meat and gone back to plain spirit rice because glowing food is made of expensive animals. The day trade opened up, I started eating a top-grade dish every single day. 7th level to 8th level of chi refining. Body refining to the 2nd tier, which made me the physical equal of a middle-stage cultivator, so that if somebody finally did get through the wall of machines, they'd at least find something with bones in it. And 10 medium-grade mobile formation plates in a storage pouch worth 6,000 spirit stones. Time to go outside and turn them into money. 400 miles out, a different black market, run by a different family, and this time I wrapped myself and the wolf in a skin of magic before we crossed the fog. Nothing was going to settle on either of us. I'd learned that lesson, and I'd paid for it. Wong's General Store. A middle-aged man with a professional smile. I had 10 medium-grade mobile formation plates. Market is 600. He offered 620 unprompted, which should have been my first warning, because nobody in a black market pays above market out of affection. Then he inspected them. And I watched the exact moment his face changed, and it wasn't when he counted the money. It was when he realized all 10 were the same array in the same hand. 10 plates is 6,000 stones of profit. And no sane person murders an 8th level cultivator over 6,000 stones. But 10 identical plates means one man made all of them, and one man who makes those on a schedule is not a payday. He's an income stream. Get your hands on him, and you have 6,000 stones a month forever. He asked, very casually, whether I'd made them myself. I told him that people who buy goods on a black market do not ask about provenance, and I said it coldly enough to end the conversation. He apologized, slapped his own mouth theatrically, paid me 6,200 and invited me to come back any time, and said he could personally authorize another 10 stones per plate next visit. I backed the wolf out of the shop without turning around and flew away at a comfortable pace. Behind me, he looked at the untouched pollen on his floor, shook his head, and said out loud that this one was clearly experienced. Then he called for Old Bai. Old Bai was a white-haired man at chi refining perfection who did the family's quiet work, and the young master handed him a talisman and told him to catch me and find out where the formation master was. Old Bai, to his credit, raised the obvious objection. Attacking a craftsman is unwise. What if he belongs to a sect? And the young master's answer is a small masterpiece of reasoning that was wrong in exactly one place. Sect formation masters are paid well, he said. Why would a sect man be selling plates in a black market? No, this is a loose cultivator with a formation master on a leash, hiding from the He Shui sect. And if a rogue can keep a leash on a man like that, so can the Wong family. Then he explained the pollen properly, and I want you to hear this because it's the best designed trap I have ever personally walked into. The moonlight flower pollen on the floor is not the trap. It is bait for newcomers, and everyone experienced knows about it and wraps themselves in magic on the way in. And that act of wrapping yourself in magic is what a peak-grade tracking talisman records, 500 spirit stones each. It sits under the counter, pre-charged, and it drinks the magical signature of anything within 10 meters. The careful ones defeat the pollen and hand over something far more personal in the process. Once you're inside our black market, he said to an empty shop, Whether you get out depends entirely on our mood. Meanwhile, I was flying home slowly. Not to bait anybody. I want to be honest about my reasoning, because it was cowardice dressed up as strategy, and it worked anyway. I did not want to lead an unknown problem back to the city where I lived. If somebody was coming, I wanted them to catch me out here. And there was a second reason, which is the same one as last time. If I flew fast and nobody could follow me, I would never learn that this shop hunts its customers, and next month I would come back with another 10 plates and a smile. 30 breaths later, something was closing on me fast enough that I revised my estimate of the afternoon. I sped the wolf up a little, because a man who does not react at all is a man who is expecting you. He crossed 3,000 meters in under 3 breaths, which is a speed I could not have matched on my best day, and threw a jade ruler at me. Peak grade artifact. One of my spider puppets caught it and put it in the dirt. "Oh no," said Old Bai out loud and turned to run. 3,000 meters is not a distance. My thread pulling reached that far now, and a chi refining perfection spider crosses it in a blink. It got in front of him, and then the rest arrived, and 10 threshold puppets plus a genuine perfection machine took a tired old man apart in less than a breath. Then I stood over him, sitting on a wolf, and asked my questions. "Tell me how you tracked me," I said, "and I'll make it quick. Refuse and I'll take my time, and you know what our sort can do about that." He told me everything in about 4 sentences. The pollen for the fools, the talisman for the wise, and the fact that the careful ones defeat the first one and hand him the second. Then he asked for the fast death, and I gave it to him, because I had said I would. I have never once broken a promise made to a man I was about to kill, and I'd like to think that's a virtue, though I'm aware it's a strange one. Before that, though, I asked one more thing. Why? I'm an 8th level cultivator selling 6,000 stones of goods. That is not worth a chi refining perfection assassin and a 500 stone talisman. What did your master actually want? And he told me, and that was the part I needed, because the young master thought I had a formation master captive somewhere, that men who can make medium-grade mobile plates are rare enough that a family will spend real money to own one. I asked him why, then, nobody bothers the several formation masters living openly in Heishui Market. He almost laughed at me. "Those are low-level formation masters," he said. "Cheap plates, small arrays, no future. They're all old, and none of them ever showed any real talent. Nobody wants them. The talented ones are all inside sects and clans by the time they're 30. That's why the young master heard about you and moved the same day." I thanked him for clearing that up, and I meant it, and then I had a puppet end him painlessly. His pouch had about 1,200 stones in it. Again, I want to be clear that I had now personally killed 2 chi refining perfection experts, and a 9th level and 2 8th levels, and the total take was less than 1 afternoon's honest work. Men who do assassination for a family carry nothing, because they expect exactly this. That's the real reason I never became a rogue cultivator. Not virtue. Terrible unit economics. I flew home and changed my business again, because the lesson had landed. Formation plates are too valuable to sell safely. Anything that identifies me as irreplaceable makes me a target for capture rather than robbery, and being captured is meaningfully worse than being robbed. So I bought all 3 grades of the artifact refining legacy. 4,300 spirit stones, plus a refining table, plus a fire gourd with a top-grade beast's demon flame in it, because you cannot refine anything without fire, and I had no vein and no earth fire. 2 months of my life for the set at perfection. I set the table up in a side room, hung the gourd underneath, fed it magic, and demon fire came roaring out and lit the whole platform. Then I threw materials in one at a time and fused them into a sword-shaped blank, and then my hands started moving on their own, sealing rune after rune into it. 2 hours later, I flicked a finished medium-grade flying sword with my fingernail and listened to it ring. 50 spirit stones, I said, to nobody. Artifacts hold their value. That's the whole reason I picked it. Pills get bought back at half, talismans at 70%, but a decent artifact goes for 90 because artifacts break constantly in real fights, and everybody needs spares. 4 a day. 6,000 a month on artifacts alone, closer to 8 with the talismans. And then, before my next trip out, I built 2 things I should have built years earlier. 2 humanoid puppets at key refining perfection, dressed in black robes and veiled hats. I'd ridden a wolf into 2 black markets and been double-crossed both times, and a man on a war wolf is not a low profile. But going in with nothing was worse, because at the 8th level, if a shop decides to turn its formation on while I'm standing in it, my reaction time is the only thing between me and a bad end. So now I walk in with 2 silent companions in identical robes, and nobody can tell whether they're my bodyguards or my brothers or my creditors, and nobody has ever once been able to read an aura off them. They look like people. They are furniture with opinions about your health. I bolted the wolf's armor and the spider's speed into a human frame, which is not in any legacy anywhere, and which took me an afternoon, because at that point I had 4 disciplines in my head arguing usefully with each other. That was the moment I stopped being a craftsman who owned puppets and started being something the market had no word for. The next trip out went perfectly, which by then felt strange. Nobody tried anything. I came home with 7,000 stones and a net worth pushing 10,000, and instead of buying weapons, I bought a cookbook. 5,000 spirit stones for the Tier 1 peak grade spirit chef inheritance. I know how that sounds. Let me defend it. Everything ahead of me was gated on my head, not my hands. Learning legacies costs lifespan, and the amount of lifespan it costs scales inversely with how big your mind is. I still had alchemy to buy, and the top grades of formations and refining, and every one of those was going to cost me 2 or 3 months instead of 1 for as long as I stayed at the 8th level. Get to chi refining perfection first, and my mind expands again, and every single purchase after that gets cheaper, permanently. The fastest way up is food. 2 months of my life for the peak grade set, and then I went into my kitchen where there was now a golden cauldron the size of a bathtub that I had forged myself, because soup requires equipment. The Peak Spirit Chef Inheritance has a dish in it called the 10-ingredient tonic soup. It needs a ridiculous list of rare ingredients, and it outperforms a top-grade pill, and its actual value is that eating it regularly wears down bottlenecks. Not medicine that pushes you through a wall, medicine that dissolves the wall while you sleep. If I'd had this soup 2 years earlier, I would never have needed the realm-breaking pill or the breakthrough pill at all. I rinsed the cauldron with spirit water, filled it, put in a peak-grade soft-shelled turtle and everything else, sealed it, held a white flame under it with my left hand, and fed runes into it with my right for an hour. Then I took the lid off, and the kitchen went bright. White, with a thread of blue running through it. First-tier spirit food glows white. That's it. Better grades glow whiter. But second-tier food glows blue, and there was blue in my soup made from first-tier ingredients, because at perfection, you get out slightly more than you put in. I drank 9 bowls. I want to be precise about that. Not a bowl. 9. I finished the entire cauldron standing up, and then my scalp started radiating heat, and I had to run for the bedroom. The 9th level went past like a fence post, and then I kept going, because there was still medicine in me, and the wall between the 9th level and chi refining perfection is not a fence post, it's the thing men spend their whole lives leaning against. My low-grade route had made every small step slower than the last. Even moving inside a stage had started taking months of grinding. 9 bowls of soup took it apart, chi refining perfection, magic power up more than 5 times over. And my mental energy shifted, changed texture, and doubled. I sat there with an empty cauldron in the next room and understood that I had just broken the ceiling of the entire chi refining realm using groceries. Then I spent 3 months making artifacts and talismans, earned better than 30,000 spirit stones, and bought everything. Alchemy. Artifact refining, the top grade. Formations, the top grade. Talismans, the top grade. All 4 of the great arts, complete, every rank, more than 20,000 stones of legacies stacked on my bed like laundry. And then I did something I had never done before and have rarely done since. Chronicle of Ages. Half a year of lifespan. All 4. 6 months, gone at once. And all 4 came back at Tier 1 peak grade perfection. I sat there taking inventory of a mind that now held alchemy, refining, formations, talismans, puppetry, and spirit cooking, every one of them at the ceiling of its tier, and I was extremely pleased with myself for about 4 seconds. Then my mental energy started convulsing. I want to convey how frightening that was. Mental energy is the foundation of a cultivator. It is the part that does the aiming, the part that reads, the part that will one day become divine sense. If something goes wrong with it, you can be stuck at your current realm for the rest of your life, and there is no medicine for it. It was moving inside my skull like water coming to a boil, and I could not do a single thing about it except sit still and find out. And then it stopped. And it was several times larger than it had been, and it was not the same substance. I stretched it, carefully, the way you test a leg you fell on. It went out of my body. 100 meters in every direction, and inside that sphere I could see everything. Not with my eyes. My eyes were shut. The cave, the courtyard, the street outside, the shape of the walls, the people walking past, all of it laid out like a painting on my palm. Divine sense. At chi refining perfection. In the chi refining realm, where it does not exist, I actually said it out loud twice, sitting on a rock in a cave with my eyes closed like a lunatic. It really is divine sense. I have divine sense in the chi refining realm. 100 meters is nothing. A real early-stage foundation establishment cultivator sweeps 8,000. I know that. It does not matter even slightly. Divine sense is divine sense the same way that a spark is fire. The third gate, the one that kills 9 out of 10 people who reach the top of chi refining, the wall that men spend their 60s throwing themselves at because there is no other way through, was now a formality I had passed years early by accident. And I sat there and worked out why it had happened. And the why is the entire moral of my life. It was never the puppets. My mind had been oversized for years because of the thread-pulling art. That got me to the top of what a chi-refining cultivator's mind can be, and no further. That alone was never going to transform into anything. But then, 4 more disciplines went to perfection in one afternoon, and each of them gave me one more small piece of the same alphabet, and one more small piece, and one more. And somewhere in there, the quantity stopped being quantity. Any ordinary person who takes a single discipline to perfection at some tier is a genius in that field. A man who took every first-tier discipline to perfection would be a prodigy the world talks about for a century. And even he would be a prodigy in one thing who happened to be good at others, because you get one lifetime, and disciplines are jealous. I had 6, all at the ceiling, at 30 years old, because I had been paying for them in months of my own life like a man buying groceries. The scroll never gave me power. It gave me the ability to be an expert in everything at once, and it turned out that being an expert in everything at once is itself a power, and nobody had ever been in a position to notice. Then I went and built the thing I had been failing to build for 2 years, 3 days. My bedroom floor covered in torn paper because every draft that came out at merely several times chi-refining perfection went straight into the pile. If those discarded drafts had ever been seen by another puppeteer, he would have wept over them. Then I got it, and I burned every other sheet in the room. 5,000 stones of second-tier materials went into it. It stood as tall as me, and it was shaped like a man. Its power source was 3 mid-grade spirit stones, and here's the scale of that. 1 mid-grade spirit stone is worth 1,000 ordinary ones, and it's the currency foundation establishment cultivators use among themselves. First-tier puppets have rune work in them that gathers ambient energy from the air, so they run on nothing. This thing pulled in ambient energy too, and the ambient energy was enough to let it walk. To let it fight, I had to feed it 1,000 spirit stones at a time. 10 full-strength attacks per stone, 30 attacks in the tank. I fed it, and I drove it with divine sense, and I felt exactly how much of me it took to move. 18. That's how many of those I could run at once. 18 machines at the threshold of foundation establishment, held by a man who was, on paper, a talisman merchant with an unremarkable spiritual root. I stood in the middle of my own courtyard for a long moment and let a feeling arrive that I had not had once since I opened my eyes on that stone slab. Not excitement, the absence of a noise I'd stopped noticing. For 3 years, there had been a small voice in the back of my skull doing arithmetic about every person who walked past me. Can he kill me? Can I outrun him? If this goes badly, which direction? It had been so constant that I'd mistaken it for my personality. And standing there with 18 of those things in a bag, that voice finally shut up. Nobody in the West Continent could reach me anymore, so I did what any reasonable man does the moment he stops being afraid. I went and got the list. 6 months of work after that. 200,000 spirit stones earned, 18 threshold puppets assembled, and spare parts for more. Body refining pushed to the 4th tier so that my own 2 hands could stand against a chi-refining perfection expert. Then I opened the Chronicle of Ages to a page I had not looked at in a long time and read the first name on it. Liu San. Liu Bapi. I had assumed he was dead. When Zhao Yan came down on the Ziyun sect and that market went bad, a fat middle manager with a 6th-level cultivation and no friends should have been one of the first men down. And honestly, if he had been, I would have crossed him off with a shrug. I'm vindictive, not particular. A debt paid by somebody else is still paid. Song Tao Tea House told me otherwise. He hid, cleverly and immediately, and came out the other side without a scratch. Then Ziyun Market was handed to the Gujian sect, who renamed it and sent their own people in, and Liu Ba Pi handed his sister to the new head of the spirit fields the way you'd hand over a set of keys, and kept the job. That's the part that got me out of my chair. Not that he survived, that the entire world burned down around him, and a new sect walked in, and every single thing changed except the one thing I cared about, which is that somewhere out there this morning, a rice farmer with dirt under his nails is being told the price and shown an aura. Everything else on that page was business. That one was personal. There were two other names by then, of course. The head of the Li family's black market, the young master of the Wang families. Both of them had sent people to kill me for the crime of being a good customer. And the Heishui sect, which was still, for the moment, a line I was not able to collect on. I looked at that page for a while, then I started making arrangements. Before I collected anything, I went shopping. For years. The 4th floor of the Songtao Tea House is not a tea room. The bottom 3 floors sell you news and build the reputation. The 4th floor is where the actual business happens, in private rooms, one customer at a time. I dressed for it. Black robe, bamboo hat, both of them peak-grade artifacts I had forged myself, and both of them tuned to do one specific thing. If a foundation establishment cultivator sweeps me with divine sense, they scream. If any kind of tracking method lands on me, they scream. I had spent a genuinely absurd amount of my own labor on a hat, and I have never regretted it. Shopkeeper Qian led me up personally and left me alone in a room, and the first thing I did was take a slow lap of that room with my hands behind my back, like a man admiring the woodwork. There are formations that watch a place. Little ones, expensive, subtle, essentially a pinhole camera made of runes. With a tea house this rich, in a trading room where men come to say things they will not say downstairs, I would have bet on finding one. There wasn't one. There was a soundproofing array and a defensive layer, and nothing else. I upgraded my opinion of that establishment considerably, and decided that from then on, when I needed to buy something important, I would buy it here. 1,000 spirit stones to verify the foundation establishment pill formula out of a dead man's diary. Real. 15,000 for all 3 longevity pill formulas of the Qi refining realm. And that is where the good news ended, and the interesting news began. The Everspring pill gives 3 years, then 2, then 1. 6 total. There are 2 others, the Yuanqi pill and the Dragon Birth pill, and each of those gives 5 years, then 3, then 1, 9 each, 24 years in total, available to a Qi refining cultivator who can make all 3. And after that, they never work again, because the moment you become a foundation establishment cultivator, all 3 become sugar. So I asked the obvious question. If 2 of these are better than Everspring, why does Sea High Pavilion only ever stock Everspring? He gave me that one for free, and it's beautiful. The Everspring pill's main ingredient is a rejuvenating vine, which has no other use in the world. It's rare, but if you look, you find it, because nobody else wants it. The Yuanqi pill's main ingredient is a 100-year vermilion fruit. The Dragon Birth pills is a 100-year dragon-transforming ginseng. Both of those are also key ingredients in a foundation establishment pill. So the instant either one surfaces anywhere in the world, it is bought by somebody who intends to survive their own breakthrough, and it never reaches a shelf. Nobody makes the 2 good longevity pills anymore. The ingredients get eaten by a more important recipe, which meant the 2 pills that could give me 18 years were functionally competing with my own survival. I bought all 3 formulas anyway and went home to make the cheap one. I have a pill furnace now, an 8-trigram furnace, forged with my own hands, with a phoenix bird's demonic fire seed living inside it. I put my palm on the wall and poured magic in, and the whole thing went up red. Then the herbs, one at a time, rendered down to a liquid, lid on, and an hour of my hands moving without me thinking about it. I opened it, and 3 green pills were floating in the fire. I caught them and looked at them, and they had 9 cloud patterns each. Here's why that matters, and it's the kind of thing they don't tell you when you buy the pill instead of making it. An Everspring pill promises 3 years, but a pill that came out with only a few cloud patterns is not top quality. And a pill that isn't top quality gives you 2 years and some change instead. And you will never know. You'll swallow it, feel nothing in particular, thank the shop, and quietly be robbed of 8 months of your life. Everyone in that market has been buying those for centuries and has no way to check. Mine had 9. I opened the scroll and looked at the number before I did it, the way you check a balance before a large purchase. 30 years old. 86 years and 8 months remaining. 3 years of my life spent, and it had cost me 9. I swallowed the first pill, and it dissolved the moment it hit my mouth and simply went into me, with no sensation whatsoever. You don't refine it. It's not medicine. It's paperwork. If a dying old man took one, he would feel it in every joint. In me, at 30, it was like eating a piece of candy. I checked the scroll. 89 years and 8 months. 3 years. Exactly 3, not 2 and a bit, because I'd made it myself and I do not cheat my own customers. I ate the other 2. 92 years and 8 months. I sat there on my own bed and looked at that number for a long time. Everything I owned had been bought with pieces of my life. Every spell, every craft, the paper legacy, the puppets, the talismans, the formations, the refining, the cooking, all 4 of the great arts in one afternoon. 6 full months for that alone. And a divine sense, 3 realms early, that came free with the collection. And I had just paid the entire bill back with a single batch of pills out of ingredients that nobody else in that market even wanted. I got the whole education for free. I sat there grinning at the ceiling of a rented cave like an idiot, which is I think the 3rd or 4th time in this story. I would like to point out that the ratio of grinning at ceilings to actual fights in my life is embarrassingly lopsided in favor of the ceilings. Then I got greedy, obviously. Because 18 more years were sitting out there in 2 recipes I could not fill, and I wanted them the way a drowning man wants the surface. I paid shopkeeper Qian 1,000 stones for a location and got exactly what I needed. In 1 month, at Tianjian Market, the Gujian sect was holding an auction, and among the lots was a 100-year vermilion fruit. Tianjian Market, I said. He nodded pleasantly. The old Ziyun Market. He Shui and Qian handed it to the Gujian sect to keep Fei Yan busy, and Gujian moved in and renamed it. So the auction with my 9 years in it was being held in the market where I had been a rice farmer, in the building that used to be Jubao Tower, in the town where the first name on my list was still collecting a salary. I paid another 30,000 stones for the second foundation establishment pill formula while I was there, the one built on a heavenly treasure instead of a demon core, because Qian pointed out something obvious that I had missed. 2 recipes means 2 chances that the world happens to hand me a main ingredient. And then I asked him one last question, because I could feel the shape of my next problem already. How does a man get a second-tier legacy? He took his time with that one. Second-tier legacies are foundation establishment things. You cannot buy them with spirit stones. There isn't a price, because the people who hold them are not short of money. Join a foundation establishment power and they'll hand you one. Refuse to join, and you can still earn one by doing a few things for them. Some loose foundation establishment cultivators have their own, and getting one out of those men requires offering something they actually want, which spirit stones are not. I thanked him and left, and on the way down the stairs, I did the arithmetic on my own future for the first time in a long while. Everything I had built out of first-tier disciplines. Every single one of them was now at the ceiling. There was no more room in the entire first tier of this world for me to grow into. The next shelf up was locked behind belonging to somebody. I flew to Tianjian Market a month early, and the whole way there I planned the order of operations. Get the fruit, then get the man, then leave the West Continent entirely and go to Jiang Continent, where the resources are, and where I could finally set up the arrays I needed on ground that was mine, killing 2 birds with 1 trip. Tianjian Market's Guardian formation read as second grade, low grade the moment I got close enough to watch the energy circulate through it, which is the sort of thing you can do when formations are one of 6 languages you speak. With a chi refining perfection expert running it, that market was safe from anything short of a foundation establishment cultivator with a grudge, or one very specific young man with an old monster in his ring. I walked through the white mist into a street I had walked as a spirit farmer in a black veil with 1 spirit stone in my pocket. The buildings were the same. Changla Mansion, Sihai Pavilion, and Jubao Tower, with a new sign over the door reading Chongshao Tower. Everything looks the same, I thought, and kept walking. I rented a heaven-grade cave for the month, which I had absolutely no need for and enjoyed enormously. Then I went to the 3rd floor of the local Songtao tea house to read the paper. A month is a long time to sit still, and auction weeks generate weather. And there it was, 3 lines into the local notices. In 3 days at noon, a small trade fair at Heavengrade Cave 26. Attendance restricted to the seriously accomplished. Posted by Taoist Yu Yang. This is the thing nobody tells you about auctions. When word goes out that a real treasure is going under the hammer, powerful people travel in for it, and powerful people who have traveled do not sit in their rooms for a month. They organize small private trade fairs among themselves, and those fairs are frequently more valuable than the auction because every qi refining perfection cultivator alive got there by acquiring things, and every one of them is sitting on something he can't use. I needed 100-year stalactite, mystic water jade dew, dragonbeard grass, and phoenix eye fruit, none of which any shop stocks. All of which some old man somewhere has in a drawer. 3 days later, I walked into that courtyard with my aura pinned at the 9th level by breath concealment, because you do not walk into a room of qi refining perfection experts advertising that you are one of them. I had never been to a trade fair in my life. Taoist Yu Yang was a white-robed man at qi refining perfection who explained the rules like a man who has explained them many times. Everyone takes a turn on the jade platform. On your turn, you may either sell one thing or ask for one thing, not both, and then it goes round again until nobody wants to go up. A bald man in the crowd, who had made no attempt to hide his identity, told him to hurry up because nobody there was a beginner. Yu Yang shook his head at him with the specific fondness of a man who has known somebody since they were small. Golden Top, fellow Taoist, still impatient. Fine. Let me throw out a brick to draw jade. He offered a nearly 100-year blood ginseng and asked for a crimson fire fungus. Nobody had one. I stood in the back and read him from the request, because that is what a trade fair actually is. He was collecting the ingredients for a yen-yen pill, which purifies fire attribute magic and helps at the mana gate. That was a 50-something-year-old man at the top of qi refining, quietly assembling his own survival kit, one component at a time. Then it was my turn, and I put a peak-grade mobile formation plate on the table. The room changed temperature. 5 elements array, I said. Conceals you, scouts for you, defends you, and it's the right thing to have if you ever spend a night in a secret realm. I'd like 100-year stalactite. Nobody had one of those either, but somebody asked if he could pay in spirit stones, and I said no. And somebody else asked if there was anything else I needed, and I pointed out politely that the rules allowed one request per turn. And then the entire room turned around and asked Taoist Yu Yang to change his own rules. That is how badly they wanted that plate. These are men who spend their lives out in the dark, and I was holding the difference between a night's sleep and a funeral. Yu Yang agreed instantly, and I don't think it was generosity. He wanted one too, and if he got one, he could trade it to an old friend for something better. So I listed everything. 100-year stalactite, mystic water jade dew, dragonbeard grass, phoenix eye fruit. A man practically shouted that he had 10 drops of mystic water jade dew. I only needed 9 for a batch, and a batch is 3 pills. He came up, and I told him bluntly that 10 drops of dew did not equal a peak-grade formation plate, and he would need to add 5,000 spirit stones. He said no problem, immediately, because that's what spirit stones are for at that level. You cannot buy a treasure with money, but you can absolutely use money to make a lopsided trade look even. Then Yu Yang himself came in for the second plate and asked whether I needed anything else at all, and I decided to try my luck. 9-leaf Lingji grass, I said, and an ice soul jade lotus. Those two are not longevity components. Those are the 2 most important secondary ingredients in the Foundation Establishment pill, the ones just under the demon core itself. I had not planned to say them out loud in a room of strangers, but a man had just handed me 9 years of my life for a piece of craftwork, and I got bold. Yu Yang's eyes lit up. He had a 9-leaf Lingji grass. He'd collected it years ago, and it had been sitting there ever since, because one secondary ingredient by itself is worthless, and he'd long since given up on ever assembling a full Foundation Establishment pill and switched to collecting the cheaper individual gate treasures instead. I gave him the plate and 2 pure yuan pills for it. I stepped down and stood at the back, and for the first time I was genuinely embarrassed about how badly I had underestimated a room. I had come here thinking of these men as retail. They weren't. Every one of them was at the top of qi refining with the clock running. Every one of them knew that after 60, their blood thins and the door closes forever, and every one of them had spent decades hoarding 1 or 2 pieces of a puzzle they would never complete. Every single person in that courtyard was holding a fragment of a Foundation Establishment pill that they had no hope of finishing. which meant the West continent was full of them, scattered across 100 old men who would each die with their piece in a drawer. Then the bald man came over to give me some friendly advice, Master Jinding. He told me, quite reasonably and quite correctly, that the West continent is the poorest of the 3 provinces of Yen State, that the things I was collecting barely exist here, and that I could search for years and find nothing. Jiang continent, next door, is rich. A few trade fairs there, and I'd have the lot. Yu Young argued the other side. Jiang continent produces more and fights harder over it, and foundation establishment cultivators get involved in those fights. Stay here, collect slowly, live. And Master Jinding said the thing that told me exactly what he was. How can a cultivator fear death? You're over 50 and still stuck at the top of qi refining because you've never moved an inch. If you'd gone to Jiang continent decades ago, you might be a foundation establishment cultivator today. And Yu Young, perfectly calm, said, perhaps. Or, far more likely, I would have died in Jiang continent. I'm content. I'll try the breakthrough at 59. If it kills me, that's that. If it cripples me, I'll go home and raise the next generation. And if I somehow live through it, then heaven was feeling generous. Rotten wood cannot be carved, said Jinding, and turned back to me. I thanked him warmly for the advice. And I did mean to go to Jiang continent. He was right about the resources, and I'd already decided. I also knew that while he was talking, he had put a tracking rune on my robe. His technique was genuinely good. Yu Young, a qi-refining perfection cultivator standing 3 feet away, never felt a thing. To a man with divine sense, it was about as subtle as a lit torch. That one's already courting death, I thought, and I put a divine sense mark on him in return, which is smaller and quieter and reaches further than anything he had. After the fair broke up, Yu Young kept Jinding back, and I know what was said in that courtyard because Jinding told me himself later, in the last 2 minutes of his life. Yu Young told him his father had been a rogue cultivator and had been a friend and had died of it, and that walking by the river gets your shoes wet. Jinding told him his father had died of being weak, and that he himself was at qi refining perfection with a triple refined body and could go anywhere in the West continent he liked. Yu Young said, I hosted this fair. Whatever you do elsewhere is your business. You will not touch a guest of mine. You'll stay with me for a month after the auction. And Jinding told the man who had raised him after his father died, who had put him on the cultivation path and fed him and stood between him and the world, that if Yu Young interfered, he would take it out on Yu Young's family. There was a long pause. Then Yu Young closed his eyes and told him to get out. He chose the boy over the stranger. I want to be fair to him about it. He was picking between a man he'd never met and the last piece of his dead friend, and he picked the one he'd raised, and then he sat in an empty courtyard and hated himself about it. A month later, I walked into Chongshao Tower, 7th floor, and so did about 100 people in black robes, including Master Jinding, who had suddenly discovered the value of anonymity. I picked him out of the crowd instantly through the mark, and I could feel him doing the same to me. We stood in the same room for 2 hours pretending to be strangers, each of us wearing the other's tag. Opening lot was 3 pure UN pills, which purify magic and help slightly at the mana gate. 10,000 starting, and the crowd made a noise about it, because opening on a foundation establishment treasure is either generosity or a very good trick. It's a trick, said somebody behind me. First lot's always the showpiece. Everything after it is filler until the finale. Somebody bid 11,000. Somebody else called him a pauper and bid 18. A third man said, contemptuously, that a foundation establishment treasure is not something you buy with money, and bid 20,000 plus a 50-year white jade ginseng. That's the world at this level. Money is decoration. Nobody who has what you need needs what you have. The pills went for 20,000 plus an 80-year frost lotus. Then a long parade of things I could have made myself, so I stood with my hands behind my back and watched a very good speaker earn his salary. And then the finale. A transparent sphere with a small, fiery red fruit floating inside it, wrapped in flame. The 100-year vermilion fruit. I straightened up, and so did half the room, because half the room had come for this. 10,000 starting. First bid, 10,000 plus a pound of crimson flame copper. Second, 10,000 plus a 100-year mystic ice flower, which is worth about the same as the fruit, so the offer was already double. And the price stopped moving, because everyone there was doing the same arithmetic. The fruit is one secondary ingredient of a foundation establishment pill. Even if you win it, you still need a second-tier demon core, and you are never getting a second-tier demon core. So you bid a sensible amount, and you stop. I sat there in my black robe, watching men be sensible and doing entirely different arithmetic. To them, it was a component of a pill they would never make. To me, it was the main ingredient of a yuan qi pill. It was 9 years. Number 20 bid 10,000 plus a century dragon blood ginseng plus a pound of Geng gold, which was already an unreasonable price, and the room went quiet, and the auctioneer started counting. Second time, I raised my plaque. 10,000 spirit stones, 6 pure yuan pills, and 2 peak-grade mobile formation plates, roughly double the man before me, roughly 4 times what the fruit is worth. The whole floor turned around to look at whoever had said that. Number 20, who was rich and was not stupid, shook his head and stopped bidding. Value is not a property of an object, it's a relationship between the object and the person looking at it. A bottle of water is worth nothing in a city and worth everything in a desert. Every man in that room was pricing a component. I was pricing a decade. The hammer came down, and I walked up to the platform and traded a pile of my own craftsmanship for a fruit in a bubble while 100 men watched, and about a third of them wanted very badly to take it off me, and not one of them moved. Auctions run by Foundation establishment powers have a peak-grade warning array over the room. Any use of magic in there registers instantly and is treated as an attack on the sect running the auction, and the sect running the auction will hunt you down and execute you publicly for the advertising value. So they watched and hated it and behaved themselves, except for one man who was quietly delighted. Master Jinding had marked me a month ago intending to eat a well-off traveler. He had just watched that traveler take the grand finale off a room of chi-refining perfection experts. He was not expecting the sheep to be this fat. Auction protocol sent me out first with a group of black-robed escorts arranged by the Gujian sect, all of us scattering into a street already full of identical black robes, which is a genuinely well-designed system and is completely useless against a tracking rune. He wasn't worried. He had a string on me. I walked out of Tianjian Market, got up on the green leaf artifact, and flew toward Jiang Continent at exactly the speed of a slightly nervous 9th-level cultivator, which is a speed I had spent a lot of time thinking about. Half a cup of tea out from the market, I started laughing, because the fish had taken the bait. His rune could tell him roughly which direction I was in. My mark could tell me how far away he was, and he was several miles behind me, and closing. He was doing his own arithmetic at the same time, and it made him feel much better. He compared our speeds and confirmed that I was flying at the pace of an ordinary 9th-level cultivator, which meant the fat sheep was exactly as fat as advertised. He decided that a 9th-level man with peak-grade formation plates and pure UN pills had probably lucked into some ruin somewhere, which happens all the time, and made a note to interrogate me thoroughly about it before finishing. He wanted to know where I'd found my opportunity so he could go and get more. That is the single most common way people die in this world, and I have never once heard anyone name it. It isn't greed. It's the assumption that any explanation exists for the man in front of you. When he came into range, I stopped flying, turned around, and released 3 Foundation Establishment Threshold puppets. Golden Top, fellow Taoist, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you a while. He pulled up hard. How did you recognize me? And I told him, cheerfully, that his little trick at the trade fair had not been nearly as clever as he thought. He nodded, actually accepting the point, and then asked the reasonable follow-up. If you knew, why are you still out here in a black robe? Are you trying to lure me out and kill me? Yes, I said. You want what's on me. I want what's on you. My guess is you're carrying secondary ingredients for a Foundation establishment pill. I am, he said. But I'm at chi-refining perfection, and you're a 9th-level cultivator. What exactly are you relying on? Those 3 puppets? Yes, I said again. He laughed at me, genuinely, loudly, with his whole chest, and I want to be fair, his reasoning was excellent. Puppeteers win with volume. 3 puppets of your own level is not an army, it's a hobby. And he had killed a puppeteer before, a man with 5 chi-refining perfection machines. He'd broken all 5 and then beaten the owner to death by hand. So I made him an offer, because I was in a good mood. I'll only use 2 of them. If you can survive 3 moves from those 2, I'll consider letting you live. He stopped laughing and threw his best flying sword at my head. The first puppet reached out and caught it. not deflected, caught it in one hand and held on, and would not let him call it back. I watched a man's entire model of reality come apart in real time. That sword was his best thing. That sword could injure an ordinary chi-refining perfection cultivator, and something had just picked it out of the air like a thrown stick. He said, out loud, without meaning to, "Is that a foundation establishment puppet?" I repeated the offer. 3 moves from those 2, and you can go. They took 1 step and crossed a kilometer. He was fast, give him that. He got a defensive artifact up and a peak-grade defensive talisman on top of it, 2 full layers, in the time it took them to arrive, which is genuinely excellent reflexes. Both shields popped like soap bubbles. Then 2 very large hands patted him gently on top of his bald head. I flew over and looked down into the crater at what was left and said the only thing I could think of. "You couldn't take one. Who told you that you could kill me?" Then I had a puppet go through his pouch, because business is business. 100-year dragon-transforming ginseng. I stood there in the air over a dead man with the second main ingredient in my hand, and I laughed until my eyes watered. I had spent a month and a fortune and crossed a province to get the vermilion fruit at auction. The dragon-transforming ginseng, the other one, the impossible one, the one that never reaches a shelf because it gets eaten by foundation establishment pills, was delivered to me by a man who flew 400 miles to rob me. Both main ingredients. 18 years of my life, secured, 1 at retail and 1 by home delivery. Then I went back to Tianjian Market because I had one more errand. Liu Ba-Pi had a routine, and I'd spent that month learning it. He stayed in the trading area and only went out to the spirit fields at harvest, which was months away, and I was not going to wait months for him. He also, every single night, went to Changlei Mansion, and every morning he walked home. He could have simply stayed there. He had the money. He walked home instead, down the same stone path behind the main street, every morning at the same hour, humming. He walked because on that walk, people saw him. Ordinary cultivators saved for years and never went in. Middle-stage men went once when they got lucky, and this man went every single night, and then strolled home in the morning where everyone could watch him do it. That was the entire point of the exercise. The women were secondary. The envy was the meal. I had brushed past him a month earlier in a crowd and left a divine sense mark on him, and he never knew. That morning, I stood at a corner on that path with a concealment plate running, one I had built myself, and a patrol of Tianjian Market walked directly past me and saw an empty corner. He came round the turn, humming. The formation expanded, a foundation establishment threshold puppet took him by the throat, and I closed it again, and out on the main street nobody noticed that a man had stopped existing. He hung there going red, eyes enormous, unable to make a sound, and I put my hands behind my back and looked at him. You want to know why? Everyone does. Let me be thorough, because I'd hate for you to die confused. When Ziyun Market was still standing, I was a spirit farmer in the field area. I grew rice. You bought it below price. And honestly, that alone doesn't get you killed. I'm not so petty that I'd cross a province over a few caddies of rice. The reason you die today is that you crushed me with the pressure of your 6th level cultivation, in a field, in front of everyone, for fun. I watched him understand it, and I want to tell you what came into that man's face, because it was not fear. It was outrage. He had spent the last 30 seconds running through the list of important people he might have offended. A sect elder, a rival, a man whose business he'd ruined. And it was a rice farmer over an aura years ago. He was genuinely appalled at the pettiness of it. This man, who had spent a decade squeezing people who could not fight back, was, in his final moment, morally offended by my proportions. I told him I hoped he'd be born into a better family next time, and had the puppet squeeze. Killing a man in a market is only difficult while it's happening. Afterwards, it's easy, because a storage pouch cannot hold a living person, but it holds a dead one perfectly well, and then you simply walk out through the front gate carrying him. I had promised that page that I would plant him in the spirit fields of Ziyun Market as fertilizer. I had been carrying that sentence around for years. I flew out to the field area with him in a bag, fully intending to do it. And then I stood at the edge of the fields and watched the spirit farmers working. His sister is still alive. She's a concubine of the market lord, and she has real influence. And when a woman like that is angry, there is no reasoning with her. If Liu Ba-Pi's body turns up in a spirit field, then everyone who works that field is a suspect, and everyone next to them is a suspect. and the correct number of dead rice farmers is however many it takes for her to feel better. I could have had my sentence. I'd have paid for it with people who did the same job I used to do. So I destroyed the body and left nothing at all, and let her assume her brother had finally annoyed somebody important, because that, at least, is a story with no bystanders in it. Who would ever suspect a spirit farmer anyway? That's a category of person, not a suspect. Nobody in that world has ever once looked at the man weeding a paddy and thought, there's a threat. I flew away and crossed the first name off the list. 2 more to go, and both of them were on the way. The Wang family's black market, 400 miles from Heishui. I walked into the shop with 2 puppets, and the same young master was behind the counter, which was lucky, because if he'd left after losing old Bai, I'd have had to go find him. He gave me the professional smile and asked whether I was buying or selling. I put 1 spirit stone on the counter. I'm buying your life. He went straight to outrage, threw up a defensive artifact, and shouted for Elder Wei, and an old man appeared in front of him with a sword already moving. I ignored the sword completely and threw down a peak-grade formation plate, and white mist swallowed the entire shop so nobody outside could see in. A puppet caught Elder Wei's flying sword and killed him with 1 palm. The other one walked through the young master's artifact defense like a curtain, took him by the neck, and brought him over. Do you remember an old man named Bai? I asked. I watched him remember. He'd sent old Bai out, and old Bai had never come back, and he'd assumed either failure or theft, and either way he'd stopped thinking about it within the month. Because the black market is backed by the Heishui sect, and nobody in their right mind provokes a Foundation establishment power over a business dispute. He had genuinely never once considered that the customer might just come back. I had a puppet right on the wall in his blood, because messages are cheaper than reputations. He who eats another man's flesh has earned this. I bought his life for 1 spirit stone, and I left the stone in his mouth. By then, the entire market outside had woken up. The other 2 families running that place, plus the chi refining perfection cultivator in charge of the garrison, had lit their guardian formation to full power and were throwing everything they had at my little bubble. Their formation was top grade, drawing on the vein under the market, run by a perfection expert with several 9th-level cultivators feeding it. That is a genuinely dangerous thing to be standing inside. It kills chi refining perfection cultivators. That's what it's for. I spoke to the whole market through the formation, which I could do because it was becoming mine. The Wang family broke the rules. They double-crossed a customer. I'm here for that and nothing else. If you keep pushing, don't blame me for what happens. In the square, a rogue cultivator watching the show gave me a thumbs up and told his friend that walking into a Heishui-backed black market over a double-cross was, in his professional opinion, absolutely magnificent. The garrison commander kept pushing, so I took his formation away from him. That is the thing nobody expects, and it is the entire reason I bought that legacy years earlier. When his top-grade array pressed against my peak-grade plate, the 2 of them locked together, and a man with a perfected first-tier formation understanding can walk up that connection and take the controls. It took a few breaths. Then I put my plate away, walked out of the shop into the open, and drained the market's own spirit vein into its own array. A hand made of white mist came down out of the sky and swatted the garrison commander and every man beside him out of the air like flies. The perfection expert spat blood onto a stone tablet to activate it, which was a real trump card, nearly a spiritual artifact. It did not matter, because at that point the array was mine, and a top-grade formation in the hands of somebody who actually understands it, fed by an entire spirit vein, is not a top-grade formation anymore. Then I turned around and looked at the crowd of loose cultivators in the square, and every one of them started shaking, because they had just watched the whole administration die, and they understood that the next logical step was silence. I didn't touch them, not out of kindness, out of policy. My rule has never changed. I do not start it. They never laid a hand on me. Some of them were probably rogues who had killed for less than I'd made that morning, and I let those go too, because sorting them was not my job that day. I stripped all 3 shops, blew the formation, and left. 200 miles away, the Li family's market got the identical treatment, down to the sentence on the wall and the stone in the mouth. Same offer to the garrison, same refusal, same white hand out of the sky. And then, because I was in a genuinely good mood, I gave the bystanders a piece of advice on my way out. I robbed the other black market 200 miles from here about an hour ago. Their reinforcements have arrived by now, and they'll be sweeping this direction shortly. If I were you, I'd be somewhere else. They bowed to me. An entire square of loose cultivators bowed to the man who had just destroyed the local economy, and then ran. I crossed off 2 more names in the air over the Kanglin River, and looked at what was left on that page. 1 line. The Heishui sect. A foundation establishment power with an early stage and a middle stage cultivator in it at minimum. Not today. Cultivators live a long time, and a debt does not expire. Behind me, 3 family heads sat in sandalwood chairs in a ruined market and worked out how to find me, and they were not worried. Because every serious clan keeps a tracking treasure, and every black market seeds its inventory with tagged goods. The Wong head went first, with a family heirloom compass that can find anything he's marked, even inside a storage pouch. He spun it up. The needle turned a dozen times and pointed back into his own shop. He walked in, and the compass lit up in his hand, and he stood there for a long moment before he explained it to the others. It means the tracking goods are right here. It means he found every tagged item, destroyed them all on the spot, and took only what was clean. The Han family's bronze mirror said the same. The Feng family's jade ruler said the same. They eventually escalated it to the Heishui sect itself, which owns a genuine spiritual artifact grade tracker, and put in a formal request for help finding the man who had robbed 2 of their markets in 1 afternoon. The sect's reply came back, and it was 4 words. Unable to locate him. The Changlan River is about 1,000 miles wide, and it wraps around Jiang continent like a moat, which is where the name comes from. Inside the continent, branches of it go everywhere. Nearly half the land is water, and the rest is islands. Cultivators below the 7th level do not cross it. They can't fly, and a boat on that river is a delivery service for the things living in it, some of which are strong enough to fight a Foundation Establishment cultivator. I crossed at 5,000 meters with a Foundation Establishment threshold puppet flying beside me the whole way, and I want to be honest about my mood. I was hoping something would come up. Because a 2nd-tier demon core is the main ingredient of a Foundation Establishment pill, and anything in that river big enough to come up after a man at 5,000 meters is exactly the thing I needed to kill. Nothing did. They're ambush predators. They wait under the surface for people on the surface, and a man flying that high is not worth surfacing for. I did see the treasure ships, enormous things, hunting demons on the open water, with formations built into the hulls that let the entire ship take off if the fight goes wrong. Approaching 2nd-tier spiritual artifacts. In the West Continent, I had never seen one vessel like that. Here they were, outworking, in numbers. Those who live by the mountains eat the mountains. Those who live by the river eat the river. Coming to this place, I thought, was very obviously the right call. Jinjiao Market is the closest one to the West Continent, and it belongs to the Lord of Golden Dragon Island, who is only an early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator, but keeps a middle-stage spirit beast, which is the sort of arrangement that makes people polite to you. West Continent markets have 1 street. This place had several, and 1 entire street of buildings on the scale of Sihai Pavilion, and I stood in the middle of it, feeling like a man from a small town, which I was. Then I went to the Songtao tea house, because Songtao is everywhere, and read the news. And there I was. 2 black markets in the West Continent, robbed on the same afternoon. 6 cultivation clans and the Heishui sect behind them, all completely silent afterward. No manhunt, no bounty, nothing. Songtao's analysis said the culprit was an experienced professional who had identified and destroyed every tagged item before removing anything, which is why nobody could find him. And then there was a note appended, and I have never enjoyed reading anything more. Other black markets, it said, should not panic. The perpetrator did not attack those markets in order to rob them. He attacked them because they double-crossed him, and he was collecting. Do not confuse cause and effect. Rather than spending vast sums upgrading your guardian formations, consider simply following the original rules of your own trade and not cheating your customers, thereby avoiding the trouble entirely. I sat there with my tea and nodded at a book. Whoever writes for that place understands me better than most people I have met. Then I got to my actual problem, which was that I needed land. I had 2 pills to make that both required an array collecting the essence of the sun and moon over the course of a year, and you cannot run something like that in a rented cave in a market. You need ground with a vein in it that belongs to you. Jiang continent has islands everywhere, and most of them have spirit veins, and every one of those is controlled by a foundation establishment power. To become an island lord, you need permission from whoever owns that stretch of water, and you pay tribute forever. There are small sects and families in this world who have spent generations serving Golden Dragon Island for the chance at one. The unclaimed slots come up once every few decades. Buying one is legal. Nobody sells one, because it's the family's entire foundation, and the ones that do come up get taken instantly. I paid the tea house for advice and got the one existing method, which they called the cuckoo. Join the sect or family that owns the island. Work your way in. Weaken them from the inside. Assassinate the Lord. Become the Lord. They told me, with a straight face, that this has been done successfully more than once. It takes over a decade of planning. I could establish my foundation in a decade. I said, no thank you. And then, walking down the stairs, I finally asked myself the right question, which was what I actually wanted. I did not want an island. I wanted a spirit vein I could set arrays on without anybody looking over my shoulder. Those are extremely different problems, and one of them was for sale. 30,000 spirit stones bought me a list of islands hiring guest elders and paying in the use of a rank 1 spirit vein. 7 listings. 5 wanted formation masters, which I quietly skipped because I had just been extremely memorable with a formation in the West Continent, and the Heishui sect might reasonably be watching for a formation master turning up somewhere new. 1 wanted an alchemist and was on the far side of the continent, and 1 wanted an artifact refiner. Lingji Island, 3,000 miles behind Jinjiao Market, run by a cultivation clan called the Sea family. About 100 cultivators in the main line, tens of thousands of relatives who can't cultivate, and a few 100,000 ordinary people living on it under other surnames. A small country, essentially, with a family sitting on top of it. I put on a new face for that one, an old man with white hair at the 9th level of qi refining named Li Shan, because what I was going to build on that island was the kind of thing only a handful of foundation establishment powers can do, and if it ever leaked, every one of them would come and ask me about it personally. If that happened, I wanted to be able to drop the identity like a coat and walk away as a different man. A patrol boat spotted me on approach, and a middle-aged man flew up and asked, very respectfully, what brought me to Lingji Island. I heard you were hiring a top-grade artifact refiner. I might not be that good, but I can certainly make top-grade artifacts, and I'm looking for somewhere to settle. Do you still have the position? He was so pleased he nearly dropped his sword. The head of the Sea family laid out the terms in a reception hall. Repairing warships and patrol boats, not usually busy work. 1 condition up front, which was that a guest elder who wants to leave must serve at least 10 years first. I asked what the pay was. Below a place called Hongye Peak, there's a small rank 1 spirit vein, only about 10,000 meters of it. Not much, he said, but more than enough for 1 man, and there are spirit fields and medicine fields cultivated on it, and every bit of profit from those is yours. Deal, I said, and the 10 years did not concern me for a second. That clause is there to hold an ordinary 9th level artifact refiner in place, and it works, because the head of that family was a qi refining perfection cultivator, and an ordinary 9th level man is not going to test him. If I ever wanted to leave, I could simply leave, and if I felt bad about it, I'd hand them a treasure on the way out, and they'd throw a party about it. Then he handed me a wrecked patrol boat and asked me to prove it. They put me in the Earthfire Hall, which is a workshop with a channel run down into the vein, so you have real fire on tap. The last guest elder had left notes, and I read them, because ships in Jiang Continent are not built like the single artifacts I knew. A ship is dozens of artifacts working as one system. The heart of it is the dragon bone. As long as the dragon bone lives, any wreck can be rebuilt. If the dragon bone dies, the ship is scrap. I looked at theirs with divine sense and found it covered in dense concealment runes, and underneath those, a 2nd-tier rune that would set the entire thing on fire if anybody tried to decode the outer layer. Whoever sells these boats does not want anyone learning how they're made. That is very clever, I said, out loud, alone, and put it down and did not touch it again. Breaking things is easy, building them is hard. I could have picked that lock, and all I would have gotten for it was a bonfire and a lawsuit. Everything else on that boat I took apart, melted down the ruined pieces, reforged them, and put back together in half a day. Then I sat in that workshop for 2.5 more days doing absolutely nothing of consequence, because half a day is not a plausible amount of time for a 9th level artifact refiner, and being impressive is a security risk. I came out on the 3rd day and handed the family head a boat that looked better than new, and he was delighted, and he told me my work was much better than the last man's in both speed and quality. If only he knew about the 2.5 days. Then they gave me Hongye Peak, and I stood at the door of a cave halfway up the mountain and looked down at terraced spirit fields and medicine gardens running down to the water, hundreds of acres of them, with people working in them. 3 years earlier, I had been a tenant farmer with 1 spirit stone, 30% of my own harvest, and a landlord on a raised platform. Now I owned the mountain. An old servant named Si Ju, who was personally attached to the family head and was himself a 7th-level cultivator, walked me through it and then presented the manager of my new fields. A man called Si Nan, pale and soft and comfortable, and I disliked him on sight in a way I could not immediately justify. Then I realized what he reminded me of, and it was a man on a bed in a rice paddy with maids feeding him grapes. So I asked a question. How is the harvest split with the tenants? 30 to them, 70 to the family, he said respectfully. And now that you're here, senior, the 70 is yours. Good, I said. And the 30 they keep. When you buy that back off them, do you pay the market rate? He hesitated. He hesitated for about 1 full second, and it was the loudest sound in that hall. I turned to the old servant and said, Fellow Taoist, find me a steward who isn't a thief. And I looked at Sinan and said, with that fat, comfortable face on him, if he stays on this mountain much longer, I'm going to kill him. Si Jo slapped him out of the hall on the spot and apologized to me, genuinely embarrassed, and I could tell he honestly hadn't known. That's the thing. He was the family head's personal servant. He dealt with elders and powerful men. He had never once in his life had a conversation with a person who weeds a field, and unless somebody wrote it down and put it in front of him, there was no mechanism by which he would ever find out. And the Si family members who did know had done the arithmetic. Sinan was skimming from tenants, not from the family. It didn't cost them anything. Why make an enemy over it? I only knew because I had been the man on the other end of that transaction, standing in a queue with 39 caddies of rice, watching a fat man on the platform decide what my year was worth. Then I asked whether, since Hongye Peak was mine now, I could set the split myself. Of course, said Sijo. 50-50, I said. 20% of the yield of a small mountain is nothing to me. I earn more than that in an afternoon at a refining table. For the people at the bottom of that hill, it is the difference between a hard year and a survivable one. The family head heard the whole story and had every steward on the island investigated. They dug out the ones like Sinan and shipped them to the frontline warships. They could come back if they earned a great merit. Otherwise, the water demons would settle the account. And the next morning, all across Lingjur Island, and especially at the foot of my mountain, the spirit farmers were celebrating. The ones on Hongye Peak came out and bowed toward the cave halfway up the slope to a white-haired old man they had never met, who they thought was a retired craftsman. I stood at the door and watched them do it, and then I went inside and got back to work, because I had a year-long array to build, and I did not entirely trust myself with that feeling. 7 days of building array bases and flags, and then I laid 2 arrays over that mountain, one on top of the other. The first was a peak-grade illusion array covering everything above the halfway point. From outside, Hongye Peak stays exactly as it has always looked. Nothing to see, nothing to sense, no matter what happens inside. Only after that did I set the real one, the Sun and Moon Spirit Condensing Array. I buried the base at the summit and planted 36 flags at the nodes I'd mapped, and made the seal. A beam of gold light came up, and a beam of white, and they took shape as a golden crow and a jade rabbit, and they circled the peak of that mountain 81 times, trailing light behind them before they settled. The rabbit sank into the base and vanished. The crow stayed on top of it with its neck tilted back, drinking sunlight. By day, the crow drinks the sun, and the rabbit hides. By night, the rabbit comes up and drinks the moon, and the crow goes under. And the array grinds those 2 lights against each other, over and over, until they condense into solar essence and lunar essence. When the 2 phantoms look almost solid, it's done. 1 year. The array is also delicate to the point of being spiteful. The whole thing balances yin against yang, and if it tips even slightly in either direction, it collects nothing at all. Every 3 months, I had to go up and rebalance it by hand. 1 year for 2 pills, and I was very happy about that, because in this world, men spend decades collecting a single treasure for a single gate and mostly die before they finish. 2 trade fairs at Jinjiao Market got me the last 3 secondary ingredients, and then I lit my furnace. 3 Yuan-Shi pills, 3 dragon birth pills, 9 cloud patterns on every single one because I do not shortchange myself. I opened the scroll first, 30 years old, 92 years and 2 months. Swallowed a Yuan-Shi pill. Nothing. No sensation whatsoever. 95 years and 2 months. 5 years, off 1 pill. I ate the other 2. 99 years and 2 months. Then the 3 dragon birth pills. 108 years and 2 months. I sat on the floor of my own workshop and made a noise that I would not want repeated. 18 years in an afternoon from ingredients that this entire world has quietly stopped bothering to use. That was the last of it. All 3 longevity pills of the chi refining realm spent, and they never work twice. From that point on, there was only one place left to buy time, and it was Foundation Establishment, which adds 2 full 60-year cycles. Which meant that every month of lifespan I spent from then on was, in the strictest accounting sense, borrowed against a breakthrough that might kill me. I decided not to dwell on that and went fishing instead. There's a stretch of riverbank 100 miles from Hongye Peak with a flat blue stone on it. I took an ordinary rod and ordinary bait, sat down, and caught a red carp the size of my palm. I was genuinely pleased about the carp. I could have sent puppets into that river and pulled out something with teeth. That's not fishing, that's requisitioning. And while I sat there doing nothing productive with a rod in my hand, a design problem I had been chewing on for weeks came apart on its own. I had been staring at Foundation Establishment puppet blueprints for a month and getting nowhere, and the answer arrived while I was watching a float. Cultivation, it turns out, really should not be done at full tension the entire time. I was still working through that when a man landed next to me with the same cheap rod and the same cheap bait and a bucket. Zhao Wu, the talisman guest elder of Lingzhi Island, oldest of the 4, and the one I'd read as the most settled. It was his rock. He'd been developing fishing spots along that shore for years, personally polishing blue stones and putting them in the good places, and there were a dozen of them scattered around the island, and he offered to lend me the whole map. I moved to give him his spot back, and he stopped me, took a second blue stone out of his storage pouch, put it down 3 meters away, and sat on it. He was carrying spare rocks. That is the single most reassuring thing I have ever learned about another person. Then a young woman dropped out of the sky with a jade basin and called him Grandpa Zhao. The warship crews had caught several cold abyss fish. Her father had said one for each of the 4 guest elders, and she had personally picked the biggest one for him. In front of another guest elder, Si Qin, the young island mistress, tomboy, blunt, entirely without guile, and I watched the color come up her face as she heard her own sentence land. She was mortified. Some guest elders are extremely petty about exactly that kind of thing, and Lingzhi Island had only just managed to hire a refiner after going without one for years. Zhao Wu fixed it in about 4 seconds, without ever acknowledging that anything had happened. Cold abyss fish, he told me, is a rarity of the Tanglan River, very hard to catch, doesn't need cooking at all, and raw, it stands up against a spirit chef's work. Then he suggested that we simply eat his fish now, and when mine arrived, we'd eat that too, and that Si Qin, being present, would of course be the one to prepare both, which turned an insult into an invitation, and made the girl who'd caused the problem into the hostess. She took out a little sandalwood table, a jade knife, and jade plates, and went to work. And I learned that a dead cold abyss fish turns black and foul the instant it touches anything of the 5 elements. Only jade leaves it alone. 10 slices each, thin as cicada wings. And the meat is only good for 10 breaths after it's cut. So you eat immediately, or you don't bother. I have eaten glowing spirit food, cooked by my own hands at the top of the discipline, nearly every day for years. This was better. Not stronger, better. Everything I cook has runes in it, and you can taste the intention. This just tasted like something that had happened on its own. We got through it in a handful of breaths, and I sat there with my eyes shut for a while afterward. Then it was back to the mountain and the puppet. 3 months of design, and what came out was a humanoid puppet at the Foundation Establishment threshold, built so carefully that when it moved you would swear you were watching a man. Not a shape wrapped in a robe. A man. I checked it with divine sense myself and found nothing off, and I built it. And then I discovered its appetite. An ordinary first-tier puppet has runes that pull ambient energy out of the air, so it runs on nothing forever. This one was second tier. It pulled ambient energy too, and the ambient energy was enough to let it walk around. To fight, it needed a real power supply. 10 mid-grade spirit stones per attack. 10,000 ordinary spirit stones for one swing. I had built the finest thing I had ever made, and it was, functionally, an ornament. Beautiful, enormously expensive, completely useless in any fight that lasted longer than a sentence. What it needed was a spirit eye stone. Deep in the core of a spirit mine, you occasionally find spirit eye objects. Stones, beads, sometimes trees. The lowest of them, a spirit eye stone, is a pocket-sized fragment of spiritual vein. Not a real vein, a permanent little spring, small enough to carry. Put one in that puppet's chest and it fights forever. They are extremely rare, they have 100 uses, and every powerful faction in the world quietly collects them. I put the word out through the Sea family and settled in to wait. While I was waiting, the island lord died. He'd left a few days earlier with an old friend, a chi refining perfection cultivator who had come to the island with news of a ruin in a secret realm containing 10,000-year warm jade. That is the only treasure besides the pill itself that helps at the divine sense gate. 9 out of 10 men who reach the top of chi refining die at that gate. So when your friend arrives with a rice grain-sized chip of the stuff in his palm as proof, you do not ask what the dangers are. You ask when we leave. 7 of them went in. He came back alone and dying. I heard it as 9 strokes of a bronze bell. There's a rule on that island. When somebody who has served the Sea family well dies, the family head strikes the bell himself. The very best get 8 strokes. Only a fallen family head gets the 9th. I counted them standing at my cave door and then flew down. By the time I got there, he had already given away everything he had left. 4 of the 7 had died fighting inside the ruin over the 2 pieces of warm jade that turned up. He had stolen one and escaped with it. His friend had not come out. He gave the jade to his daughter, for when she reaches chi refining perfection, because her talent is real and she's only a few years off. He told the 2 elders and Zhao Wu to help her hold the island, and he asked her, if she ever managed to establish her foundation, to come and burn some incense at his grave so he'd know. Then the Grand Elder, Si Lei, asked the only question that actually mattered, which was, who else knows? That's not a cold man. That's a man doing triage on a family while his brother dies in front of him. And then, with the girl sobbing on her father's chest, that same old man said the hardest thing I heard in that entire province. Today is the last time you will ever cry like this. Tomorrow you are the island lord, and you will carry the fate of this entire family, and you will no longer have the right. He wasn't being cruel. He was telling her the price of the chair before she sat in it, while she still had her father's hand in hers, because that was the last hour in which anyone would ever be gentle with her again. Then he walked out and struck the bell 9 times. The jade turned out to be a live coal, and the dying man's plan had already failed before he finished explaining it. His theory was sound. 2 other men had come out of that ruin alive. Whichever of them won the second piece would be badly hurt and unable to use it, and would therefore keep his mouth shut. Announcing that you are carrying the single most wanted object in the province is a way to be robbed on a schedule. The winner was a loose cultivator called Yuhu, and on his way home, wounded, carrying the prize, he ran into an old enemy of his own with friends. Cornered and finished, with nothing left to lose, he shouted 2 things at the men killing him. The first was that he had a 10,000-year warm jade on him, which sent every one of his killers into a hunt against each other. The second was that the head of the Sea family had one too. He had no faction, no descendants, and no reason on earth to protect us. Within a day, half the chi refining perfection cultivators in Reach were moving toward Lingjie Island, and the island had exactly 1 perfection expert, and he was lying in state. The Grand Elder made the call inside an hour, and it was the right one, and it cost him everything he had left of his brother. We cannot hold it, offer it to Golden Dragon Island. The point isn't protection. The point is that when a Foundation establishment power takes possession of something, they say so, publicly, loudly. And an object that has publicly changed hands stops being a reason to visit us. That is how you throw away a hot coal. You do not hide it. You hand it to somebody big and make sure the whole street watches. Then they turned the island's own formation to full power, pulled every cultivator on Lingjie Island inside it, and left the several 100,000 ordinary people outside completely alone. I want to explain that because it looks monstrous, and it isn't. Mortals are the foundation of the whole cultivation world, and the rule on that is absolute in a way almost nothing else is. A cultivator who slaughters mortals gets hunted by every Foundation establishment power in the region, and, if it's bad enough, the core formation ancestors get involved. Even in the Wu kingdom next door, which is run entirely by demonic cultivators who need human misery as a raw material, they kill low-level cultivators for it and leave the mortals alone, and the ones who break that rule get put down by their own side. So the farmers were safer outside the formation than the cultivators were inside it, which is one of the very few sentences in that world that comes out backwards in a good way. The first man arrived within half an hour. He called himself Venerable Blood Eagle. Chi, refining perfection, and a wanted man because he'd robbed and killed Golden Dragon Island's people enough times that Golden Dragon Island had put out a warrant and he'd been off the map for years. Everybody had assumed he'd left the territory. He had simply been hiding in it, which takes real nerve, and I respected it slightly. He hung outside the formation and delivered the standard speech. Si Chen is dead. The rest of you can't hold that jade. Hand it over or I'll exterminate the family. The Grand Elder told him the jade was already pledged to Golden Dragon Island, and that the Hall Master of External Affairs was on his way, and that a man with Blood Eagle's history might want to be elsewhere when he arrived. Blood Eagle came back with a mixture of threats and reasonableness that was genuinely well constructed. Golden Dragon Island cannot guard you forever. Give it to me, and every problem that follows becomes mine instead of yours. Refuse, and you'll offend a dozen more of us. And with Si Chen dead, can Lingji Island really afford that? And the Grand Elder, who had been doing this for 50 years, did not take a single word of it seriously. Because the whole value of giving it to Golden Dragon Island is that Golden Dragon Island will announce it. Blood Eagle would take it and deny everything, and then we would still have a jade on our reputation and nothing in the vault. So he told him plainly, "If you're still here when the next perfection expert arrives, I will join hands with that man to kill you, and I expect he'll be delighted to trade your head for Golden Dragon Island's goodwill." Then he rolled 5 warships out of the formation. The lead one fights at key refining perfection strength, the other 4 at the 9th level. Blood Eagle left. On his way out, I put a divine sense mark on him from inside the array, and I want to be clear about why, because it wasn't loyalty. He had said, out loud, that he would kill anyone from Lingji Island who ever stepped outside. I live on Lingji Island, and I go outside constantly. That one had just volunteered. Several more came and went over the following hours. Most turned around the moment they heard the jade was pledged, because nobody wants Golden Dragon Island's attention over a treasure that's already spoken for. 2 loose cultivators stayed, hoping to crack the formation before the Hallmaster arrived, and a peak-grade Guardian array is not something 2 men crack, so they eventually left too. Then a warship came in with a Golden Dragon banner on the bow, and a white-haired young man stood on the deck and asked for the jade. The Grand Elder flew up and presented it with both hands, and the young man examined it, nodded, told us it counted as a great merit for Lingja Island, and then took a deep breath and made a sound that rolled out over the water for several hundred miles. The Sea family has offered the 10,000-year warm jade to me. Which of you would like to ask me for it back? Nobody, as it turned out. Inside the formation, I actually clapped. That is an open-handed man, I said, to nobody in particular. I had been fully prepared to kill 1 or 2 chi-refining perfection cultivators that afternoon as a demonstration, purely because I could not have people wandering around my mountain and stumbling into my array. They'd all had the decency to attack only the family compound. Nobody had come near Hongye Peak. Very sensible of them. The white-haired hallmaster then stayed for the funeral and personally presided over Sichin's succession ceremony, which is an enormous thing to do for a small island, and which meant that anyone thinking of moving on Lingzhi Island in future had to price in the possibility of annoying him. And then he left with the jade on a second-tier treasure ship, entirely unafraid of being ambushed, because 7 or 8 chi-refining perfection cultivators together could not take that ship. That, I noted, is what the next tier up actually looks like. The Si family exhaled. 2 weeks later, Blue Moon Island started a rumor. Blue Moon Island is the neighbor, run by a man named Gongsun Ming, and they had been fighting Lingzhi Island over water hunting grounds for generations, with real casualties on both sides. He put the word out at Jinjiao Market that Si Chen had brought back 2 pieces of warm jade. That one had gone to Golden Dragon Island, and that one was still on Lingzhi Island. His own man asked him who would possibly believe that, given that Yuhu had specifically said 1. And Gongsun Ming explained it to him the way you'd explain it to a child, and it is the most quietly vicious piece of reasoning in this entire story. Most of them won't believe it, but out of everyone who hears it, there will always be 2 or 3 who think, what if? And 2 or 3 chi refining perfection cultivators camped on Lingjur Island forever is enough to bleed them white. It costs us nothing. We just say a sentence. If Lingjur Island declines, they can't contest the hunting grounds, and if they decline far enough, we take the whole thing. Within days, the guest elders started leaving. Dan Yuenza, the alchemist, went first. He stood in the family hall and gave notice and cited the clause in the contract that says if the island cannot guarantee a guest elder's safety, the guest elder may resign. The grand elder argued, "A rumor is a rumor. Few will believe it. We can handle the few." And Dan Yuenza's answer was better than the argument. You can handle it, and it will cost you. And while you're recovering, Blue Moon Island is going to be standing right there, watching. Lingjur Island will not be stable for years, and guest elders will be the softest targets on it. He wasn't a coward, he was correct. Siqin agreed to it from the head of the table without a fight, and had Zhao Wu see him out. Then Baihe Daoren, the formation master, came in and resigned as well, and did not even bother with the safety clause. He said he needed a stable environment for his research, and Lingjur Island was not going to be one for several years, and that was that. And then Siqin sat up very straight in her father's chair and waited for the third one. She had been island lord for about 3 weeks. 2 of her 4 specialists had walked out in an afternoon, and she made herself sit there with a composed face, waiting for the last one to come tell her that her family was a bad bet, because she had decided that whatever else happened, nobody was going to see her flinch. I did not come. Eventually, Zhao Wu came up my mountain to find out why, and asked me directly what I thought about the resignations. "Let them go," I said. "I'm quite comfortable here. I have no intention of leaving." He physically sagged with relief. Then he offered me the departed men's benefits on top of my own, and the formation master's cave, which sits on a better vein than mine. I turned the cave down. My array had 6 months left to run, and I was not moving it for anything. And when he asked what I wanted the doubled pay in, I told him spirit wine, spirit tea, and any spirit fruit that tastes good. He passed that along, and the grand elder went quiet for a moment, and then started laughing. Siqin didn't understand, so he explained it to her, and I have always been slightly annoyed at how completely he read me. Think about it. There may be 2 or 3 chi-refining perfection cultivators coming for this island. If you were guest elder Li, and we handed you a fortune, what would you ask for? Anything that improves my combat power, or my odds of surviving, she said immediately. Exactly, said the old man, and he asked for wine and snacks, which means he has a card in his hand. Either he can fight a chi-refining perfection cultivator, or he can walk away from one whenever he likes. That's why he isn't leaving. Cultivators who live a long time in this world are one of 2 types, the ones cautious enough to run at the first sign of trouble, and the ones who don't have to. 2 of them came in at night, not to break the formation, they knew they couldn't. They came in to make noise, so that the island had to light up its lead warship to drive them off. And every time that ship fires at full power, it burns a small mountain of spirit stones. The plan was to bleed Lingjur Island dry, 1 visit at a time, for as long as it took. I watched the whole thing from above, out of the dark, and I recognized both of them. The 2 loose cultivators who had hung around after the hallmaster arrived. I marked them both and let them go. Then, once the island had settled and Zhao Wu had come up to tell me not to worry and gone away again, I left. Waking a man up in the middle of the night to save money is a very specific kind of decision. They'd holed up on a bare island 800 miles out with no vein on it, close enough to keep harassing us and far enough to be inconvenient. I came in without hiding at all, and they came up off the ground with their artifacts already spinning. "Who are you? Are you from Lingjur Island?" "I'm the one who's going to kill you," I said, and put 10 machines into them. They had time to try exactly one thing, which was to guess that the black robes were puppets and go for the man in the middle, which was correct, and did not help. I burned both bodies to ash afterward, because a corpse is a piece of evidence and I was living 40 minutes away. And then I opened their pouches and my whole night got better. Frost Evil Chi. And an Ice Soul Jade Lotus. Frost Evil Chi is a natural phenomenon that forms in a few specific kinds of terrain once every several decades, and it tempers the blood. It is a bloodgate treasure. I had been planning to trade for one after I finished the sun and moon pills, using those pills as currency, and here it was in the pocket of a man who had come to my island to annoy me at 2 in the morning. The Ice Soul Jade Lotus was the last secondary ingredient I needed for the Foundation Establishment pill. Every other component of that recipe was already in my storage pouch. The 9-leaf Lingji grass had come from Taoist Yu Yang at a trade fair. This came off a corpse. All that was left was the main ingredient. I want to lay out where that put me because it's the part I still find funny. The Divine Sense Gate, the one that kills 90%, I had passed years early by accidentally learning too many crafts. The Blood Gate was now sitting in my hand, delivered by a burglar. The Mana Gate needed a tie-in spirit refining pill, and my array was going to finish that in 6 months. And the pill that saves your life if all 3 go wrong needed the demon core of a monster as strong as a Foundation Establishment cultivator. I inhaled the Frost Evil Chi that same night, because you do not put that off. The method is simple to the point of being insulting. You breathe it in, that's it. It does the rest. It felt like falling into an ice cave while somebody drove 1,000 needles into me from every direction at once. I sat there and took it, because that is what it is doing. It is scouring your blood, and blood does not improve gently. 7 days. 7 days in seclusion, breathing frost, with everything else in the world shut out. On the 7th day, my blood caught fire. I mean that with almost no exaggeration. Crimson flame came up around my body, and above my head a plume of red smoke stood straight up like a signal fire on a watchtower. Blood chi like beacon smoke, said the old texts, and I looked at it with divine sense and started laughing inside my own seclusion. Bloodgate. Done. 2 down, permanently, before I had even seen the ingredients for the 3rd. Meanwhile, on the island, 7 days had gone by without a single raid, and the Grand Elder was baffled. 2 chi-refining perfection cultivators who had committed to bleeding an island do not simply stop for a week. It made no sense. Si Chin, who is quicker than anyone gives her credit for, guessed it out loud in the family hall. What if the guest elder killed them, and the reason he went into seclusion right afterward is that he took an injury doing it? Both old men laughed at her. Jia Wu said, kindly, that guest elder Li might well have the means to deal with a chi-refining perfection cultivator. But 2 of them at once? Absolutely not. And the Grand Elder finished it with the sentence that kept my cover intact better than any disguise I ever wore. If he could kill 2 chi-refining perfection cultivators at once, why on earth would he be working here as a guest elder? I love that question. It is completely logical, and it is the reason I got to spend a year quietly building a machine that collects sunlight on their mountain. 5 months later, the golden crow and the jade rabbit had gone almost solid. I took out 2 jade gourds and drew them in, and white liquid came out of the rabbit and gold out of the crow, and as the essence left them, the 2 phantoms went transparent, and when the last drop was in, both of them collapsed. So did the array. It's a one-time construction. You build it, you wait a year, you harvest, it dies. 3 days at the furnace. 10 tie-in spirit refining pills. 10 sun spirit quenching pills. Anyone else working with that much essence would have gotten 1 or 2 finished pills out of it, which is why nobody makes them. The first tie-in pill went down like swallowing a piece of ice from the bottom of the world. I actually shuddered, and frost formed on my eyebrows. Then it went to work, and my magic began to change. Chi-refining magic is a vapor. To pass the Mana Gate, it has to be pure enough and abundant enough to condense into liquid at the moment of the breakthrough. And for a low-grade root, that is an enormous ask. 1 pill took 1/5 of my magic, from vapor to pale blue mist. I took 1 a day for 5 days, and when the 5th was done, every drop of magic in my body was mist. For most water attribute cultivators at the top of chi refining, getting hold of a single one of those pills would be the luckiest week of their lives. I had 10, and I ate 5 like vitamins. My raw combat power, magic only, no puppets, no artifacts, tripled. Mana Gate. Done. Which left the pill, and the pill needed a monster. 7,000 miles north, there's a body of water called Blackwater Lake, and living in it is a second-tier black water serpent at early-stage Foundation establishment. Second tier covers everything from that up to a demon at foundation establishment perfection, and the difference between the top and the bottom of that band is enormous. So I went shopping for the weakest legal second tier monster in reach, and that was it. Then I built the trap because I was not going to fight a water demon in water. A mystic ice trapping array. Peak grade, portable, and its specific gift is that it freezes the surface of a body of water solid. Whatever comes up out of that lake was not going back down. And then I built the lure, and the lure is the part I'm proud of. You cannot simply fly to Blackwater Lake and hover over it. That lake is a second-tier demon's territory. No chi refining cultivator on Earth goes there voluntarily, so a chi refining cultivator who does is obviously a trap. And the thing in the water will simply sink to the bottom and go quiet, and later it will follow the waterways out and be gone. So I never went to the lake. I went downstream to the Blackwater River and started killing ordinary blackwater snakes. 10 puppets in the water, a dozen dead snakes in the time it takes an incense stick to burn. And down in the deep water, a snake at chi refining perfection covered in wounds gathered the survivors and told them exactly what I wanted it to tell them. This human puppeteer is too strong. We cannot stop him. Follow me upstream to the lake. His Majesty will protect us. They ran, and I chased them, closing but never quite catching, and killed most of them on the way so that only 3 arrived, terrified, screaming for the king. No matter what kind of creature you are, when something is killing your family, you run to the safest place you know. The whole lake heaved, and a tail came out of the water and smashed one of my puppets to splinters. I pulled everything back to the boundary line, and I called out over the water in my most reasonable voice. Blackwater Demon King. I haven't crossed the line. My puppets haven't entered Blackwater Lake. Which was true. There's a tacit agreement in Jiang Continent between the second-tier demons and the Foundation Establishment cultivators. The demons stay in their own territory and don't hunt chi-refining cultivators outside it. The Foundation Establishment cultivators don't gang up and clear them out. And if some idiot chi-refining cultivator wanders into a demon's territory and gets eaten, nobody says a word because he wandered in. By the letter of that agreement, I was standing on the right side of the line, and it was obliged to stay in its lake. 10 meters of black serpent came out of the water and looked at me. You think saying there's no boundary makes it so? I watched you cross with my own eyes. You dared kill this many of my kind. Your human race is finished. And it came at me across open water, out of its lake, to eat a chi-refining perfection cultivator, which is a delicacy. It broke the agreement in front of witnesses because it was angry, and that is genuinely the only thing I was relying on. I let the Foundation Establishment threshold puppet meet it head-on. The impact was enormous, and the serpent knew instantly. I heard it say it out loud in the middle of the air. Foundation Establishment. It's a trap. It twisted to get back into the water. Mystic ice trapping array. The plate went onto the surface, and 12 threshold puppets raised the flags around it, and runes ran between them all and locked, and white mist rolled out and froze several kilometers of lake into a single sheet, and then closed over the top of us like a lid. Everything worked. And then it did something I did not expect, which was to calm down and think. It had felt the puppet and assumed Foundation Establishment cultivator and panicked. Then, trapped, it went back over the exchange and noticed that during the fight the thing had given off no information at all. No aura, no realm, no living signature. Not a cultivator, a puppet. Which means the man is a chi-refining puppeteer, which means the man is the weak point. It told me so, and it was extremely pleased with itself. Puppeteer. You thought one Foundation Establishment puppet could handle a second-tier demon? Let me show you what invincible actually means. Your puppets are nothing. And it went for me instead of the machines, which is exactly right, and exactly what everyone does, and the reason I had spent 5,000 spirit stones on a mobile array before leaving home. Puppets are nothing, I said. Then get past them first. The array wrapped white silk threads around it, 1,000 of them, and it could tear through them, but not fast. And slow is all I needed, because slow meant it could not get around my Foundation Establishment puppet, and my Foundation Establishment puppet was hitting it the entire time. Then I sent 6 of the threshold puppets in holding formation flags. You are not supposed to move the flags of a live array. Move the flags and the array destabilizes and collapses. Unless you understand formations well enough to keep it standing while you walk the pieces around, in which case those 6 machines are now fighting with the array's power running through their arms. 10 meters of second-tier demon, wrapped in silk, being beaten by a Foundation Establishment puppet and 6 flag bearers. How, it said, does a chi refining perfection cultivator have this many foundation establishment puppets? Then it offered to sign a spirit beast contract and serve me as a guardian. I turned it down. I only need the core, I said. I don't need a bodyguard. And I was honest with it about why, which I think it deserved. A contracted beast normally cannot betray its master. Normally. And I had read enough odd stories on the third floor of tea houses to know that contracts get broken, and I am a man with a very large secret sitting in his head. I would rather have a thing made of wood that cannot ever change its mind. Then it threatened to destroy its own core, so I couldn't have it. And I laughed at it, which I still feel slightly bad about. Go on, I said. Show me. Blow up your own core, right now, in the middle of a fight. Because in the stories I read in my first life, the monster always detonates its core at the end. In practice, it takes several breaths to start, and the instant you begin, the core stops powering you, which means you drop dead of the attempt long before it goes off. If a demon core were easy to self-destruct, foundation establishment pills would not exist at all. It knew that. It had just been hoping I didn't. It died a few dozen breaths later, cursing me, promising I would die badly. I collected the core out of the body and looked at it. Whether I die badly is an open question, I told it. But your core is going to let me establish my foundation safely, and that comes with 2 more 60-year cycles. So honestly, thank you. There were still black water snakes at the bottom of that lake, hiding, and I left every one of them alone. I'd killed the ones who came out. Cultivation world runs on materials. Someone will need black water snakes next century. 3 days at the furnace, and the last hour of it was the tensest hour of my life to that point. Everything up to the main ingredient is routine. Then you drop in the ice-soul jade lotus and the 9-leaf lingji grass and a second-tier demon core, and there is exactly one of each in the world, as far as you are concerned. And if your attention slips, you get to go and find another monster. I opened the furnace, and there were 3 pills in it. 3. Most famous alchemists get 2 out of a full set. Plenty of respected ones get 1 and are proud of it. The mediocre ones burn 2 or 3 complete sets before anything survives. And that is why a great many men who spend 20 years assembling the ingredients still die at the breakthrough, because after all that, they hand the bag to somebody whose hands aren't good enough. I laughed with my hands on my hips in an empty workshop, which is by now a documented habit of mine. 3 chances at survival. And I had already calculated my own odds of a clean breakthrough at somewhere around 98%. 98 is not enough. 98 is a coin with 200 sides, and one of them kills you and everything you will ever be. I have never once in my life accepted a number below 100 when the alternative was available. Then I went and asked Si Chin for her family's spirit vein. That's what a breakthrough actually needs, and nobody tells you until you're standing there. You need spiritual energy at a density the chi refining world does not casually contain. Peak grade at minimum, 2nd rank if you can get it. My mountain was a small rank 1 vein. Even compressed with a gathering array, it topped out too low. The only thing on that island good enough was the top-grade vein under the family's own compound. I told her plainly what it would cost. I intend to pull every drop of energy out of that vein for several days. Every member of your family will be cut off from their own cultivation the entire time. She said yes before I finished the sentence, and did not consult either elder. The Grand Elder walked me over to a place called Mingshin Hall, which is where the family's young people sit when they attempt a big breakthrough. It was empty. He made small talk the whole way there, and by the time he had walked back, he had worked out the entire thing. A man who needs a top-grade vein compressed to 2nd-rank density is a man about to attempt foundation establishment. And if he lives, this island has just done a very large favor to a foundation establishment cultivator at the exact moment it needed one. He went home and told Si Chin their opportunity had arrived, and all 3 of them spent the next several hours quietly hoping I didn't die, which is the warmest thing anyone had done for me in years, even if the motive was completely transparent. I built 3 arrays before I sat down. An outer shell, so nobody sees anything, an inner one that kills on its own without me, because I would be somewhat busy, and a modified gathering array that took the whole top-grade vein and squeezed it into a 5-mile circle until the air in Mingshin Hall was as thick as a 2nd-rank vein. Then I put my foundation establishment puppet and 18 threshold puppets in a ring around my own body, facing outward. Outside, the Grand Elder sent the warships out to patrol and had them run a jamming array so that not one communication token on Lingjia Island could reach the outside world for the duration. Nobody asked him to do that. Then I sat down and got my breathing right and swallowed a foundation establishment pill and started. The blood gate first. Spirit energy came into me through the crown of my head in a volume I cannot properly describe, and it scours you. It washes through your blood looking for anything weak, and if your blood is thin or you have an old injury hiding somewhere, that flood finds it and you die dried out. I cried out. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. It hurt more than anything in my life, and it went on for a long time, and my whole body ran red as the dead blood came out of me. And then the first thread of new blood came through, and it was pale gold. And gold blood does not get washed. Gold blood drinks. The flood stopped being an attack and started being a meal, and my body went up to the foundation establishment threshold while I sat there. First gate, then the mana gate, which after that was almost pleasant. All that energy pouring in, refined through a perfected water technique, into mist, and the mist thickening and thickening, until a single drop of blue liquid formed in my dantian and instantly ate a huge volume of the mist around it. Then a second drop, then a third. I kept pushing until I had 20 drops and could not make a 21st. Second gate. Then the divine sense gate, the one that kills 9 out of 10. Here is what actually happens there, and it's worth understanding because it explains why the number is so ugly. At that moment, in a breakthrough, a cultivator's blood and magic are in a state they will never be in again, and that state resonates with his mental energy and enlarges it. If your mind is already close, the resonance carries you over. If it isn't, the resonance is not enough, and you fail, and failure at that gate does not cripple you. It kills you. And there is almost nothing in the world that improves mental energy, so for most men, there is no preparation available. You just arrive and find out. For me, it was a formality, because I'd had divine sense for years, but the resonance still happened. For 100 breaths, the thing that ordinarily drags a man's mind over a line multiplied a divine sense that was already there, several times over. In 100 breaths, which was, I should mention, deeply frustrating, because for years I had been trying to train divine sense with no technique for it and getting nowhere, and here was 100 breaths of free growth with a hard stop on the end of it. If that lasted an hour, I could rule this realm on perception alone. It did not. It ended. And then my life level itself changed, and something enormous and calm went through me, and an aura came off my body that rolled out through the walls of Mingxin Hall. Foundation establishment. And in the depths of my sea of consciousness, the Chronicle of Ages lit up like somebody had opened a furnace door. Silver runes came pouring out of it, hundreds, thousands, more characters than I could count, streaming out and circling and going back in. I threw everything I had at memorizing them, and they erased themselves out of my memory as they re-entered the scroll, one by one, exactly as fast as I could catch them. When it finished, I had half of one broken rune left. I copied it onto white paper before I moved, before I even checked my own body, because I have never once trusted my memory over ink. The scroll had never done that, not once in 6 years. It did it at a realm breakthrough, which means it will do it again at core formation, and next time I will be ready, and I will take more than half of one. Then I checked the panel. Early stage foundation establishment, 31 years old. Lifespan, 227 years and 4 months. 2 full 60-year cycles added in one afternoon on top of the 18 years I had already bought back. I had started this with 95 years and a hut, and my divine sense after that 100-breath multiplication was not at early stage strength. It was sitting at the level of a middle stage foundation establishment cultivator, which meant that even standing in an open field with nothing in my hands, I could take an early stage cultivator apart on perception alone. I walked out of Mingxin Hall into the daylight with my own face on, young, 31 years old. Si Qin stared at me and forgot how to speak. She'd been dealing with a white-haired old man named Li Shan for a year. The 2 old men worked it out in about a breath and a half and kicked her in the ankle until she bowed. Then she came forward with a jade slip in both hands and offered me a congratulatory gift, and I took it without ceremony and read it and had to keep my face very still. A second-rank, low-grade artifact refining legacy. Her father had found it in a ruin as a young man. He had never once offered it to a foundation establishment power, and not out of greed. He hid it for decades because a legacy is not a treasure. A treasure changes hands and it's done. A legacy can be copied, which means that a foundation establishment power who takes one from you now has a permanent interest in you not existing. The Se family had been sitting on that thing for a generation, and the Grand Elder had told her exactly how to hand it over, and I know his instructions verbatim because she repeated them to me years later. We give it as a gift. We do not ask for anything. What a strong man hands you when he is pleased, you get to keep. What you beg for, you get nothing. That is the most valuable piece of advice in this entire story, and it came from a retired soldier on a small island. So I gave her a foundation establishment pill, out of 3. A third of everything I had bled a second-tier demon for. She stared at the jade bottle in her hands. Both old men went completely silent. Foundation establishment pills do not circulate. Even a real foundation establishment power opens the furnace once or twice a year at best, and every pill that comes out is eaten by their own children, students, and friends. An outside loose cultivator does not get close enough to smell one. For people like them, 10,000-year warm jade is the best they can realistically hope for, and that had just been taken off them by a bigger power. She got down on her knees and swore her entire bloodline to me on the spot. If the Se family ever betrays this man, may our line end. I helped her up and told her that whether the Se family is loyal is a question for time to answer, not a ceremony. But I want to be honest about the pill. It was not generosity. It was a test. She was at the 9th level and a few years off perfection. If she had asked me for anything at all after that legacy, I would have thanked her for the gift, paid her fairly, and hired staff from somewhere else. She gave me the single most valuable object her family owned, asked for nothing, and let me decide what it was worth. That is the exact quality I needed in the person who was going to run my affairs for the next century. She got the pill because she passed, and she never once knew there was a test. Then I gave her my first order. Use Lingzhi Island's channels. Tell the Chunyang sect, the Xinyue Chamber of Commerce, and Peach Blossom Island that Li Changsheng has established his foundation. She caught the name change and said nothing about it, which was the second thing she got right that day. And then I invited them both fishing, because it was a good afternoon, and I had 120 extra years, and I had learned by then that I do my best thinking with a rod in my hand. All 3 answered inside an incense stick, which told me something about how rare a new foundation establishment cultivator actually is. The Chunyang sect offered 4 things. A second-tier legacy or cultivation technique, a second-tier secret art, the main material for a second-tier spiritual artifact, and a second-rank island with a vein on it. Their condition was 30 years of bound service under a vow contract. For most men, that is not unreasonable. Once you're a foundation establishment cultivator, your progress slows to a crawl, and 30 years might not even move you a stage, and you have several centuries to spend. I did not want to belong to anybody for 30 years. Next, I said, the Xinyue Chamber of Commerce offered 3 things instead of 4, 10 years of service and 1 mission a year. Better, still a leash. And Peach Blossom Island offered 2 things, a second-tier legacy and a second-rank island. And their conditions were that I complete 1 single mission for them within 10 years. After that, if Peach Blossom Island wants help, they pay for it, and if I don't like the payment, I say no, and nobody has any recourse. And any member who runs into trouble outside can pay other members to come and help. That's not a sect. That's a platform. Tell Peach Blossom Island, yes, I said. Decline the other 2 politely. 1,000 miles off the island, 3 foundation establishment cultivators had been hanging in the air the whole time waiting for that answer and arguing about me. That's the etiquette. All 3 powers send someone, none of them approach, because 3 foundation establishment cultivators arriving simultaneously at the door of a brand new one would be terrifying. They wait for the answer, and only the winner comes in. They were also there to keep anything from happening to me in the meantime. A newly established foundation establishment cultivator has no technique, no spiritual artifact, no second-tier anything. It is the softest a man will ever be after that breakthrough, and everybody in that business knows it. The Chunyang man was confident because his terms were the richest. The woman from Xinyue argued that 30 years of service scares people off, and the man from Peach Blossom Island said, mildly, that if it were him he'd take Chunyang or Peach Blossom, and that Xinyue's problem is that merchants calculate too finely. Which the Xinyue woman answered with the single most honest sentence anybody said that day. A newly established foundation establishment cultivator is worth exactly this much. Giving more would be a loss. And the ones we already recruited got 3 conditions, so if we suddenly give a stranger 4, what have we just said to them? Then all 3 tokens buzzed, and Ye Feng of Peach Blossom Island started laughing, and the other 2 took it gracefully and left. Peach Blossom Island turned out to be exactly what the offer had implied. Their strongest is the island master himself, late-stage foundation establishment, 190 years old, who has not concerned himself with day-to-day business in decades and is either in seclusion or out looking for a core formation opportunity. Under him, 5 middle-stage and 12 early-stage cultivators, of whom 4 or 5 are ever actually on the island, because the entire membership is made up of people who hate being tied down. The place is run by his disciple. Ye Feng took me into a plum grove with a second-tier peak-quality vein under it, one of only 2 on the island, and I felt the air change as I walked in. And a woman appeared out of a column of falling plum blossoms. Taoist Manhwa, middle stage, deputy island lord, and every single movement she makes is a charm technique running at full power. Ye Feng, who has known her for years, blanked for a solid second and had to physically shake himself. I looked at her and nothing happened. Not because I'm made of iron, because a mind that has taken 6 disciplines to perfection is a mind that has been hammered flat and folded over repeatedly, and after enough of that, your heart nature does not wobble because a beautiful woman walked out of a tree. She noticed immediately, said so, and doubled Ye Feng's mission merit for bringing me in. Then she gave me an extra condition on the spot. 1 more second-tier legacy, which she paid for out of her own account. 3 great merits, transferred from a middle-stage cultivator to a man she had met 90 seconds earlier. Ye Feng explained the economy on the way to the scripture pavilion, and it is beautifully simple. An ordinary mission earns 1 minor merit. A dangerous one earns a great merit. A very dangerous one, 2 or 3. A second-tier legacy costs 3 great merits. A great merit breaks down into 3 minor merits when you need it to, and minor merits never combine back up, so Taoist Manhua had just handed a stranger 3 dangerous missions worth of her own life. I said out loud that she was clearly an investor who could see I'd be worth something later. Ye Feng told me that was a shameless thing to say about oneself. I told him a man should have confidence. The scripture pavilion has a guard who holds half a key in a bronze mirror, and the other half is granted temporarily to a member by the island master or one of the 5 middle-stage cultivators, and only the 2 halves together open the jade booklet. So the guard cannot rob his own vault, and no visiting member can get in alone. Then you swear a heart demon oath not to leak whatever you take. That oath matters because after foundation establishment, your own mind starts producing demons during breakthroughs, and a broken oath is an invitation. And because a heart demon oath eventually stops frightening a man who has given up on ever advancing again, they add a bounty. 10 great merits to anyone who reports a leaked legacy, payable even to outsiders, and 10 dangerous missions as the punishment. 10 great merits is 3 second-tier legacies. Nobody is trading you 1 legacy quietly when their best friend could turn them in for 3. I took a cultivation technique called the Xuanming True Water Scripture, which is grade 2 peak quality, recovered from a fragment of something called the Black Iron Heavenly Book, and which is rumored to have core formation and nascent soul sequels somewhere in the world. That last part is the entire reason I picked it. You can swap techniques at every realm, but every swap means converting your foundation over, and a single lineage that goes all the way up is worth more than a better technique that dead ends. And I took a second-rank formation legacy. There was no puppet inheritance in that pavilion, not one, at any grade. The most powerful faction on that side of the continent had complete sets of alchemy, refining, formations, and talismans, and nothing at all for the discipline everyone considers a joke. Then they gave me an island. Cold Spring Island, 1 second-rank vein, 3 peak-grade veins, 7 top-grade veins, dozens of lesser ones, spirit fields, medicine gardens, 3 years of stockpiled harvest sitting in the warehouses, and a staff of Peach Blossom Island's general affairs people who I sent home and replaced with the C family before the day was out. At the heart of it is Hanshan Hall, and in Hanshan Hall there is a cold spring 3 meters across, with 9 ice lotuses growing out of it, and cold coming off it that would give a chi refining perfection cultivator frostbite. I sat down beside it and put 2 months of my life into the Xuanming True Water Scripture and got it to perfection, and when I started converting my magic over, 1 drop of the new stuff came out worth 2 of the old. That is not normal. An ordinary foundation establishment cultivator changing techniques gains 20 or 30% and spends a year doing it. Si Chin arrived by warship with hand-picked staff, took over every external channel on the island, and brought me 2 attendants, twin sisters called Si Yu and Si Shui. The Grand Elder had suggested that Si Qin herself might make a better impression than any attendant, and her answer to that is why I never regretted the pill. She said she'd have done it without hesitation if it helped. But a family tied to a powerful man by a woman's face has a bond that lasts exactly as long as the face does. It buys the Si family a few decades of comfort, and then they go back to being ordinary. If we want the Si family to actually rise, she said, the Si family needs its own foundation establishment, Cultivator. And with the pill he gave me, I have a 30% chance, and I am going to spend everything I have on it. Then Blue Moon Island came to pay tribute. Gongsun Ming had worked out that the guest elder called Li Shan and the new foundation establishment cultivator on Cold Spring Island were the same man, which meant that the rumor he had invented to bleed Lingzhi Island had been aimed, for months, at a foundation establishment cultivator's own household. He did 2 things about it, and both were correct. He emptied his vault into a box, and he quietly began shipping every child of his family with a spiritual root out of Blue Moon Island in small groups to the West Continent and to Leizhou, so that when his island burned, there would be embers somewhere else. He came in person, knelt, and offered the real gift on top of the box, a fragment of the Black Iron Heavenly Book. It looks like a scrap of black iron with some ordinary patterns on it, and it cannot be destroyed. He'd tried, with a formation, to make sure it was genuine. Only a divine sense can read one, which means they are effectively the property of foundation establishment cultivators, and what is written on any given fragment is pure luck. I ran divine sense over it, and characters came up out of the metal. God-slaying spike. A secret art that attacks divine sense directly. For a man whose divine sense was already a full stage above his realm, that is not a gift. That is a key. I asked him what he wanted. He asked me not to personally involve myself in the feud between Blue Moon Island and Lingzhi Island. Let the 2 islands settle it themselves. Granted, I said, and I meant it. That was a fair trade, and he was smart enough to ask for the only thing that mattered. Then Si Qin escorted him out, and he tried to open reconciliation talks with her at the gate, offering compensation, and she refused, and told him that the only reconciliation available was the Gongsun family leaving Blue Moon Island entirely. Gongsun Ming told her that if he was going to be driven off his own vein, a foundation establishment cultivator would have to come and do it personally, and that Lingzhi Island alone could not manage it. Which was true, and which is why, the moment he was gone, I gave the Si family 1/10 of Cold Spring Island's entire output for 3 years to spend on training. I'd promised not to touch Blue Moon Island myself. I said nothing whatsoever about funding. 2 months of my life turned the god-slaying spike to perfection, and it turned out to be the second thing I have ever owned with no rank at all. Like the blood escape, it grows with the man holding it. I built the first one inside my own sea of consciousness, weaving runes with divine sense until they folded into a small purple thorn, like the tip of a spear. It is not a weapon in any ordinary sense. It does not touch the body. It goes into a man's divine sense. An early-stage foundation establishment cultivator hit by that thing loses consciousness. A middle-stage cultivator gets a breath or 2 of blindness and agony where he cannot control anything he is holding. And that is more than enough, because a foundation establishment fight is decided by who is controlling their artifacts in any given second. I could hold 3 at a time, and each one cost me 2 or 3 days to rebuild after use, which meant it was not a technique. It was 3 bullets, and I would need to be very careful about when I fired them. While I was doing all of that, 2 men were sitting in a cave on the border planning my funeral. One of them was a red-haired demonic cultivator at middle-stage foundation establishment called Red Demon out of the White Bones sect in the Wu Kingdom next door. The other one was a shadow, and the shadow's name is the important part of this story, and I did not learn it for a long time. The shadow was a mole. Deep inside the Purple Thunder sect, which is the single core formation faction in Yan State and therefore the sky over everybody's head. He had been there for years and had climbed, and the intelligence he handed over that day started a war. The situation, laid out plainly, is this. Yan State's ancestor, Peely, is a genuine core formation cultivator in the middle stage, and he has about 10 years of lifespan left. The Wu Kingdom's ancestor, Whitebone, is only early-stage core formation, but he has 200 years. Normally that wouldn't matter, because both sects hold a secret art called the pseudo-core method. Foundation establishment perfection plus a third-tier demon core equals a false core cultivator who has a core formation lifespan and early-stage core formation strength and can never improve again. It is how both countries have produced a top-level cultivator every generation for centuries without relying on luck. Ancestor Pili went into the Hungduan Mountains a couple of years ago and came back injured, and the mole's report was that nobody in the Purple Thunder sect had gone into seclusion since. Their two Foundation Establishment Perfection cultivators had been out and about all year drinking with him, which means Pili did not bring back a third-tier demon core, which means when he dies in 10 years, Yan State has nothing on the top shelf at all, which means the Wu Kingdom should attack now and keep Pili pinned at the border so he never gets another chance to go and find one and simply outlive him. Then Red Demon mentioned, casually, that he'd heard there was a newly established Foundation Establishment cultivator in Jiang Continent about to hold his celebration. If we're going to declare war anyway, he said, I'll go to that celebration personally and use his head as the opening sacrifice. A brand new Foundation Establishment cultivator is the softest target in the whole class, and killing one on his own celebration day, in front of every important person in the region, is worth more than killing 3 ordinary ones in a field. It is a message. They timed the invasion around my party. I'd set the date 2 years out on Si Chin's advice. She'd explained the whole institution to me with enormous enthusiasm, because she'd been to one as a child with her father and had never gotten over it. Every chi refining faction of any standing sends someone. The gifts alone are worth having, and the leaders of every one of those factions kneel, on the day, to celebrate your arrival at the Great Way. I asked why everyone waits 2 or 3 years to hold theirs, and the answer was practical. It takes that long to convert your foundation and become a functioning Foundation Establishment cultivator, and you want any problems to have happened before you stand on a platform in front of the entire province. I spent those 2 years properly. I rebuilt Cold Spring Island's second-tier formation, which had originally covered a 5-mile circle around Hanchan Hall and no more. A small second-tier array is powerful and has no depth, and depth is the entire point of a defensive formation. I expanded it over the whole second-rank vein. A middle-stage cultivator who gets into that now does not simply walk back out. I forged 2 spiritual artifacts out of 108 peak-grade artifacts each because I could not get second-tier main materials without begging Peach Blossom Island for them, and I refused to owe people. 2 transparent water dragons, tens of meters long. 1 full of shields, 1 full of spheres. Assembled things, technically. Not one bit weaker than the real thing. I forged my natal spiritual artifact, the Xuanming True Water Gourd, which grows with me and can one day become a magic treasure, and which holds a true water cold enough to freeze a soul. I made spare Foundation Establishment puppets and stockpiled them, waiting for power sources. And I put out the word, through the Sea family, in every market in reach, that the new Foundation Establishment cultivator on Cold Spring Island collects Spirit Eye Stones. Which is why, on the morning of my celebration, 3 separate factions arrived carrying one. Everyone else brought what they could. Xuanbing Island brought the main material for a flying sword spiritual artifact. Baihua Island brought the main material for a mana pill. Both of those cost a great merit each on the Peach Blossom Island exchange list, which is to say each of those 2 families had spent a dangerous mission's worth of value to get my attention. I told Si Chin to keep those 5 for the banquet, and to offer each of them staff positions on Cold Spring Island, because generosity that arrives on time should be answered on time. Outside, the lords of every chi refining faction within reach were queuing with gift boxes in their hands. Men who are absolute rulers in their own territory, standing in line, being polite. In front of a Foundation Establishment cultivator, they are ants. That is not my phrase. That is theirs, and every one of them says it. I flew out at the appointed hour and sat down on the single chair on that platform and looked out at a field of them, and Si Chin stood beside me and praised me for 100 breaths in the most magnificently overwritten speech I have ever had aimed at me. And in the middle of it, my divine sense picked up a killing intent. Not a mood, not a resentful gift-giver. A Foundation Establishment cultivator's intent to kill, folded down small and buried in a crowd, and my divine sense sits a full stage above my realm, and I felt it like a draft under a door. Somebody in that crowd was going to try me on my own celebration day. Then Si Chin told them all to kneel, and 800 people went down on their faces, and I sat there looking pleased with myself and did not move a muscle, because I knew exactly when it was coming. A man in that crowd is not going to kneel, and the instant of the kneeling, when a new foundation establishment cultivator is at the highest and stupidest moment of his life, is the single best moment in the entire event to put something through his chest. A skull the size of a fist came out of the crowd as a beam of white light. My defensive water dragon was already moving, and the second-tier formation caught it with him, and the skull stopped a few feet from my face. He laughed and dropped the disguise, and a red-haired man went up into the air and let out enough demonic energy to blanket several miles of my island. Every guest on that field went down flat and could not get up. Even the handful of chi-refining perfection cultivators in the crowd could barely move their own magic. Middle-stage foundation establishment. I told him he had picked a poor day for it, and asked whether he had given any thought to how he wanted to die. He told me my boasting was more impressive than my skills, and that a small second-tier array would not keep him on this island, and that he would take my head inside my own formation and then kill everybody else on it. The entire field heard that and started shaking, and then he made his one real mistake, and it was not tactical. He pointed at Si Chin, standing beside my chair, and told me what he was going to do to her in front of me, and started showing the crowd images off his trophies to demonstrate that he meant it. Because that is what he was. A man who wiped out small cultivation clans for entertainment and kept their skulls on a string, because resentment is a raw material, and he had a use for it. Here is what he did not know. I had been stalling on purpose. I had a full second-tier array under me, 2 water dragons, 5 foundation establishment puppets in my pouch, and 3 god-slaying spikes in my head. I had used none of it. Reinforcements from Peach Blossom Island were already coming, and it costs me nothing to be rescued and look like a harmless newcomer for another 5 minutes. I had every intention of being underestimated for the rest of my life. Then he described what he was going to do to the girl who ran my household, in front of 800 people, as a bit of theater. I brought the mist up over the entire field so that not one guest could see anything that happened next. Then I told him he was dead today, and that nothing in heaven was going to help him. He was an old fox, and he read the mist correctly. The instant a man hides the room, he has a card. So he stopped the theater and threw everything at me at once, on the reasonable theory that a brand new foundation establishment cultivator can only have one surprise. He had burned a restriction-breaking talisman a moment earlier, which is the one true counter to a formation. It seals the array's key nodes and shuts it down for dozens of breaths, and they are extremely hard to draw, and I watched him spend one on me and be visibly annoyed about the expense. So he thought my array was gone, my crutch was kicked away, and there was nothing left underneath but a talisman merchant who had gotten lucky. God-slaying spike. Silently. No gesture, no sound, nothing to see. He screamed, and the mountain of skulls he was driving at me lost its rider and fell out of the sky. I put 5 foundation establishment puppets out, 1 on my body and 4 straight at him. He fought through the pain like a professional, and I want to give him that, because middle-stage divine sense is not a small thing, and he was still trying to stabilize a bone shield with his head splitting open. Second spike. He screamed again, and the shield dropped. There is a specific moment in any fight against a superior opponent, and it is not when you hurt him. It is the half a breath when he is not holding anything. 4 foundation establishment puppets went into that half breath. Then the water dragon closed over the pieces and the cold went into them, and one twist finished it. Outside my island, at the same time, Ye Theng was being held off by an early-stage demonic cultivator, which was the other half of their plan, and he did the thing I did not expect. He crushed a 2-color distress bead to call Peach Blossom Island, and then, instead of running, he stayed. He was an early-stage cultivator against an early-stage cultivator, with a middle-stage demon inside the island, and if I died first, both of them would come out and take him apart. Running was the correct play, and everybody would have understood it. He stayed because he'd recruited me, and there is no version of Ye Theng's life where he flies home and explains that he left his own newcomer in a hole. When the demon felt Red Demon's presence go out and turned to flee, Ye Theng self-destructed his own flying sword's spiritual artifact. That is a serious thing to do. His was not a natal artifact, so the backlash didn't cripple him, but it destroyed a treasure he had spent years feeding, and it put him on his knees, coughing blood. It also crippled the fleeing demon and dropped him to chi refining speed. I came out of my own island into the open air, and Ye Feng, spitting blood, wiped his mouth and said, "It's yours now." I ran the man down in one pass, and I want to be clear about what Ye Feng had actually done, because he was not being noble. He told me later, and I respect him more for the honesty. He'd already called for help. He knew reinforcements were coming, and when he felt a brand new Foundation establishment cultivator kill Red Demon in under 30 breaths, he understood in that instant that I was going to be worth more to him than anything in his storage pouch. So he blew up his own spiritual artifact to make sure the kill was ours, and gambled the whole thing on me being the kind of man who repays that. He bet a spiritual artifact on my character, on 10 minutes of acquaintance. He was right, and it is the best investment anybody made in me in that entire province, and I told him within the hour that he'd have a new sword. Taoist Manhwa arrived a while later, with the rest of the reinforcements already turned around, and she asked me one question and then took my afternoon away from me. I'd told her I wasn't in the mood for the rest of it, that I'd send everybody home. "Absolutely not," she said. "This is the celebration of your foundation. You are holding it." And then she and Ye Feng went and stood on my platform. Stood. Neither of them would take a chair. That is a middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, the deputy lord of the strongest faction on that side of the continent, publicly standing at the side of a man who had been at chi refining perfection 18 months earlier. And then she asked whether she could host it. Ye Feng's face, when she said that, was the funniest thing on that platform. He had spent weeks working on me the honest way, being useful, being decent, blowing up his own sword, and Taoist Manhwa had walked in, given me 3 great merits on sight, refused a chair, and taken over my ceremony, and every one of those gestures cost her almost nothing and bought more than he could afford. He told me afterward, with total resignation, that when it comes to winning people over, nobody beats her. Normally, another Foundation establishment cultivator does not attend a new man's celebration because it steals his light. That rule assumes the new man needs protecting. I had just killed a middle-stage demonic cultivator on that field. There was no light left to steal, and both of them knew it, so their presence stopped being competition and became endorsement. She told the crowd exactly whose head I had taken, and that was when the noise started, because everybody in that field had heard of Red Demon. Middle stage, over 100 years at it, one of the harder pieces on the Wu Kingdom's board, a man who had killed one of ours on the border and slipped every hunt that had ever been organized against him. And a couple of hundred people who had spent the last hour lying face down on my lawn worked out, all at once, what the alternative outcome of that afternoon had been. Then 800 of the most powerful people in the region put their heads on the ground 3 times, 9 times, and congratulated me on stepping onto the Great Way. And I sat in that chair and let it happen. I thought about a stone box with a hole in the roof, about 39 caddies of rice and a fat man on a platform explaining what my year was worth, about the exact sensation of a 6th-level aura arriving inside my chest while I stood in a queue with my hands full. 6 years. Then I told them all to get up, because there is a version of a man who sits in that chair and gets comfortable in it, and I have seen how that story ends. Ye Feng cheerfully told me to enjoy it, because it happens exactly once. After this, the only way to get a hall of important people onto their knees again is to become a core formation ancestor, and then it'll be Foundation establishment cultivators doing the kneeling. I told him I was looking forward to it, and I was not entirely joking. Then Manhwa delivered the other piece of news, and the field went quiet in a completely different way. The Wu Kingdom had declared war on Yen State that morning. Several Foundation establishment demonic cultivators had gone into our spirit stone mines and poisoned 2 of the largest. Ancestor Whitebone himself had gone to the front line. My celebration had been scheduled for the same day as an invasion, and I had been the opening move. Afterward, in my own hall, the accounting. There is a standing bounty on demonic cultivators, and you don't have to accept it in advance. Kill 1 and it counts. 12 great merits for a middle stage demon, 3 for an early stage one, 15 great merits, which is 5 second-tier legacies, for 1 afternoon. Proof is the dead man's spiritual artifact, which is distinctive and can be photographed with a recording stone, plus a heart demon oath, plus the fact that Yan State has its own informants in the Wu Kingdom who will eventually confirm whether a given foundation establishment cultivator is still walking around. I told her to give 2 of the 3 merits for the second one to Ye Feng. He tried to refuse, and I told him that if he considered me a friend, he would stop being polite about it, and he stopped. I spent the rest immediately. 6 spirit eye stones, which cost me 2 great merits, and which meant 6 more foundation establishment puppets. A second-tier binding talisman, which cost 3 great merits, and which is the single most expensive item I have ever bought, for the least glamorous reason. A restriction-breaking talisman shuts a formation down. A binding talisman is the counter to the counter. Red Demon had turned off my entire array with 1 sheet of paper, and it had very nearly been enough. That will not happen twice. A second-rank alchemy inheritance. A water spirit gourd for my natal artifact, and 4 sets of materials for water rhythm pills, which raise a foundation establishment cultivator's magic by 1 drop each. 1 drop is otherwise several years of sitting still. Then the Purple Thunder Sect itself sent me a present. Their own hunt across the whole province had killed 2 early-stage demonic cultivators. A newly established foundation establishment cultivator on a small island had killed a middle-stage one and an early-stage one on the same afternoon, on the day war was declared. That is worth more to a sect than the kills themselves. It is the kind of story that makes everybody else fight harder. Ancestor Peely personally raised Peach Blossom Island's war merit by 50% for 3 years over it, which made me extremely popular with an entire faction I had barely met, and they sent a man to hand me a 2nd-grade medium spiritual artifact flying sword and a 2nd-grade medium formation. The man they sent was called Master Wu Lei, bald, built like a door, a senior figure in the Purple Thunder Sect, and famous, genuinely famous, for having personally killed several middle-stage demonic cultivators on the border in his day. He was warm and direct and complimentary. He said the sect leader was delighted, that he had proposed the reward himself, and he hoped I would keep killing them. He handed me the storage pouch, and as it left his fingers, something crawled up my arm. I want to be precise about how faint that was. It was not a sensation. It was the memory of a sensation, arriving a moment after the thing had already finished happening, and if my divine sense had been at the level appropriate to my realm, I would never have known. I thanked him and invited him in for tea. He declined, politely, said he had demonic cultivators to hunt in Leizhou, and left. Manhwa watched him go and remarked that Wu Lei was a straightforward man and that I really ought to thank him properly. I looked down at the pouch in my hand and said, yes, I really should. Then I went into Hanshan Hall alone and searched my own right palm for 4 hours. 4 hours, with a divine sense a full stage above my realm, knowing exactly what I was looking for and exactly where it was. I found it eventually. A semi-transparent tracking rune sitting in the skin of my hand, doing nothing, waiting. Its entire power is concealment. Once found, it is trivial to remove. And a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator would not have found it. I am certain of that, because he later demonstrated it on somebody else, and I'll get to that. So let's lay out what I now knew. A decorated hero of the Purple Thunder Sect. The single core formation power in Yan State, the sect that stands between this province and an invasion. He had come to my island wearing his own sect's colors, delivered his own sect's reward for killing demonic cultivators, and planted a tracker on me on the way past. There is exactly one group of people who would want that, and I could do absolutely nothing about it. Think about my position. I was 33 years old. I had been a foundation establishment cultivator for about a year. He was a senior figure in the ruling sect with a personal history of killing the very people I was accusing him of working for, and I had no evidence whatsoever beyond a rune in my hand that I could have put there myself. Accusing him was suicide. Not metaphorically, they would have killed me for it and been correct to, by their own information. So I did not remove the rune. I left it exactly where it was, because a tracking rune is only a threat if you don't know about it. If you do know about it, it stops being a leash and becomes a fishing line, and I was on the wrong end of it in one specific sense only, which is that he was holding the rod, and I have never in my life been the fish. Let me explain what that rune actually was in practical terms. It meant that the moment I left Cold Spring Island, a room full of demonic cultivators would know. It meant that any time I traveled, an ambush could be assembled around my exact position in advance. Which is to say that from that moment on, I could summon a war party of Foundation Establishment demonic cultivators to any location I chose, at a time of my choosing, simply by going for a walk. 12 great merits for a middle-stage demon, 3 for an early-stage one. I sat in Hanshan Hall next to a frozen spring, looking at my own hand, and I started planning where I wanted to go fishing. First, I had to become worth ambushing. 10 days of seclusion rebuilt my 3 god-slaying spikes, because I'd spent 2 on Red Demon and the recovery is slow. Then I forged the Xuanming True Water Gourd properly, my natal artifact, the one that grows with its owner and may one day become a magic treasure. It came out at nearly 2nd grade medium quality straight off the table, and after being fed for a while it will pass that, and it consumes less magic than the equivalent because it is built out of my own technique. Then I refined 15 water rhythm pills, and swallowed one, and watched a 21st drop of dark blue liquid magic appear in my dantian. 1 day, 1 pill. Without the pill, that single drop is 3 or 4 years of sitting on a rock, because my low-grade root gets worse the higher I climb. 20 drops was where my breakthrough had left me. 50 is the threshold for middle-stage foundation establishment. For a high-grade root with a good vein and a perfect technique, that climb is decades. For me, it was going to be closer to 1.5 centuries, at which point I would be worrying about my lifespan again. 15 pills, taken slowly enough not to poison myself, put 50 drops inside 2 years. That is the whole reason I bought an alchemy legacy instead of a weapon. And then, going through Red Demon's storage pouch, which I had been too busy to open for weeks, I found a second fragment of the Black Iron Heavenly Book. He had carried it into an enemy country on an assassination job. I ran divine sense across it, and characters came up, and I sat down. The pill formula for the 5 elements creation pill. Devised by an ancient alchemist called Dan Bao Zhenjun, and structured in 5 ascending steps, and I want to explain it because it is the most elegant thing I have ever read. You cannot change a spiritual root. Everyone knows that. What happens instead, once or twice a century, is that somebody eats a rare enough treasure and awakens an acquired spirit body, and their cultivation speed jumps a whole grade. That is what happened to Lan Yan, the girl who broke Xiaoyan's engagement, and it is why a foundation establishment cultivator took her as a closed-door disciple within days. Step 1 of this formula is a creation pill of a single attribute. I am water, so I refine a water creation pill, and I gain an acquired water spirit body, and I cultivate at the speed of a high-grade root. Step 2 uses the fact that water produces wood, so a wood creation pill, and now I have 2. Around the cycle, 1 element at a time, until I have a 5-element spirit body, and I cultivate at the speed of a top-grade root. He didn't find a treasure. He built a staircase out of chemistry where there was previously only luck. I had been running my entire life on a workaround for having the worst possible talent. This was a formula for not needing the workaround. The main ingredient for step 1 is a 5-element spirit fruit refined for 1,000 years. It is a core formation treasure, not foundation establishment. Core formation. It gives a foundation establishment perfection cultivator a 50% chance at core formation, which is 20% better than a foundation establishment pill does at its own gate, and it is the sort of thing a nascent soul faction plants as a foundation for their descendants. Yan State does not have one. The Wu Kingdom does not have one. It exists in the Yuan Kingdom, across the Hengduan Mountains, where the real world is. So the fix for my talent is on a shelf I cannot reach, in a country I cannot travel to, behind a mountain range full of 3rd-tier beasts. I filed it, carefully, with the copy of the broken silver rune in the drawer marked Someday. Then I forged Ye Feng his sword. 2nd rank low grade, off the main material Xuanbing Island had brought to my celebration, and I did not tell him it was coming. I flew it over and put it in his hands and told him that his old one had died because of me, so this one was arithmetic, not charity. He looked at it for a while and then took it and said he would remember. Then I went and got a 2nd-tier puppet legacy, and that took a favor. Peach Blossom Island had none. Ye Feng said the only 2 sources were the Xinyue Chamber of Commerce and the Purple Thunder Sect, and the Purple Thunder Sect wanted war merit for theirs. So I called Liu Yue, the woman from Xinyue who had lost the recruiting argument a year earlier and had asked to come along anyway to shake my hand. She had a 2nd-rank low-grade puppet inheritance, and her chamber's rule is that legacies are not for sale at any price. You complete a mission for the chamber, and you receive one. I explained that I was, at that moment, the single most wanted man among the Wu Kingdom's demonic cultivators, and could not go on business trips. And she offered me a workaround. She would pay the chamber's price herself, out of her own account, and I would owe her 1 mission at a time of my choosing. I told her I would need to assess any mission's danger and would refuse it if it was stupid, and she agreed instantly and said that for a second-rank low-grade legacy, nobody was going to send me anywhere serious. I found out later why she'd done it, and it had nothing to do with my potential. Ye Feng had told her the whole story of the celebration, including the part where he blew up his own sword. And then he'd told her that I had forged him a replacement, unprompted, and given him 2 of the 3 merits for the kill. She had also asked around about Lingzhi Island and learned that the Sea family had lent me their vein and that every external position on Cold Spring Island now belongs to them. Powerful men who remember small debts are not rare because of morality. They are rare because remembering debts is expensive. So when one turns up, everybody in the business quietly decides to be early. 1 month of my life took the second-rank puppet legacy to perfection, and the first middle-stage foundation establishment threshold puppet I built out of it was a disappointment. Stronger than my early-stage ones, obviously. Not enough. A real middle-stage puppet should handle 6 or 7 early-stage puppets. Mine could beat one comfortably and could not crush anything, which meant that even 10 of them would not let me surround a late-stage demonic cultivator, and a late-stage demonic cultivator is precisely who they were going to send next, because they were not going to make the mistake of sending another middle-stage one. So I did something expensive. Chronicle of Ages. 1 month of lifespan. Derive a genuine middle-stage foundation establishment puppet blueprint from scratch. 1 month was not enough. Deriving something from nothing is a completely different transaction from learning something that already exists, because when you learn, the scroll runs you through a year of somebody else's practice, and when you derive, there is nobody's practice to run through. It's just me, thinking, with time bought at retail. Another month. Another month. 3 months of my life for a set of blueprints. And when it was done, I wrote myself a rule, and I have kept it since. Lifespan is astonishingly good at solving problems, and precisely for that reason, I will not be allowed to develop the habit. A man who solves every problem by spending years will run out of years, and if I die of my own convenience with a scroll like this in my head, I will die embarrassed. But the puppets that came out of it were worth it. True middle-stage foundation establishment puppets. 3 spirit eye stones each to run, which is brutal, and each one worth 6 or 7 of my old ones. And the manipulation art that came with the second-rank legacy did what every manipulation art before it had done, which is enlarge my head. My divine sense went to the threshold of late-stage foundation establishment, which meant 12 middle-stage puppets at once, or dozens of the early-stage ones, or any mix I liked. And it meant I could rebuild the god-slaying spikes at that new strength, and this time they came out dark blue instead of purple. And a late-stage cultivator hit by one of those is going to have a genuinely difficult few seconds. I also learned, from that legacy, that my old early-stage puppets had been absurdly overbuilt. I designed them by brute force out of 6 first-tier disciplines, and they were monsters, and they needed spirit eye stones because monsters eat. A properly designed early-stage foundation establishment puppet runs off a single high-grade spirit stone. High-grade spirit stones are 1,000 mid-grades each, which is 1,000,000 ordinary ones, and they are the currency core formation ancestors use. They also come out of spirit mines in reasonable quantities, and any decent foundation establishment faction has a pile of them, and Red Demon had been carrying more than a dozen in his pouch. So I rebuilt the whole army on cheaper fuel and put every freed spirit eye stone into the middle stage machines. Liu Yue delivered 6 more spirit eye stones and 30 high-grade spirit stones a few months later, paid for out of Red Demon's demonic artifacts, which I could never use and which the chamber can scrub clean of demonic energy and resell at a profit. Good trade for both of us. She also mentioned, in passing, why she was traveling with a patrol convoy. The Foundation establishment demonic cultivators who had poisoned the mines in Leizhou had been bottled up in Leizhou afterward, and then had somehow slipped the net entirely and were now believed to be in Jiang Continent. So the Purple Thunder sect had sent people down to organize sweeps with the local factions, led by Beihe Daoren, late-stage Foundation establishment, and Master Wu Lei. I thanked her, wished her a safe trip, and closed the connection. And then I sat in an empty hall and laughed at nothing for a while. Of course they got out of Leizhou. Of course they did. The man running the sweeps in Leizhou was the man who had planted a tracker on me. And now that same man had come to Jiang Continent to run the sweeps here, which meant the hunt for those demonic cultivators in Jiang Continent was not going to find them either, which meant there was a group of Foundation establishment demonic cultivators hiding in my province with a friend inside the search and a shared grudge about Red Demon, and a string tied to my right hand. I counted up what I had: 5 middle-stage Foundation establishment puppets, 24 early-stage ones, 3 dark blue god-slaying spikes, 2 water dragons, and a natal gourd, a second-rank mobile trapping array built out of my own island's spare formation core with 2 spirit eye stones in it for fuel. And I did the arithmetic on the current market rate for demonic cultivator heads. Then I left Cold Spring Island quietly, without telling a single person on it, and went fishing. Fishing properly requires bait that does not look like bait. These were men who had walked into a hostile country, poisoned its mines, been hunted across an entire province, and survived. If I flew out to an empty stretch of nowhere and hovered there doing nothing until somebody arrived, they would smell it from 100 miles away and go home. I needed a reason to be standing somewhere alone that was better than any reason they could invent. So I went to Xuanyin Lake, which is a body of water with extreme cold energy in it, and I did an errand I actually needed to do. My natal gourd is a Xuanming true water gourd, and the true water inside it is the whole point. It freezes souls, and you cannot buy it. You refine it out of several kinds of extreme cold combined with the essence of water, and Xuanyin Lake is the nearest place in Jiang continent that produces the right cold. So I hung my gourd in the air over that lake and let it drink, which is a process that takes most of a day, and stood there being extremely alert and waited. Half a day later, a man named Blood Demon was 10 miles off with a compass in his hand, watching me. Late-stage Foundation establishment, sent from the Wu Kingdom by Ancestor Whitebone himself after Red Demon died, to check on the mole and take over as his handler. And he was cautious, so before he closed in, he activated the compass properly, and it painted him a picture of the lake and the man over it, and the gourd hanging in the air. He recognized the gourd immediately, and I love this part, because his own competence is what killed him. Xuanming True Water Gourd, he said. This one cultivates the Xuanming True Water scripture, so he got a great deal out of killing Red Demon. And he's already built his natal artifact. He's here to refine his true water. Everything he could see was consistent, because everything he could see was true. I really was there for the water. The errand was not a cover story. It was an errand. That's the only kind of bait that works on a professional, not a lie. A real appointment that he was invited to interrupt. 6 more came with him. 2 middle stage and 4 early stage, the last of the men who had gone into Leizhou's mines and could not get home. At 5 miles, I felt the killing intent and let 2 breaths go by so it would thicken, and then I turned and shouted at empty sky, "Come out, I've found you." 6 years, and it is still the only opening line I know. Blood Demon threw a second-order mid-grade trapping array over the lake to cage me, and I threw my own array into his. Mine was only second-rank, low-grade. That did not matter, because I did not throw it to fight his. I threw it to tangle with his. 2 arrays locked into each other become one nested structure with twice the depth and a much wider circle, and control of the exit belongs to nobody. He had built a cage around me, and I had welded it shut from the inside, and now neither of us could leave. 7 Foundation establishment demonic cultivators came down through the air, and my puppets came up to meet them, and Blood Demon looked at what was standing between him and me and sighed. "So many Foundation establishment puppets," he said, 5 of them middle stage. Red Demon deserved to die, and then he said the thing that told me he was the best of them. "It's lucky I came today. With these, nobody smaller could have surrounded you. They'd just have become another one of your achievements." He was completely right, and he had worked it out in 4 seconds while looking at a hedge of machines, and I told him so. 1 late stage, 2 middle stage, 4 early stage. I've caught quite a lot with this net. He sneered and told me that killing that garbage Red Demon had given me an inflated idea of myself, and that he would now demonstrate the difference between the middle stage and the late stage. And then he did the correct thing, immediately, without wasting a moment on the puppets. He went for me. Every one of them does. It's not stupidity, it's arithmetic. A puppeteer's machines are only as alive as the man driving them, and no amount of wood matters if you can reach the hand on the strings. He shrugged off 2 puppets, took hits from 3 more, and came straight at my body while the other 6 threw everything they had into keeping my line busy. That is the correct play. It has been the correct play in every fight I have ever had, since the first bandit on that road outside Ziyun Market. Everybody finds it. Everybody commits to it. which is exactly why I had spent 2 minutes of my life and 3 great merits preparing for the one moment when a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator would be flying at me in a straight line with his full attention on my face. God-slaying spike. He screamed, and his spiritual artifact went unstable in the air. Second spike, third spike, 3 in a row, all of them, everything I had, into the divine sense of a man who was still moving fast enough that his own momentum was carrying him toward me. He was late stage. His divine sense was late stage. He fought it, and I could see him fighting it, trying to hold on to his artifact with a spear going through the inside of his skull. 5 middle-stage foundation establishment puppets went into him at once and hit him a few hundred times in about a second, and there was nothing left of him but pieces falling into a frozen lake. And then there were 6 of them, and no leader, and a wall of machines, and a sealed cage. They had one thing left, and they used it. The heavenly demon disintegration method. You burn your entire cultivation, all of it, and for 10 breaths, you are twice as strong. If you survive, your foundation is ruined, and you are stuck at that realm for the rest of your life, and it takes over a decade just to be able to walk properly. If you fail to kill whoever you used it on, you spend the next hour as a man that a chi-refining cultivator could finish with a stick. 6 of them did it at once, and swatted my entire front line away in a single blow. And I want to be clear that if I had been standing there like a hero at that moment, they would have killed me. I got out of the way instead. I pulled back and put distance between us. I kept a third of my puppets around my own body doing nothing but existing. I put another group in the middle of the field purely as a speed bump, and the rest went in to hold their arms. That's it. That's the whole plan. 10 breaths is not very long, and my job was to be somewhere else for all of it. They understood that immediately and cursed me for it in language I will not repeat. Then they made the correct call again. Give up on me, put everything into the cage. If the cage opens, they scatter into 6 different escape techniques, and I catch 1 or 2 at most. 6 late-stage strength strikes into one point of the barrier. Ripples, nothing more. They stared at it, and I watched despair arrive on 6 faces at once, because they knew the numbers. That volume of force should have cracked a second-rank low-grade array outright and put a real dent in a mid-grade one. They had never fought a formation that was being actively driven by a man who could hold 2 tangled arrays in his head at once and feed them both. 3 breaths left, they did the last thing available and self-destructed a dozen second-tier spiritual artifacts against a single point of the barrier. That worked. Cracks went across the whole structure, and my face went ugly, and I dumped the shockwave downward into the lake, which threw an enormous amount of water into the sky and saved my formation by about a hair. The backlash from a dozen artifacts going off crippled all 6 of them at once, and I still did not close. Instead, I picked up something I had been waiting for the whole fight. Blood Demon's own core formation flag, the one that controlled his trapping array. It had been lying in the wreckage since the moment he died, and a dead man's array has no owner, and an unowned second-order flag can be claimed by anybody standing next to it who understands formations. I refined it in a few breaths, and then I walked out of the cage. I stood outside, in the clear, and looked at 6 ruined demonic cultivators sitting inside a structure that was now entirely mine. Did you forget something? I asked them. Your leader was carrying the core flag of your own trapping array. The cage you can't get out of, I can come and go from as I like. They screamed at the barrier until their 10 breaths ran out, and then my puppets, which had never left, finished the job. I stood on the ice afterward and did the accounting. 1 late-stage demonic cultivator and 6 others. Blood Demon's artifacts, which had gone into the pouch with him instead of being detonated because he died in under 2 seconds and never got the chance. And in the wreckage of his formation plate, the power source. Not a spirit eye stone, a spirit eye orb, 1 tier up. A stone holds about as much energy as a tiny fragment of a low-grade vein. An orb holds a small first-order vein. Carry 1 and your magic refills faster than other men's anywhere in the world. It is not on Peach Blossom Island's exchange list at all, because if the island master ever had one, he'd keep it for himself and possibly give one to his own disciple. With an orb in the chest, I could power a puppet at Foundation Establishment perfection. This fishing trip, I said out loud, to a frozen lake with nobody on it, has gone extremely well. And that is where I'll stop, because that is where I actually stand today. I woke up in a stone box 6 years ago with 1 spirit stone, the worst spiritual root a person can have and still be called a cultivator, and 95 years on the clock. I weeded a rice field for a man who priced my year at 13 caddies to the stone, and I stood in a queue with my chest ringing from his aura and wrote his name in a book because writing it down was the only thing I could do. I have 226 years on the clock now. I own an island. There is a family that has sworn its bloodline to me and a merchant house that fronts me legacies on my word. Every name in that book has been crossed out except one, and that one is a sect, and I am no longer entirely certain that's a problem. And I am carrying a tracking rune in the palm of my right hand, put there by a decorated hero of the Purple Thunder sect, in front of witnesses, while handing me a medal. I know exactly where it is. I have known for a year. I could have burned it out in a second any day since. I fed it 7 demonic cultivators instead, and he thinks that means the line is still good. Somewhere in Jiang continent tonight, a man is going to feel his little red bead go quiet and wonder why nobody has reported in. He'll send more. I'd hate to make him wait.